Right, can you hear me? Right, I can hear me. Right, yeah, you can hear and see me, but for some reason I can't get Skype to work. Even if I unplug the earphones and just play it normally through the speakers, I can't hear it. So I've absolutely no idea what's going on. So it looks like the phone in is postponed. I've literally checked everything. Checked all my output settings. Everything's the same. Um, all my volumes on OBS are okay. Yeah, I'm ringing myself, and it's just not picking it up, and I don't know why. Should be hearing it through the speakers, and I'm not hearing a bloody thing. But I can hear the computer sounds. It's just Skype. Jesus. Right. Okay. What I'll have to do then is sign out of that account. How do I sign out of that account? How the fuck do I sign out on here? Not like that. Sign out. There we go. Right. I don't know how well this is going to work, but what I'll have to do is try taking the calls on Skype on my phone. Um, okay, we'll have to give it a try this way. If somebody wants to ring, and we'll see whether or not we can pick it up this way. Right, that's just through the phone. Right. Hello. Hello. Hello, mate. It is me. Yeah. Yeah, I can hear you, mate. Oh, Jesus, can you not hear me? I can hear you. Hello. Can you not hear me? I can hear you. The bloody hell's going on? What's going on? It's ringing, but it's not. Everything's going very wrong. That was ringing, but it wasn't showing anybody was ringing. I don't believe this. Right, let's try this again. Hello. Hang on. Hang on. Speaker. Speak. Hello, Graham. I can hear you. I can hear you. Yeah. Right. Yeah, yeah. Let me just find out. Let me just find out. Can anyone hear Graham talking here? You can't hear him. Let me try turning off the.
Yeah, it's all good.
Let me try turning off the noise suppression. Do you want to try again? They can't hear you at the moment. Just speak for a minute, Graham.
Yes, yes. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. 4, 5, 6. Pick up sticks and maybe I should redial and just phone straight through to your mobile number. Not that I'm giving your mobile number out, but I've got it written down so I can call you back.
We can try that.
Yeah, shall I try your mobile number now? Put it on speakerphone, even if the sound's crap. I've got breaking news.
Yeah, give us. Yeah, go on.
Okay, stand by. I'll hang up. I'll redial you back on your mobile.
All right, mate. All right.
Okay, cheers.
I'm sorry, guys. I've got absolutely no clue what's going on. I've not changed any of the settings. Thank you. One must. Much appreciated. All right. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me at your end?
I can hear you. I'm not sure if anyone else can. Oh, here comes Graham. Listen, call me back in just a second. Hang on. This is going mad. Hello.
It's Graham.
Hello, Graham.
Right, thank God I wrote your number down correctly. Can the other subs hear me before we continue?
Okay, I've just put the mic closer to the phone.
I know the sound quality is going to be crap.
Yeah, they're saying that they can hear.
But if this is the only way that I can get through to you on a phone call, obviously you're not going to dox your personal number. That's privileged to a very few. Understandable, yeah?
Right. Cool.
Okay, well, breaking news then.
Go on.
I've inadvertently uncovered further interference from YouTube today.
Do tell.
I will do. Now, it was just by chance that, now you know of Kent Audit UK.
Yeah.
Yep, I sometimes might or might not go out with an audit with him. He's a good mate of Marty's and all the rest of it. That's how I got to know of him.
Okay.
So he's local to me, good bloke. Go out with him frequently. Yeah, all right, I've doxed it. Earlier today, he re-uploaded a video from, I think, April this year, and he does so for his new subscribers that have recently joined him.
Right.
Now, on my emails and YouTube notifications, I see that he has hearted 2 comments that I've made on his post on his channel today.
Okay.
And the notifications, yep, if I go through YouTube notifications and emails, yeah, hearted. If I go back to the video, yep,
It's not showing them.
unhearted. And that counts not just for this channel, but I've noticed it on a couple or 3 others recently. Matt12128, an auditor that's known to many. I think it's actually happened to Marty as well, but he's, I think, on the lash with the lads tonight, so he can't confirm or deny at this point. But I've also noticed it on another channel that I subscribe to, which has got nothing to do with auditing, it's to do with fruit machines.
Okay.
Where I've had the notification that my comments have been hearted, but when I go back to the video to sort of like see if any other comments are made, the last few days, maybe the last couple of weeks on and off, all the comments have been unhearted, and yet it's visible at the host's end as still being hearted. So that's YouTube interference yet again.
Right.
So that's what I wanted to put across to the subs. That's what I wanted to get out there. Now, I must admit, I haven't read the terms and conditions that change on the 5th of January, but the writing's on the wall. I think we're going to have to look at an alternate platform, mate.
Yeah, you're probably right. At the moment, there isn't really anything that comes anywhere close to this, unfortunately.
Well, I remember one night when I phoned you a few months ago, mid-chat, even the moderators had no control over some of the comments that were being deleted or held for review and this and that.
Yeah.
So the corruption runs deep.
It's mental.
Free speech is dead. At least it seems to be on YouTube. You know, the number of comments I've had deleted from Roger Whittington's channel, for example. You know who he is because he's in direct contact with you. What can I say?
Sorry, I'm just... Whilst you're talking to me, I'm looking at some other settings on my computer. Sorry, apologies.
Sure.
No, I know.
I'm not going to bend your ear all night, buddy, because
the censorship's getting worse.
People to talk to. Well, that's assuming you can work out the settings. I mean, I don't know what the fuck's going on.
I've no idea.
It's weird.
I've no idea. I've got some people saying that they can't hear properly. Some people saying it's fine. Then I've got.
I can't hear properly when I've got you through my mobile phone. At the moment, I only have a mobile phone, which I've obviously got on mute at the moment while we're having this conversation.
Yeah.
Obviously, when I go back to it, even if I put the volume up full, I'll struggle to hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
That's not your fault. Other people don't have the problem. It depends on whether they're running through a PC and headphones.
Honestly, I've got all my audio mixer is picking up sounds from Crinkle's trying to call. Is picking up sounds from the computer, from the master volume.
Sure.
But Skype is not ringing at all. So I cannot hear a thing through Skype. So all my speaker settings are fine. All my speaker settings are okay. I've not changed anything on the OBS, on my streaming platform. But for some reason, it's just not coming through. Now, saying that, this has updated recently. The computer updated to Windows 11.
Oh, I wouldn't know about updates and all this and that. I mean, I'm not exactly PC savvy.
So it was an automatic update, but it's just buggered me for some reason.
I think updates bugger a lot of people. I mean, look at the time when they sneaked through the bloody not the COVID passport, but the track and trace type thing.
Yeah.
There's all sorts of shit going on, half of which we don't know about unless someone stumbles across it.
So, yeah, I'm genuinely stuck as to what is going on with this. So my apologies to everybody.
Big respect to all the subs that that were here earlier and that have rejoined. I mean, I recognise a lot of names and wishing everyone a Merry Christmas. Obviously, your dinner invite tomorrow, if I wasn't so far away, but I've got family round tomorrow anyway. Not to be cars on the fucking road anyway, but it don't matter. It's a lovely offer that you've made, and I hope someone takes you up on it, and you can cater for a couple of people. It's better than being on your own, mate. So it's not you being selfish. I think company will do you a bit of good, actually.
Maybe.
Well, what's the worst that could happen? Panda, eat, shoot and leave.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, I don't know where the shooting's going to happen unless someone's got a gun or a bit of sexual activity goes on. And don't think I haven't noticed all the flirting going on between Josie and Fruit Tart, as she's sometimes known. Much love to everyone, No disrespect from me. I love you all. Good people on here, yeah?
No worries, my friends, no worries.
Shall I hang up, leave it, crack on with the chat and just,
I'm gonna have to do something.
Don't know what we can do. I mean, unless someone's got your personal number and makes calls that way, but you know, you're not giving your number out to everyone. It's not feasible.
So, right, all right, my friend.
As the special said in Pearl's Cafe, it's all a load of bollocks.
Isn't it just?
Okay, right. Love you and leave you, everyone.
All right then, great.
You take care.
Have
Have
a
a
love.
good crimbo, everybody.
Yeah, you too.
Okay, all the best.
All right, my friend.
Cheers for that.
Bye.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Right.
Yo!
Hello.
Yes, Dan?
Right, let me just check people can hear you. Crinkle's on the line, people. Say hello to Crinkle.
Yo! Big up the chat, you know what I mean? You said... Are you mad, Dan? You said, I haven't changed any settings, but the computer's updated to Windows 11.
Well, it shouldn't have changed any of the settings.
Yeah, but was it on Windows 10 before?
Yeah, hang on. It said I had an update, right? I'd done a fucking update, and I had a thing come through. Let me just double check something here.
Because if it's updated from Windows 10 to Windows 11, that is a massive upgrade. And I wouldn't be surprised if all your settings have been reset. So you're going to have to go into all the audio settings, make sure all the volumes are where they should be. I've
done that. I've been through all that.
Have you?
Yeah, been through all that, and it's just not having none of it.
I mean, to expect your settings to be the same after a whole operating system update, you know, maybe a little bit wishful thinking.
Hang on, you
don't sound too bad here. Where's the problem? This end, you sound all right.
Yeah, no, I'm not getting any sound come through from Skype. I've got system sound coming through. So all my system sounds come through. I can hear YouTube. I can hear all the bings and bongs that go on from the system, but Skype's not having none of it. And all the settings on there are normal.
Have you found your sound mixer though on the bottom right?
Yeah, I've been through that as well. Done a
Skype volumes turned up on the mixer itself.
Yeah, all done.
Yeah. Yeah, you're just gonna have to check individual apps then. You know, on your OBS, on your Skype, and your system, and just double check it all because it's probably one of them. It's got to be in it. You know what I mean? But the fact that I can hear you and you can hear me means it's roughly working, and it's.
Well, no, that's through. I'm talking to you through my phone, rather than through the computer, which means so rather than the sound going through the speakers on the computer, right. I've got my microphone right up close to the phone. I've got you on loudspeaker.
I wondered why it sounded a little bit different.
Yeah.
Well, you know what it could be? It could be the microphone setting, the wrong input, even the wrong output for certain apps, but the microphone may be set wrong on your computer. It's somewhere in them audio settings, man.
Oh, what's going on? It's fucking mental.
Because after a whole operating system update, I mean, to expect it all to be exactly the same may not happen, because there might be things that get moved or replaced in Windows 11.
It seems like with Samsung had an update to the One UI 4 recently, and everybody is having problems. I mean, even I with Facebook, if I try and open a link on Facebook, it crashes. Right. And this is everybody's having that problem since the One UI 4 update, and there's lots of other problems going on. But as I say, I've been through all the settings, and it just doesn't seem to be anything out of place.
It will have updated all the drivers and everything, so it's basically running on a whole new lot of drivers. It's running on everything new, so Windows 11 style. So, I mean, to update like that and expect no problems. You know, you've done quite well that the computer's actually still running. Because it can really mess things up, you know what I mean? Especially if you use your computer for work or, you know, video editing, audio editing.
Yeah.
An OS update can, like, break a lot of things, so... Yeah, you just got to do your troubleshooting, I'm afraid, innit? See, this is coming from a certified Microsoft Systems admin.
Right.
Yeah. So just update all the drivers to the latest ones. See if there's any updates you can get, and yeah. But you all right though?
Yeah, I'm alright. Yeah, you all ready for Christmas?
Yeah, man. Yeah, we got. You see the turkey? You know what the turkeys are all about? You remember I said to you about the birds?
Yeah.
You know, Christmas turkeys is a new. It's run by Pfizer. What they do is lab grow meat and then mold it into like shapes like a turkey. They're killing it. They're just rinsing it out, man. Every year, because there's no real turkeys left. You know that, don't you?
Of course there is. I've seen them.
What?
I've seen turkeys.
Whoa. Well, there's only a few real birds left. So I found a bird what looked dead in the road about 6-7 days ago. I went over to it and found a microphone and speaker. Bit squashed, but I'm gonna do a review on my live stream.
Right. I think I have to watch that one then.
I like the way Skype freaked out when I left last week. That was funny. That was hilarious. So what are you doing? Are you cutting your thing short, or are you just doing it on the phone?
But I'll have to take some calls like this, I suppose. It's awkward and it sounds really shit for people listening, but
don't sound that bad from my end here.
But yeah,
it sounds like you're on a phone, but
yeah, no, that's because I'm talking to you directly through Skype on my phone rather than through YouTube. You're not listening to it through YouTube, so anyway, we'll see what happens. Anyway, we'll crack on for a bit and see if we can. Maybe not fix it. I don't know if I'm going to be able to fix it tonight. It looks like I've checked everything. I need to look at it with fresh eyes, I think.
Yeah, definitely, man. All right, well, have a good evening, and I wish you Merry Christmas, Dan.
All right, man, you too. Oh, before you go, just want to ask what your opinion is on something.
Yeah, go on.
Right, there was a story during the week that the bloke that died from Omicron, his stepson phoned up LBC.
Right. Yeah.
Saying he was an anti-vaxxer. He was a recluse.
Right.
But he caught Omicron, and he died, and he wouldn't take the vaccine. Right.
Okay.
Now, after that, all of the mainstream media jumped on it. Okay, didn't check the story. They just jumped on it and went with it. And then the guy apparently died in, I think it was in Norfolk, or Northampton, one of the two. And the hospital has actually put out a statement saying, no, that's bollocks. We've not had a single person die from Omicron.
Right. Well, you see, that's what can happen in the media. I mean, they're dying for sensational stories. So, they probably jumped on it like they would any story. And like I always say, never trust what you hear in the media, because in the media, it's going to have some sort of bias built in just from the orientation, the political orientation from whichever media outlet it is. They're going to have a built-in bias. And that's why I say, go to the science, don't listen to the government or the media.
Well, I've still not heard of a single person actually dying yet from Omicron.
I've heard. I know the number of deaths. I think in this country, it's only about 30 or 40 at the most.
Right.
And so
I've not even seen reports.
The number of cases, it's quite low as a proportion. So
I've not even seen reports.
It's looking like it might be fizzling out, hopefully. But like I said last week, you can never tell this early on. But it's looking like it's probably going to be, survivable, much more survivable, and eventually it will just disappear. Hopefully, that's the hope.
So what do you say to people that the shall we, inverted commas here, the anti-vaxxers and the anti-maskers and whatnot, right? What do you say to those people that have been saying, if it turns out to be that Omicron is the strain that we move forward with, okay, which is what we've all been saying for ages since we heard about this one. Do you think that all of the precautions, shall we say, that the government have put in place over the past two and a half years, do you still think that they were proportionate, or do you think if we'd have let this run, if we'd have just let it run, because let's face it, anybody that's caught it that was going to die from it has died from it, in my opinion, right? Do you not think we would have been at this point a lot earlier?
No, I don't actually, because nobody could have predicted which way the virus would mutate. A lot of viruses do mutate and get weaker. Some of them get stronger. We couldn't have predicted that. And also the government would be negligent if they, on the previous strains that were way more deadly, right? That would be negligence not to take measures. And even at the time all these measures are introduced, it's uncertain what's going to happen in the future. So it's just lucky that, this one is much more transmissible, and it may, outcompete all the other strains, and then this is a less, virulent strain. But then it still may mutate into a more virulent one again.
Yeah, but it doesn't. Yeah, but the problem is the virus it doesn't want to kill people, because then it'll have no host. So a virus ultimately.
That's not right, and I'll give you just one glaring example, and I'll explain why. Right, flu has been known about for millennia, right? So there's been all different types of strains of flu, and mutations occur, and then another flu comes, and then all of a sudden in 1913, Spanish flu comes along from a strain that developed in Spain or wherever, and it's one of the biggest pandemics in living memory and in all of history, human history. So to say that viruses don't want to get stronger, that's not right. All that a virus wants, right, if you can call it a want, is for it to be able to complete its life cycle. So all that means is it can get into a host, multiply a few times, and then spread to someone else. Doesn't matter what happens to you after that, it could kill you in 3 days. As long as it gets to spread to another person, that is sort of like job done in the virus's eyes. So there's so many things that a virus can mutate to achieve that, and it doesn't matter whether you die in 1 day, 10 days, 100 days, as long as it can, get to reproduce and infect someone else. So, the bit that makes it virulent in that way is quite a random thing. The things that have got evolutionary pressure pushing on it are the transmissibility, because that furthers the life cycle of the virus, and it makes it, secure the next host a bit easier. And also the mutating so that it can evade immune systems. That's another evolutionary pressure. So those two things it's trying to do all the time. But the fact that it could get more or less deadly is more of a random thing, and it can go any direction.
Well, see, in my opinion, with such a forceful vaccine program, or shall we say, I think we're putting up these defences against the virus. I think we're lucky, to be honest. I think we're very lucky that we've got this Omicron one, which seems to be, less, more virulent maybe, but less serious. And I think we're lucky that we've got that, because the more barriers you put up, the stronger or the more the virus is going to try and avert those barriers and potentially get more and more serious, in my opinion. So the fact that so many people have got a virus, a vaccine, I understand what the principle of it is in general, but it's like taking antibiotics. You take antibiotics all the time. Eventually, the strain that the infection is going to get a lot worse because it needs to fight through the antibiotics.
Well, you're missing something crucial in what you're saying.
Go on.
And it is everything about the point and why you're a little bit misguided.
Go on.
The virus doesn't interact directly with the vaccine like a drug, like an antibiotic. In the case of an antibiotic, the chemical in the antibiotic literally damages the bacteria, it interacts directly with the drug, with the antibiotic.
Right.
With a vaccine, the vaccine doesn't come close to any viruses. All the vaccine does is tells your cells to make a certain protein, which is on the outside of the virus, and then that protein is sensed by your immune system as if it was the real virus, and so your immune system makes all the antibodies necessary to latch onto that protein and stop it being able to get into cells. So
right.
all the vaccine does is prompt your own immune system to know what the virus looks like. So when it does really come along, your immune system is one step ahead, so to speak. It doesn't interact with a vaccine at all. The only thing the virus interacts with is your immune system.
So it creates these antibodies, which is like antibiotics in a way, right? So your antibodies, the virus is that the antibodies create like this protection on the cell, as you know. Is that what you're saying? Creates a protection to the cell.
Basically, the virus is like a football with like little spikes sticking out.
Yeah.
Those spikes latch onto receptors which are on the outside of your cells, like spikes on the outside of your own cells.
Yeah.
And it's like a hand in a glove. The protein spike is the hand, and the outside of your cell is like a glove.
Okay.
And so when your immune system sees the virus's hand, it makes something that can go onto the hand and stop it getting into the glove, like a big boxing glove, let's say.
So it
puts this thing over the hand, and then the hand on the virus can't get into the glove on your receptors. That's what the antibodies do.
So it is having an almost direct interaction with the virus.
No, only but with your immune system. But your immune system does this naturally anyway.
Right.
So when it sees a virus, it makes all the antibodies necessary to latch onto the virus and stop it getting into cells. All the vaccine does is tells your cells to produce the same spike protein that's on the outside of the virus. So it gives your immune system a chance to get antibodies prepared, like without actually encountering a real dangerous virus. It's only the protein bit. So it sort of gives your immune system a head start. A great analogy is if the police, right, imagine that a bank robber is the virus and the police are the vaccine.
You do realise you're on a channel that doesn't think very highly of the police. That's probably not the best analogy to use.
I know what you mean. But imagine you're a bank teller, right? And a bank robber is the virus, and the police is the vaccine. They come in, they show you a photograph of the bank robber. And then they say, look out for this dude, he's been robbing local banks, yeah? If you see him, then give us a call and we'll come and deal with him. So that's basically what the vaccine does for your immune system. It shows a photograph, basically, something that's harmless, but it allows your immune system to identify the bank robber, which is the virus. That's all it does.
Right.
So yeah, it doesn't directly interfere with the virus, the vaccine itself. It's only your immune system that's dealing with the virus. And without the vaccine, your immune system does quite a good job, obviously. But with the vaccine, your immune system does an even better job because it's got it's got the photograph, so it knows what to look for, and it can shut the virus down more quickly. If it didn't have the photograph, you could get robbed and be, in a lot of danger. Whereas if you had the photograph, it could give you just enough time so you don't get robbed, and allows you to call the police in time, sort of thing. That's basically a good analogy.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Listen. Give us a ring back when I'm a bit more drunk.
I like trying to mob you when you.
Oh. Oh, you went on hold then. Somebody else was trying to call through.
Okay, well, I was just saying, have a good Christmas, and it's really good to talk to you.
All right, mate, no worries.
And, I'm glad you're all right.
No worries, man. Oh. All right, you take it easy, Crinkle.
Nice one, Dan.
Salam,
Take care,
mate.
brother.
Salam, mate. Bye.
See you, man.
Right, I'm sorry, somebody was trying to call through on normal line then. Try back. I had to hang up on you twice. My apologies. Here we go. Hello.
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 Hello, my name is Adrian. Have you heard of private vaccination clinics?
The private vaccination clinics.
Yeah.
I think I've heard of them. Yeah.
Yeah. So the thing is, you know that the doctors, when they implemented this thing, they get £15.
Yeah. I think it's gone down now. I think it's gone down to about £12.50 now, but they were getting about 15 quid. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the private vaccination clinics actually sell the vaccines online.
Right.
So they just need your documents and stuff, and you don't really need to go and get the vaccine.
Right.
So at a certain point, they were selling them on eBay. I'm gonna send you a video about this thing.
Okay.
And they were also selling them in different parts. I know about this from a guy that used to work in security. In the Indian community.
Right. Okay.
So I think a lot of people are just getting the vaccination card. The price is around £5.
Right.
And
Okay.
it just pops up from place to place. And these clinics just need to get a number of people, and they just get rid of the dose, the code on the dose, and they make the profit.
Right.
I
Gotcha.
don't know exactly how it works, but I'm gonna send you a video about this thing.
Yeah. Okay. Please do.
That's like an idea that's just floating around, because a lot of communities, like African community, Indian communities, where they had like experiments done in their countries,
Yes.
are highly avoided of this thing with medical treatments.
Yeah. Yeah.
So being a business and making money out of it, and knowing that a lot of people are afraid of getting the vaccine, it's as they say, follow the money.
Always.
Yeah. So that's an idea.
All right, man. Well, listen, you send the video to my email address. Have you got my email address?
I think I have it in the description or something.
Yes, yeah, that's it. policeabusingpowers@gmail.com.
Yeah. So it was on RTV.
Right. Okay.
Something. They were promoting it as being legit, and the codes, the vials were legit.
Okay.
And I also know about this from, as I said, a former colleague that used to work security.
Right.
Yeah. Well, that's an idea to float around the heads.
No worries. Well, I'll definitely have a look at the video once you send it over.
Okay. Have a beautiful day.
Nice one. You too.
Evening.
Thanks for the
Bye-bye.
call. Bye now. Bye.
Bye.
Right. Calls off. Just all right. We'll accept this last call and then calls off for a minute. Oh, hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Hiya, mate. It's Eddie.
Eddie. How you doing, mate?
Yeah, not so bad, mate. Just a quick one.
Go on.
First time caller, by the way, but I'm first time watching the videos.
Thank you for calling in.
It's a nice easy one for you, this, to be blunt. Corruption in Cumbria Police.
Right.
I'll tell you the details. Local animal rescue that I'm aware of has been broken into over 40 times.
Okay.
Staff have been threatened. All reported to the local constabulary. Even the crime commissioner has met with them and promised them that action will be taken. That was 3 years ago, by the way. It's still ongoing.
Right.
Every single case, including video evidence, witness statements, the whole kit and caboodle, MFA'd.
Okay. I've actually, when you said Cumbria and to do with the animals,
Yeah.
I remember just while I was faffing about before the live stream, I saw an email. Sorry,
Yeah,
not
but I
before.
told them to contact you.
Right, yeah. Well, they have. I've got an email from them, which I need to look over. Obviously, I can't do that while I'm on a live, but I will check that.
I just thought it's interesting because I've been listening to the show tonight, and it's like, how far does this go up when you've got the own crime commissioner and even the MP?
Yeah.
So I'm aware of the case. I've been trying to help them with it. But even the local MP doesn't want to touch it. Now, the only reason I can see it, if I'm wrong, being honest, you know more than I do, you can obviously tell me, the only way I've ever heard of anybody getting that total protection is if they're either a police informant or they've been moved from another area for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible.
Again,
It depends on the full situation of the person.
yeah.
You know, they might have friends in high places, so to speak. It could, there could be a number of reasons. You'd need to look into it a bit deeper to be able to, come to some kind of conclusion. But yeah, they've definitely emailed me.
I'm not wrong in thinking that is strange.
No,
Or is that the norm?
mate, I would always think it's strange. You should always question everything the police do. You should always question. Go on.
But yeah, no, as I say, I was just come out of shock, if I'm being totally honest, because as I say, the 40 odd cases, and every single one gets NFA'd. I've never heard it. I'm not going to lie, I was a little hooligan when I was younger.
Yeah.
I'm on going to prison and stuff, so, not something I'm proud of, but then again, I'm not ashamed of it, because I turned out to be the person I am now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just can't get my head around it. And as I say, I feel sorry for them because they're doing a damn good job for what they're doing.
Yeah.
And they just can't seem to cut a break with the local constabulary.
Well,
and as I say, they've been told so many lies. It's not even funny.
Well, I'll definitely try. I'll definitely get back to the lady. I'm not going to say her name on here just in case she doesn't want to know, but I'll definitely get back to the lady. And if there's something I can help her with, or even put her in touch with somebody that can, I will most certainly do that. I mean, I'm a big animal fan. If it's got any, so anybody that does anything for animals gets my full support. So I will definitely.
Well, I've tried my best. I'm not as knowledgeable as you. I'll put my hands up. I've tried my best to help them. But even I can't get my head around why the constabulary is closing ranks. Now, I can understand it if they were. If we were in somewhere like London, it was a big drug case, something like that, but I can't see any of that in any of the paperwork. It just seems to be that they're being singled out, and my phone call tonight to yourself is obviously not to mention the case, but it was more along the lines of, is this an isolated incident from your opinion? Because from my opinion it is, because I've never even heard of anything like this before.
That sometimes the police get a bee in their bonnet about somebody or an organisation, and you know, they'll talk about it between each other. They'll chat about it in the canteen room, or they'll talk about it in their morning, you know, the briefings or whatever it might be. And because you know they're conditioned, aren't they? The police, they're a family. They've got to stick together no matter what. They can't stand against one of their own. They can't say no, you're wrong to one of their own. They've always got to back them up. So what tends to happen is if Officer A has got the ump with, you know, XYZ Incorporated, he talks to Officer B. Officer B suddenly gets the ump with XYZ Incorporated, even though he's got fuck all to do with it. And then he'll talk to somebody else, and then you get a group of police that seem to have a vendetta against somebody or some place, simply because one of them has a problem.
Oh yeah, but this is the icing on the cake. You're gonna love this. I actually did VOA from Victim Rights Review, VR, whatever it is. Yeah.
Right.
On the 8th of December, because you came to me and said, "Can you help?" I'm like, "Yeah, no problem." So I put the paperwork in for the Victim Rights Review on it. The same day they got an email back saying it had been previously looked at under a previous VRR we put in.
Right.
Yeah. Dated 1st of December.
Right.
So 7 days later, they've said, "Oh no, we've covered this because it was in the first one." But the thing is, this is where it gets interesting, is the one that went in on the 8th, yeah, only happened on the 8th. They only got told it had been NFA'd on the 8th, so that's when the Victim Right Review went in.
Yeah.
But they've got documentation to say that it was dealt with on the 1st. Now, as I'm not going to lie, I was slightly sarcastic with them. I sent them an email when I got informed of the fact and said to them, when did Mystic Meg start working for you lot? You know what I mean? Because that's the one thing that is making me chuckle, and it's also making me, question whether or not it's actually legit. Because how the hell can you look into a crime before it's been reported?
Yeah, of course.
And as I say, I'm bringing in the night just for the purpose of letting other people know that obviously this is happening. We know where it's happening, and you do a damn good job for what, because I've been watching the on and off bits, but tonight I've actually sat down and had 5 minutes to not proper watch the show. Right. From what I've seen in your previous video stuff, you do a damn good job for what you're doing. But I'm just letting people out there know that they'll try anything they can to bury this.
Yeah, they do. They do. As I say, if they make a balls up, so if one of them, how can I put it? If I've got to be careful what I say here. So obviously, don't take this as an actual true life scenario. You could get a copper get the ump by somebody, right? And then he says something to somebody else, then realises he's fucked up, but he can't go back on himself because he'll look stupid. So he
just gets all his ways to cover for it.
So he keeps going, and one lie will roll into another until you've got all sorts going on. It's a bit like the Anthony Granger case in Manchester. Anthony Granger, I think it was in 2013. It may be a different year. He was shot dead by Greater Manchester Police in a corrupt operation. One of the, they knew they'd fucked up, so they all started covering up for each other. They all started altering statements and paperwork and stuff to try and cover it up. It's all come out now, and it might take a long time, but generally it comes out in the wash. And the problem is it's taken so long that nobody's getting, even though they've been found to have lied, perjured themselves. None of them have had any action taken against them. But what I'm getting at is one thing one lie grows into another.
Look at what they did with the Liverpool lot.
Yeah.
To me, as I say, this is where I have the big problem, because I've been both sides of the fence, we'll say.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I was a hooligan, I'm now not a hooligan.
Right.
But I can understand why people take the law into their own hands when things like this are happening. Because I know you shouldn't, because it's not the thing to do. But, a lot of people get to the point where they're frustrated with everything.
Yeah, sometimes you have no choice, or you feel like you have no choice.
Yeah, stop it and do it. And regarding the mental health bit, because I heard you were talking about that earlier, I'm the same as you. I'm not great around crowds.
Yeah.
So I totally understand where you're coming from when you were sick woman and hour whether or not to do the dinner and everything tomorrow.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So on that score, that's the way forward. I was like that about 2 years ago. I'm a bit better now than what I was, but I'm not 100% perfect.
Yeah.
You know, but so I stand with you on that. You know, you're doing a damn good job to try to beat the fear type thing. 'Cause that's what it is at the end of the day. It's a fear, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like being around people, but that's in somebody else's space.
Yeah, it's your home, your safe haven.
Yeah. That's all the issue was with me, because this is, you know, this is mine. You know, nobody, you know, I how can I put it? It's my castle, as they say.
Yeah.
Your home is your castle, and it is.
From roll bridge up and go home. Yeah.
I feel excuse me. I feel more comfortable. I feel safer while I'm here. But once I start letting people in, sometimes the anxiety can creep in.
Yeah.
And yeah, I've been, you know, which is why I've left it so late, and I wish I hadn't left it so late to say it. But you know,
the thing is, though, at the end of the day, you know, and this is what I do, you know, congratulate you on, to find a better word for it, is you've taken the step.
Yeah.
When you've made the decision, you say, right, I'm going to do this, and you're going to do it. You know what I mean? And for from my point of view, anyway, that was my big problem. I didn't want to take the step. I was forced into it.
Yeah.
I did take the step. I felt a hell of a lot better for it.
Well, I think being a qualified chef, I think my worst fear is having to throw food away.
Yeah, well, trust me, there'll be enough people out there, even if you don't get people taking you up on your offer. If you want to go, you know, pass a few meals out, I'm sure there'll be plenty of people out there that'll happily come and collect it from you.
Yeah, I'll as I say, I'll see what happens tomorrow. I'll order some disposable plates off of Amazon or something, and I'll make some up and try and get somebody to come and pick them up if they can.
Yeah. But yeah, from my point of view, mate, keep up the good work.
Thank you.
What you're doing is, you know, and also with your mental health, if you ever need anything, you shout me. You know, because I've been where you are, so you know, I say this to everybody. You know, don't sit there and suffer alone. Give a shout out. But on the terms of whether like the police and stuff, keep up the good work, mate, because you're doing a cracking job.
Well, I've obviously not been so active this year. Obviously, since the stroke and whatnot. But I'm hoping in the new year. This is why I'm doing these live streams to try and get me back on track a bit. So hopefully, you know, not so long into the new year, I'll be back and I'll be putting out some more content. But if I can help anybody, like this person you've recommended to speak to me, and as I say, I've got their email. If I can help people like that and do stories in that respect, I think that would be really good for the channel as well. So.
Well, I'm saying, to me, this is the big problem. This is why I'll be honest with you. I've been following you for a while, but this is why I recommended to contact you. Is because there's no way you can turn. Because everywhere you do turn, I think this is the problem with the situation the way it's built. Is everywhere you do turn, they look at the previous places you've been to and who you previously dealt with.
Yeah.
And you know, they say, oh no, for example, the crime commission has dealt with this, so I'm not touching it as an MP. Are you with me?
Yeah.
Nobody's got the bottle to stand up and say, hang on a minute, you know, what's going on? You know, clearly there's a problem here. Why hasn't X, Y, Z dealt with it? It's just easier to say, go away, we're not dealing with you.
Well, when it comes to the police, the reason they don't want to say they're wrong, because then it interferes with the public perception of them. Now, if they were honest, you know, I've said this before, if I make a mistake on here, okay, I will always rectify that, whether it's a second video or whatever it might be. I'll always come back and I'll say, do you know what, I made a mistake, and I'll say it and I'll put it right. When it comes to the police, they see that as weakness, which is why when you get stopped by the police and they, for example, when I got arrested in 2 years ago now in February, I can't remember, February, I got arrested outside a local police station. Now, the copper turned around and tried to use a defunct terrorism act on me. It had been repealed for about 10 years. And I called him out on it. I made him look a twat. And because of that, they ganged up, 8 of them ganged up on me and ended up nicking me for causing alarm. Basically, well, for being a nuisance is what they arrested me for, because I wouldn't give my details. But yeah, you know, they balls up. They, instead of coming out and saying, okay, look, do you know what, I fucked up, instead of that, they make it sound like they're doing you a favour rather than actually stepping up and apologising.
Yeah, and I think that's the problem with the system.
Yeah.
Because we get a lot more respect if they did come out occasionally and say, okay, we screwed up.
Oh, of course.
You know, we'll learn from it. They wait until, perfect example, I say, and I do go back to, because, you know, I've thrown it out a lot for various things that I talk to people about and whatnot. It's the thing that happened at the football ground. You know, the people involved in that and the families that have had to fight for years.
Yeah.
Get them to even admit that they screwed up, you know what I mean? And it was there in black and white on the news feeds that screwed up. It couldn't be argued. Well, I had to turn around and say, we screwed up, we're sorry, you know, which would have got a lot more respect in my opinion anyway.
Yeah. Well, Lynn, in the comments there, Lynn Hire Me Harrison has just said this is why the copper that nicks you never apologises. It's always a higher rank. And it's the same with what you're saying about the Hillsborough, I believe you're talking about there. It's never the copper that was to blame that will apologise. It's always somebody else. You know, and it's always somebody trying to cover for their buddies. Even if they're apologising, they still do it in a way that tries to cover their actions, and it's wrong. They just need to say, look, do you know what? That person fucked up on a monumentous scale, so we've got rid of them. Right, but we'll work so that doesn't happen again.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You don't even have to get rid of them. Obviously for the Hillsborough, yeah, I agree. But it's like if you get nicked wrongly, you know, what you get nicked, and then they say, right, we're dropping the charges, go away type thing. They kick you out of the station.
Yeah.
And this is that first experience, and then that's the end of the matter.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. They
4 weeks later, you're sitting on tender hooks, and they put a letter through saying, we're not taking it any further.
They try and make out that they're doing you a favour. That's the thing, you know. It's like my no further action for my arrest. Now they arrested me for not giving my details. When I got to the police station, I gave my details. I wouldn't have, but I had 2 dogs here at the time, and I needed to get back. Otherwise, I'd have sat there for 24 hours. I had nothing better to do. But I gave my details. At which point the offence was over. They should have let me go, but they didn't. They locked me in a cell for further 3 hours. This is 2 years ago. I'm still fighting that at the moment. Okay. Now, even though a month later they turned around and said, right, no further action. But no, there was no. Okay, look, we apologise for what happened. You know, we should have let you go at the time. Now, even if I win my case against them, the chances are all I'm going to get is maybe a bit of compensation, but no apology. Or even if I get an apology, it won't be from the copper itself. It'll be from somebody else.
Yeah, somebody's not interested in the case. Just been paid to say sorry.
And it means nothing.
But that's what gets me with the police. And to be honest with you, it gets me with local authorities and everything else like that as well. I would have more respect for people like that if you turned around and said, look, we've had a bad day. You got the brunt of it. We're very sorry. You know, get yourself away and we'll say no more about it. I'd have more respect for him if they did that. Because we all have bad days. You have bad days, I have bad days, everybody has bad days.
Of course.
You know what I mean? And to me, they get more respect for it, but they won't. And that's a bit I'll be honest, as I say, being both sides of the fence, I can never get my head round. Because every time I used to get nicked when I was a little hooligan, I was good friends with a local inspector in there. Yeah. And if I went in and if I'd done it, like someone give somebody an ID or something and I'd done it, I'd go in and go, yeah, it's me, I've done it. And he'd go, right, okay, and he'd get me in and out within an hour and a half. Charge me, bail me out, bring me out the door. If I hadn't done it, I'd go in and I'd be kicking off. I'd be like, no, you can get stuffed, I'm not admitting it. Yeah. You know, and I haven't done it. And again, the same inspector would come down and go, have you done it? No, I haven't. Right, get out then.
We never, when I was growing up, we never heard of a no further action when I was growing up. You got arrested because they had the proof that you did something wrong. So they'd nick you, you'd get a clip round the ear roll, shall we say. You'd either nick you or to get a clip round the ear roll, but they wouldn't just arrest you just so they could put it on their fucking spreadsheet. They would arrest you for the simple fact that you'd done something wrong. You know?
Exactly.
And as I say, back then there was no such thing, as far as I'm aware of a no further action. It was a case of we've arrested you because you've actually done something wrong, and we've got the proof for it in most cases. And that was the end of it. And because of that, we had more respect for the police.
Exactly.
You know?
And now that's what's missing. There's too many jobs for us.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, but yeah, I'll let you enjoy the rest of your evening. I'm going to carry on listening and watching.
All right,
I just
then.
start to touch base with you and say to you, first of all, we had it and say the thing tomorrow. Good on you. Proud of you, mate. You know what I mean? And I think
Thank
more
you.
people should, join yourself. And the second point is we have you doing the help for the police and stuff. Nothing but respect from this end of the country, because at the end of the day, more people like you that we need, rather than the jobs worth that sit there and think they can, fix the world by keyboard warrior, we will say.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that, and I appreciate you calling in for the first time as well. So, I was doing these every weekend. Whether I go back to doing them every weekend after Christmas, or whether I do them a bit more or a bit less often.
Yeah.
But you're always welcome to come on, and it'd be nice to talk to you again.
Yep, you too, mate. Have a good Christmas yourself,
And
as I
yourself.
say, just keep smiling. That's all you can do in this world.
And you, my friend.
All right, friend.
All right, take care now. Nice when you get phone calls like that. I mean, most of my phone calls are nice phone calls. Don't get me wrong. So I appreciate majority. Well, I appreciate all the calls that I get. And it's nice when you get one that praises you a bit. Not trying to be big-headed or anything like that, but when people say things like that, it makes you feel that what you're doing is, generally worthwhile doing. And that helps to keep pushing on, so to speak. So thank you again for phoning in. Need to rearrange the lights. What, these ones you mean? Or that one? Yeah, what, them ones you mean? Do you know what's happened? It's fallen down. That's what it's happened. I've only just realised where is it? This one here, this string here, or there, actually supposed to go round the top and down the side of the flag, but the cat must have been up there and pulled them down. So I will sort that out, but I'm not doing it now because it means I've got to stand up and you'll see my fat arse. Apologies if you're phoning on Skype. I've got fucking hell about 12 missed calls here on Skype. I can't. Excuse me, I can't answer that whilst I'm on another call. So my apologies there. Here we go. We've got another one coming in. Hello.
Sorry, pal. Am I live? Did I get through? All right, aye?
Yeah, this is Dan. Yeah.
Okay, cool, man. My name's Johnny. I'm a first-time caller, pal. I've followed your show for a number of years, but I've got a question. I'll try and make it brief because it's a bit of a story.
Right.
But I'll tell you what's happened. I'm homeless just now, but how it came about was I was sharing a house, a 3-bedroom house, with my landlord and this other idiot that was in the 3rd bedroom.
Okay.
And he was an alcoholic, and anyway, about a year ago, he came in really seriously drunk one night, and he kicked my bedroom door open, threw a glass at me. I mean, it missed maybe inches, this vodka glass. And well, what happened was I basically had defended myself, so I had to try and get out of my room, because he was kicking off, he was hurling abuse at me, screaming at me, So I barged past him, through him, give him a good nudge. I mean, I didn't hit him, to get out of the room, basically, to get out of the house. And so what happened is I think my dog followed me down the stairs really quickly, and I managed to lock myself in the kitchen, right?
Okay.
So what happened is I'm in the kitchen holding the door shut. Well, I won't say his name, but the drunk he was kicking on the door trying to get in. So I've not had a clue. Like, I'm at point. It's getting quite loud and hysterical. The house is getting damaged. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so what's happened is, I never had my mobile, but I picked up the house phone, and my landlord's name work number was on one of the speed dial things. So I was able to phone my landlord, and I was like, I said to my landlord, I was like, listen to this, listen to what's happening here. He could actually hear the boy kicking on the door, hurling abuse at me, like, it was really, really loud and violent. So I said to my landlord, I was like, what do you want me to do about this, man? He was like, just phone the police. This is not the first time. Apparently, he had an episode like before I had moved in.
Right.
This guy had lived there before me, you see. So basically, he said, just phone the police. He's obviously drunk. He's an idiot. Do you know what I mean? If you can't calm him down, just try and get out and phone the police.
Yeah.
So I've shouted to the guy through the door. I was like, look, man, I've got the landlord on the phone, and he's telling me to phone the police. So you need to fucking calm down. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, or this is what's happening, basically. Yeah. So anyway, in order to, he was steaming drunk. He was hurling abuse, but he's obviously heard me. It went quiet for a few seconds. So while it went quiet, I managed to. I basically ran out the back door. I jumped over the fence. I knew the neighbours quite well, so I tapped on my neighbour's door, and they had heard all the hassle. And so I've used their phone to phone the police, because I never had my mobile in my room. So I phoned the police, right, and the police have came out to see me while I was in my neighbour's house. And so anyway, long story short, what happened is, the police have said to me, look, pal, the problem is, he phoned the police first, right? So he's obviously taking what he was obviously quite with it. He wasn't maybe as drunk as I maybe thought he was, or he was making it.
Yeah.
Because he has phoned the police first, and it could only have been like a couple of minutes. It was literally over the fence, tapped the door, and the lady next door let me use the phone right away.
Yeah, yeah.
So it was literally 2 or 3 minutes. And so because what's happened is, the boy, because he has phoned the police first, the police now want to charge me, because he has got apparently had a bruise on his face where I've assaulted him. He's made it to the police that I've assaulted him. And it was only me and him in the house, me, him and my dog in the house. So he's phoned the police and said that I was at my face kicking off, it was me that done all the damage, and he wanted to charge me. Now, there was no witnesses, but the problem is, I've became home, I had to run away to police station, because I am not getting charged for this. I'm refusing to take charges for this. Do you know what I mean? It's ridiculous. I mean, the police, they were really on me, man. They were like, at the end of the day, he phoned the police first, it's out of your hands as well. So, So they have been coming back to my ex-landlords, because I've moved out now, but they've been going back trying to get me there. Do you know what I mean? I'm in communication with my landlord, but I don't live there. So I was going to move back about 6 months ago, because I was sleeping rough for about 3 months, and I was going to, like, we were talking, because the other boy, he had moved out, he had obviously got flung out, but I've been, so basically I went down to London for a wee while, and I've been homeless now for a year.
Right.
Is it right? I mean, they want to charge me with assault because I defended myself, but because he phoned the police first. I mean, have I got a leg to stand on? Because they keep, apparently my landlord's telling me that, my ex-landlord, he's telling me that they're coming back to the house at least once a month, looking for me.
The problem that we have, sorry to interrupt you there.
Yeah.
The problem that we have is when an incident occurs and somebody phones the police, rather than the police turning up and establishing what's happened, which is their job, they turn up on the side of the person that's called the police. Okay, then they'll arrest the other person. Rather than establishing the facts, they'll arrest the person that the allegation's been made against first, Then they'll take that person away. They'll deal with that person, and they'll almost as though they'll try. I don't really want to use the word pin it on that person, but their focus is on that person. Okay.
Yes, I believe the only reason I wasn't actually taken away that night is because I had the dog, and because my neighbour had heard all the commotion, and it was like my neighbour was trying to back me up, so they then had to go and speak to the other guy. They had to go and speak to him. So, so they went through and told me to stay there, and that's when I legged it. Basically, I was off on my toes because it was a joke. Do you know what I mean? I honestly couldn't believe what I was hearing. So yeah, and basically I've been on the run ever since.
I mean, when I was younger, I remember. I mean, I had fights with people and stuff like that. I was an absolute tosspot when I was a kid. Big chip on my shoulder. Used to drink a lot, and I'd go out and I would cause trouble purposely. All right. Yeah. It's nothing I'm proud of.
Yeah. I was an idiot when I was younger.
But it's what I did. I'll put my hands up to it. Now, when I used to get in a fight and the police turned up and we're still scrapping, we'd both get nicked. No matter who said first, it was him, not me. We'd both get nicked. We'd both get taken away. We'd both get interviewed. They'd look at both statements, any evidence, and then they'd make a decision as to who was to blame. Nowadays, they don't do that. It's almost as though they're frightened to do that. I don't know why, but they tend to. You phone them up now, they'll be on the side before they even arrive at the incident. They're on the side of the person that's phoned up because maybe whatever mindset they're in, but they seem to be on that person's side when they turn up. They'll arrest the person that the allegation's made against, which then gives the person who's potentially to blame time to get rid of any evidence or to run away or any of that stuff. There was an issue with, and I don't like talking about him too much on this channel, but there was an issue with Tommy Robinson a while back in Centre Parks.
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember that? Yeah.
What you're talking about, yeah.
Okay, so I'm not going to go into it in detail.
No,
but
I think that I know the full story of
that. But his daughter alleged that she got touched. Yeah. Okay.
And they charged Tommy with assault.
Yeah, he went to the bloke.
Because he was trying to keep the people there. And
they left the guy there. The guy that was accused of touching the girl was left at the place, and he could have gone away and got rid of any evidence or any of that stuff.
That's right. That was disgusting.
Unfortunately it happens. There's nothing really we can do about it. We've got to hope that the evidence is on our side in respects. If there's no evidence, then you can't really get charged with anything.
This is one of the reasons that it's actually I'm still shocked. And my landlord, he has explained to the police the last time they came. I believe it was 6 or 7 weeks ago. Was the last time they came, because I was going to move back in for Christmas because a room came up again,
Yeah.
And we were talking about it, and I phoned him. I found out the room was empty, and I was like, "Wait, can I move back in?" The guy's going there now, because me and the landlord, I lived there for 3 years, and we got on great. He's a gentleman, a real gentleman, a scholar, but he's an older man, 70-year-old now, So, but he has explained to the police that the other tenant has been kicked out because of that incident. I mean, it was nearly a year ago now.
Yeah.
And he's trying to defend me. He said that he explained to the police that the guy had previous, he had alcohol issues. The neighbours confirmed that, I was there. And I mean, but the police are still adamant that they're wanting me. And honestly, I'm shocked. I'm
right. So
they're still chasing me after 11 or 12 months now.
So what is it? What exactly do they want to charge you with?
They want to charge me with assault, and it's only assault. I mean, that's I've done a lot worse when I was younger, but I've never been in prison. I was a bit innovative like yourself, I had quite severe mental health when I was younger.
Right.
Bipolar disorder. So, I had anger issues until I was 25 myself, and I stopped drinking for I was at least 10 years. I was completely sober, because I was violent when I was young, So, I did have a little bit previous when I was young, But this has been on, like, I'm shocked at how long they're dragging it on now. I was like, I kind of thought that if I went on the run, they would forget about it in a few months. You know what I mean? And it would all be good. Because I didn't even want to talk to them. Just, I hate them. I hate them. Honestly, yeah. So I was just like, is there a time limit that they can keep this going for? Or can they keep this going indefinitely?
If it's a non-indictable crime, generally they need to get you in front. I believe it's in front of a judge within 6 months, if I remember rightly.
Oh, is that right? Aye. Well, I'm in Scotland. It's the same laws up here,
it may be slightly different. I'm not 100% sure off the top of my head, but down here, if it's a non-indictable crime, as far as I'm aware, they need to get you in front of a judge within 6 months.
Right.
From what you're saying, well, it wouldn't hurt to speak to a brief. Now, from what you're saying, it's a common assault. If all he had was a little bruise, it sounds to it sounds to me like a potential common assault, which generally isn't imprisonable anyway. I mean, you can get up to 6 months if it go in a magistrate's court, but that's unlikely.
I did him a bit of a fair job with my elbow as I kind of pushed him out the way. I did go at him. I had to get him rid of me. And I was concerned about my dog as well, so I had to kind of keep him in the corner while my dog ran down the stairs.
Yeah.
So I won't lie, I did hit him. But I was defending myself, mate. I mean, he was like, he really came at me, And I was very lucky, actually. If that glass had hit my face,
No,
I mean, I could have
you was
lost
on
my
the phone.
life.
You was on the phone to your landlord at the time, was you?
Well, when I got to the kitchen, when I managed to lock myself in the kitchen, that's when I phoned my landlord, because the landline in the kitchen had hidden in speed there, you see.
Right.
Because my mobile phone, I left that in the bedroom because I just wanted to get out of there.
Okay.
So, so I contacted my landlord, and he just says, phone the police. So that's what I done. I ran out. The door was getting broken because the guy was kicking on the door so much that it was actually starting to break in half. So that's when I ran out the back door, jumped the fence to the neighbour's house to use her phone to phone the police because, like I said, I never had my mobile. So,
okay.
Yeah, I mean, the guy wrecked 2 doors. There was a hole in the wall. It was crazy. It's crazy.
Do you have any? Do you have? I don't mean to put your, to sound like I'm being picky or anything. Do you have any evidence of that? Have you got photos or anything like that?
Yeah, it was just me and him in the house.
Right.
Basically,
but do you have any photos of the damage, or if the police turned up, did the police see the damage?
My landlord has got. The last time he came, he explained. I'm hoping that because my landlord explained to the police the last time that he had flung him out for all of this and stuff. So I'm kind of hoping that it goes away now. Now that my landlord has, explained the situation and explained that the guy has been flung out for it. You know what I mean? And he's just very lucky that I never charged him for the damages.
Yeah.
My landlord did go into that. So I'm kind of hoping that's it. Kind of done now, but I'm still on the run, basically.
Well, it sounds to me like
I'd be able to get some compensation if I was able to prove that, because I mean I was literally homeless, sleeping rough for 3 months, because that was my choice. But
it's unlikely. It's unlikely. They're going to say, "Well, you should have come forward." That's what they're going to say. So it's unlikely. I'm just being honest with you. Do you know what I mean? Now, from what it sounds like, this guy, and I want to be careful what I say because I don't want to prejudice anything, but it sounds like the guy, all he's got is his account what's happened. You've got your account of what's happened. You've got your landlord who was on the phone to you for some of it, who could possibly give a statement for you on your behalf. You've got the damage to property, which the landlord would obviously need to, should have, if he hasn't already. It depends how long ago this was. He needs to make a complaint about the damage.
When he was flung out and stuff, so there was footage, and I have to no say names, but my landlord, he did explain all this to the police.
Right.
That there was money, a lot of money was involved, because obviously the guy never paid rent, he lost the deposit, he had to replace doors, all that. So should I, if I get in touch with the police then, one last question then, very quickly, if I get in touch with the police, should I maybe do it over the phone? Would you recommend that?
They're going to ask you, whatever happens, they're going to ask you to go in. Okay, they're going to ask you.
Yeah.
They're going to arrest you. I'll tell you that now. They will arrest you.
Right.
Okay.
Right. You see,
But
I have bipolar, and I really that's the reason I've not put my hand.
right.
To them yet,
Then the best thing to
really
do
can't
then.
handle them, you know?
The best thing to do, and I'm not trying to frighten you when I say they're going to arrest you,
No.
but they will arrest you.
Yeah. They take me in for questioning.
Yeah.
They want to see me.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what you're saying, yeah.
They might turn around to you and say, "Come in for a voluntary interview," and if you go for a voluntary interview, they might arrest you then. But from what you know, I'm just being honest with you from my point of view. I would go and see a brief. Okay. Obviously, I'm not legally trained and I can't give you advice as such. I can just sort of tell you what I would do in a situation. I would go and see a brief. I would explain to the brief. I would get the landlord to write a letter for me. Okay. You know, explaining what had happened, what he heard, what he saw after the event, for example.
Right.
Take that with you
he was
to.
in touch with the landlord and that, I suppose, and stuff.
Right, take all of that to the brief with you and say, look, this is a situation. I've not been in because of my my mental health issues. I've been fucking shit scared. I don't know what they're going to do to me. So I went. I disappeared because my arse fell out. They will no doubt get in touch with the police for you and arrange to go down there with you. And they will be there with you, hopefully tell you not to say anything during interview and then prepare a written statement.
I've been a good boy for so many years now, man, you know what I mean? And like, life is good. I really, my landlord is amazing. He's a gentleman and a scholar. He really is, I mean, and it's putting him in a situation as well. And I've had enough of it now, basically, and I know that I am being silly in it, and I'm not trying to make excuses for, with my mental health, but in fact, I do have bipolar, and that is a part of it, but I think this is going to be my New Year's resolution, is to actually get this sorted, it's not just for my sake, but for the landlord's sake, because it really is disgusting.
Let me just say, let me just say to you, if they arrest you, the chances of them keeping you in for a prolonged period is remote, in my opinion. If they arrest you, they'll arrest you to interview you. Okay, they might stick you in a cell for a couple of hours. You might be in a cell for a couple of hours, all right. But the chances of you being in the cell for a long time are remote. Not completely, vanished. But in my opinion, it's remote. They're going to get you in. They want to question you. Once they've done that,
I get that. I get what you're saying. Yeah.
With a solicitor there, a solicitor should be able to get you out straight away anyway.
Yeah, of course, right. No, I mean, listen, I just wanted to maybe share my story a little bit because it is disgusting the way the police go in this country,
Yeah.
And it's like you mentioned Tommy earlier on, the way they've treated him and what they've done to him, it's a joke. They are disgusting. And I've been to a couple of the protests, and I've actually. I've been following you for quite a while now, man, and you do a great job, man. Honestly, you're a legend. So,
thank you.
No, seriously, and you've given me a wee bit of peace of mind tonight, if nothing else. Do you know what I mean? And I'm going to make it done. I'm going to sort this shit in New Year and just face them because it's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke that it's even carrying on this long. Like you said, in England, it's 6 months. So I'm interested to find out more about that as well. So I'm going to speak to a lawyer. It's going to be my first time on January the 3rd or whatever. So. Right.
Well, I'll never.
I'll let you get going. Have a very Merry Christmas.
Honestly,
you really do a great job and you help a lot of people, man.
Well, just before you go, I'll never. How can I put it? I won't sugarcoat it in a sense that I won't tell you what you want to hear. Which is why I said to you the chances of them arresting you are high. But
I'm sure that's one of the reasons that your followers love you, man. Is because you are.
As I say, on the flip side of that, the chances of them keeping you in is going to be relatively low, especially if you've got a brief and you've got evidence from your landlords and stuff.
If I approach it in the right manner with a solicitor and the evidence and my landlord backing me up and stuff, which he will, my landlord will, because he'd take it as well. I mean, I think there's been like 5 or 6 times in the last 11 months or something, it's ridiculous. Every time I think about moving back in, because he just doesn't need to handle, he's 7-year-old, still works, just doesn't need the hassle. You know what I mean? And he doesn't deserve it. So I'll give him a wee bit of peace of mind. I'm going to message him and tell him that we're going to deal with this in January, and I'm sure he'll be happy with that. So
no worries.
Yeah, no, I appreciate your honesty, man.
No worries.
Really
well, listen, keep us informed. Keep us informed. Let us know how you get on.
Yeah, well, yeah, I've got your email. My email is boozydaddy@gmail, so you'll recognise that.
No worries.
And I'll definitely keep in touch with man. And let you know how it goes.
All right, man. Well, listen, enjoy Christmas as best you can.
Yeah, man. Well, I'm staying with my wee brother, so we're doing all right.
No worries.
I'm technically homeless, but I'm at my wee brother's for a couple of months now, so we're all good.
All right, my friend.
So, all right, my man. So,
all right, you take it easy.
Thanks, man. Thanks, man.
All right, bye now. Bye. Right, guys, you have to excuse me for a minute. I've bust in for a piss. So I'm going to leave you with some 70s porn music, I think, and I'll be back in just a few moments. Here he is. He was actually asleep behind the door. Not on the chair, not on the sofa behind me, but actually on the door. Behind the door. Weren't you, mate? Hey? So Merry Christmas to everybody. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Huh? Go on in. So, anyway, listen, guys, I'm so sorry about the this whole phone-in thing, the way that I'm having to do it. I don't know what is going on. But we've got another call coming in here as well, I think. Yeah, well, we did have. Why is it not showing up? Oh, here we go. Hello.
Hello, Dan. How you doing, mate?
Hello, mate. How are you?
It's Ian. You all right?
Yeah, I'm good. You?
Yeah, not too bad. Not
Good
too
stuff.
bad.
I recognised your voice.
Hey?
I recognised your voice.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to go into too much about it until them arseholes have done their thing, 'cause it might be a bit incriminating. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah, man.
anyway, Dan, what I was thinking, right?
Go on.
I'm a firm believer of all this, whatever you have, with anything you have done to yourself, right? Never have it done just because your mates are having it done or you're told to have it done, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
A lot of these idiots are doing. They're just saying, "Oh, here's my arm, go on." My mate's had it done, which you have to know. You have to listen to both sides of the story. make your own mind up.
Absolutely.
Right? But I wonder how many people know that there is a government vaccination compensation scheme.
There is, absolutely. I think the problem is, just to interject a little bit, the reason that they've given the immunity, strange word to use, but they've given immunity to the pharma companies, and they use the vaccination compensation program. And I think personally it's because they can get away with giving less. If you sued the pharma company, you're talking no doubt millions.
Yeah.
But because the government are covering it, and you've got all these government agencies that are involved with the government, you've got the court system and everything else, they can get away with giving people less money for the hardships and the trauma that they might have to go through should there be any issues. That's my opinion. I think that's why they do it.
Well, yeah, because I remember, because all of the farmers, the big pharma that are producing this damn so-called coronavirus vaccine, they've actually been given immunity from damages.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, by near enough most courts in the land, which is absolutely stupid. And I never knew about this compensation scheme, and it's a government thing. I think it's 120k, isn't it?
I'm not sure what the limit is on it, but it's something I've known about for quite a while. As I say, I've had time to think about it, and that's why I think that that's my opinion on it. I think it's because they can get away with giving you less because it's the government.
Well, yeah, but it's not just for this virus. It's for any vaccine that you have.
Yes.
That any doctor in the NHS gives you. Apparently there's a catch to it. You have to be over 50% disabled, which as we've seen, there's loads of people that have either died or been totally disabled because of this damn virus, vaccine thing. And the biggest problem is if you're on benefits, then it's going to come off your fucking benefits. Pain in the arse, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah. Again, if it was a case of suing the company itself, the damages would be unlimited, as in they can award you anything that the court sees fit. But with it being the government and they put the caveat of a particular limit on it, it means that personally, I think this is all to do with the backhanders that I think they get.
I think it is. I think
the big pharma, pharma is probably one of, if not the most, well, apart from land ownership, is the biggest industry in the world, and the amount of money that these places make, and they have government officials on the board of directors or on the board of advisors and stuff like that, getting a big fat wage. They all get fucking brown envelopes under the table. Absolutely no doubt about that at all, in my mind. And therefore, when it comes to this particular scheme, if Pfizer, for example, and we'll use Pfizer as an example. Pfizer, if you're watching, first of all, fuck you. But secondly, this, I'm not suggesting this is an actual case scenario. But let's say Pfizer turns around to the government and says, listen, we could get fucked for this, right? So if we give you £500 million or £1 billion or whatever, right, which is nothing compared to what they're earning, you cover us, you give, the government turn around and go, okay, we'll give 120k per claim, and whatever's left over, we can fucking pocket, we can share out at the for our Christmas party. Do you know what I mean? Like tips, right? You're working in a fucking catering industry and you get tips, and at Christmas it all gets shared out. As I say, my opinion only, so I'm not suggesting that I've got any evidence of this as such, up to you to make your own minds up, but that's what I think is the situation. I think that's why they do it, and I think that's how they do it.
I mean, it's like, because for the big pharma, they call this vaccine, well, you want to call it a vaccine, they call it a blockbuster, right? Because I don't know if for years, things like Pfizer and GmbH, is it?
Yeah.
They have been lobbying they've been lobbying us, especially, to, beta blockers to help you with your cholesterol.
Yeah.
Beta blockers. They've actually been trying to get us government to actually make it mandatory that every damn GP gives it to anyone, no matter whether they've got cholesterol or not.
Right.
But our courts turn around and say, no, that ain't happening. And I reckon this is the same thing. They've seen this. They've sort of jumped on the bandwagon. Because how do we know this? What they're giving is, how do we know it's nothing? It could be just water for all we bloody know.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, absolutely. Well, this is the thing with this particular, this current vaccine, is because it's still in trial phase, and how they get some of their data is by giving some people placebos. They have to. They've got to do that. You can't get around. They can't give everybody the vaccine and come up with statistics on how effective it is or isn't. They have to give people placebos as well. So some people could potentially be getting a placebo and then die, because I'm just saying this is what could happen. Some people would say, and I respect everyone's opinion. Some people will say that the COVID won't fucking kill you. I personally, I believe it's the same as the flu, and the flu can kill some people depending on what their immune system's like. That's my view. And the same with coronavirus. I think it's the same thing. Some people will be affected, some people will die, Omicron, Delta, whatever you want to call it, because maybe they've got a mutation in their genes, that is not picked up by their medical records or anything like that could affect how they react to something to do with the virus. But if you're giving some people placebos because they're still trialing this until 2023, then you are complicit in murdering people in that respect. You're giving them something that is supposed to help them, supposed to save them, and yet they're going to go on and die. But they can't get away with not doing. They can't get away with not giving placebos as well during this testing period. But nobody knows what they're getting, whether they're getting a vaccination or whether they're getting some saline.
Yeah, just not on. I mean, people. I don't know if I've mentioned this before. Months and months ago, people have seem to have forgot. They seem to have quite short memories nowadays.
Yeah.
I remember, because my sister was affected by it. I see it. I'm reminded of it every single day. The thalidomide.
Yeah.
Business. And all it took was one pill, because the reason why a lot of people were affected by that is because back then, you didn't have the money to go to your GP and whatever. You just went to your family member and said, "Oh, do you remember them pills?"
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've got some of them left. And all it took was one, and everyone and people were warned that this, because one of the antivirals that the government are talking about, which one thing the government, I can't remember which one it is, they don't tell you that it is actually classed as a mutagenic.
Yeah.
And I think I wouldn't let any of my family go anywhere near it. Well, they're talking about. I heard on
go on.
Couple of days ago. Stupid.
I was in a taxi earlier. I had to go to the shop, and I can't walk there, so I had to get in a taxi. And the taxi driver, he had his mask on, and that, fair enough. We're not going to knock anybody for wearing a mask if that makes them feel safe. And he started going on about I don't understand why people won't take the vaccination. And I didn't get into it with him because I was nearly at my place to jump out. But I sat there and I thought to myself, "You fucking moron! You're not looking at the bigger picture. You're being force-fed information that is leading you down a certain path. For example, most people that have had the vaccination probably don't know that Pfizer has had billions of pounds worth of fines.
Of course they have.
absolutely billions of pounds worth of fines for lying or for whatever it might be. Not just fines, you know, all the companies would have had fines at some point or another, you know, pharma companies. But when you tell them, their mind is, they're so twisted at the moment with the narrative that they'll go, oh, there must be a good reason for it. Well, yeah, there is a good reason. They fucked up. You know, they lied. That's the reason. It's as good as any. Oh no, there must be more to it than that. And they're so deep in their own, you know,
In their own reality.
in their own reality. Exactly. They're so deep in it that nothing sort of penetrates and resonates with them, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's like a woman that a girl that I knew. She wanted to take it more and whatever. I said, nah, not really. And she's gone in because her mother passed away about 6-7 months ago. She's into all this spiritualism stuff, right? And exactly so that you cannot, no matter what you say to her, to try and, you know, where's the evidence? What, you know? And they just, even though they turn around and actually confirm what you're saying, they just won't have it. It's so ingrained.
Well, I've got a family WhatsApp group. One of my sisters put in there about going to see my mum and dad tomorrow. Now I live too far away to go and see them anyway, but she was going, oh yeah, she goes, I was going to come and see you tomorrow. Her youngest son has tested positive for COVID. He's in bed, he's not feeling very well. She had a test and she's fine. So I said to her, well, that doesn't make sense. If he's got COVID and you're sharing a house with him, every single one of you should have it. His two brothers and you should have COVID.
According to what they say, it's highly infectious.
Exactly. You know, you're not going to live in a house with somebody that's got COVID and not get COVID if it's, you know, what they say it is. But do you know what? I've had no response from anybody. I've said that doesn't make sense. How can you not have it? And he has. But then she started putting down, oh yeah, I've had my 2 jabs and my booster. I've got to see what, you know, I've got to take another test tomorrow to see if I can come round and see your mum and dad and all this, that and the other. And I could get into an argument with them and fall out. I'm not going to. Do you know what I mean? I know what I think, and you know, and I feel bad for people that have been funneled into this particular way of thinking. But I certainly won't be getting any jab. Absolutely not. I mean, you know, if I have to get a jab because, you know, for example, when I had my stroke, I had to have a jab. I had to have what's it called? I had to be thrombolyzed, and that's it's like a jab. Put something into your blood that waters your blood down. If I'm in that situation, then fine. I'll have something that's been tested and known to work in 99.9% of cases. But I'm not having, I'm not going to be thrombolyzed on the off chance I'm going to have a stroke.
No point.
Do you know what I mean? It's like taking blood thinners on the off chance that you might, you know, if you've got bad health, then fine. But if you're healthy, and the doctor turns around and say, right, you've got to take blood thinners, but if you cut yourself, you might bleed to death. You're going to go, no, fuck you.
No, you can't. It's like people, children, from what I know, probably only about 0.000 something percent of children has only died from this, because it doesn't really affect children.
Yeah, that's right.
It affect them. And yet adults turn around and think, oh well, because the government say, oh, give your healthy kids a damning vaccine for something that is never going to cause them a problem.
Yeah.
I don't get it. And like, how many? Because the computer that old Bill's got, last summer, I actually done a freedom of information to all forces. I think someone here might have done one or what have you. Since the start of this pandemic, how many frontline officers have died from this virus? And to be honest,
99% of the places will say none. There may be a few. There may be a few, but considering how public facing they are, and how much they like to wear their fucking mask on their chin, you would assume, based on what we're being force fed, that they are some of the most at risk people.
Yeah.
But they're not.
Yeah. They don't. I mean, MPs. When was it? Have you heard of an MP that's died from this virus? No.
No, I think at the beginning, I think there was one that they said that I remember. I can't remember who he was, but I'm sure I remember. Somebody watching this, 101 viewers, somebody might remember. At the beginning of all of this, year and a half ago, whatever it was, an MP supposed to have died from COVID.
I bet all these arseholes, I bet all these rich fuckers like old Alan Sugar and what have you. I bet they're sitting pretty. They're never going to get it. I think this is like a poor man's thing.
Yeah.
The high society never get it. Don't seem to get it.
Look, it's to get. I would suggest some people are saying no MPs. Okay, so maybe I was wrong. I apologise if that's the case. I just have something in my head that tells me that there was somebody that was made out to be an MP. So, oh shit, what was I saying then? No, it's gone. Sorry, apologies.
No, I just don't. I mean, like I say, I would never have a go at anyone for wearing whatever they want. If they makes them feel safe and fine,
Yeah.
Whatever makes them feel safe. But no, I just thought I'd get out there and make sure people know that actually there is a damn compensation scheme, and because like a lot of government, like a lot of things, you try and get money. The government will never put what you can get publicly for. You've got to search for it. And more people know, because I'm pretty sure there's probably some people that are watching this or have watched your videos that have probably had the vaccine and they probably have actually been disabled in some way.
Yeah.
Top to law, but well, I want to ask you quickly, and I'll go let someone else come on.
Okay.
Right. These damn phones, these smartphones, because I never even turned a smartphone on. Right? I just got a crappy 22 quid Tesco phone, right?
So best one to have.
Yeah, expensive and what have you. But what I can't get are the quality of the voice calls. It reminds me. Do you know them string phones you used to have with a kid between your mates? With the tin cans on the end.
Tin can on each end. Yeah.
The quality sounds like that, and I think for like over $1,000, like a lot of these phones cost, like iPhones and what have you. I can get like a 5-year-old motor for that. I don't get why the quality is so poor. Maybe someone out here might know why the damn sound quality is so poor on voice. But it's like I've got my old Nokia 3210 in my drawer.
Maybe
that still works.
Maybe it's because people are more interested in the other ways of staying in contact with people. I mean, yes, we still have phone calls at the moment. How long that's going to last, I don't know. But nearly everywhere takes WhatsApp messages now or Facebook messages. Yeah. And to be fair, I think most people feel more comfortable messaging because they can say what they really mean rather than over the phone. If you're on the phone to somebody, I mean, I don't care. Do you know what I mean? But if you're on the phone to somebody, for example, if you're phoning up to complain about something or phoning the police, for example, the police, have got all their spiel, worked out what they're going to say to you. They've had years of practice, and you might feel uncomfortable talking to the police because they're going to talk you down or talk you out of what you want to do. But in a message, it's different because you've got time to think about what you're saying. You can read what you've said before you send it, and I think more people are prepared to connect in other ways than they are face to face or on the phone call on a live phone call, which is sad, really. But
I mean, as is all in a sense that I like to talk, especially if I'm complaining, because I mean, black words on a white background.
Yeah.
Just black words on a white background. By actually listening to someone's voice, you can understand how they're being affected by if it's a complaint.
Yeah.
You can't do that on the thing.
Well, you can tell from their. I mean, I said something to somebody on Facebook earlier, and their response to me, I felt that they felt that my previous comment was a dig. So I had to say, listen, I said, in my head, I heard it with the inflection, the sound of my voice in the inflection. So when I said it in my head, it sounded as it was supposed to sound. But when you type it out, it can come across as really, really cold, really, really heartless, really blunt. But just by using the tone of your voice makes a massive difference, as you say. I mean, you could go, oh, fuck off, mate, or you could go, fuck off.
I know, old Bill, they're bloody trying to do me for it.
And there's a big difference.
But it's just freaking crazy. But anyway, I'll let someone else jump on.
No worries, Ian. Listen, thank you for calling in. I hope you have a lovely day tomorrow.
I'm just having a quiet one with the dog. Now I've got no one left now. I just think, well, to be honest, what's the point? I mean, it's just another crappy day and another crappy year to me.
Well, yeah, at least you've got the dog to share a dinner with.
She's got a couple of bones, and I'll probably give her a small.
And do you know what the thing about the dog is? You can tell them all your problems, and they won't go, oh, for fuck's sake.
No, they won't. Yeah. I mean, that's one good thing about a dog. They won't. Animals. They will never judge you like people do.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what you look like. Doesn't matter if you stink. Doesn't matter. They will love you for who you are, not like people.
All right, my man. Listen, have a wonderful day. Give your dog a pat. Give your dog a pat from me.
I will do, Dan. All right, you have a good.
All right,
you have a good tomorrow, yeah.
Take it easy.
Yeah.
Ta-ra, mate.
Bye.
Good night. Good night. Francis, yeah, I know I'm smoking and I'm having a drink, but I smoke daily. I don't drink daily, so with regards to that, I'm okay, and I'm being alright tonight. I'm not even feeding it tonight. Yes, I'm smoking a lot, but do you know what? It's the only real thing that I do that's bad for me. So, fuck it. Well, I've got another call here. Hello, Anonymous. Oh no, hang on. Oh bloody hell! What's going on? Hello.
Hello there, Dan. How are you?
Hello. Who's this?
Dave.
Hello, Dave. I'm all right, mate. Yourself?
Yeah, I'm not so bad. Can I just be very brief?
Of course.
I'm not going to call your names other than Dan.
I've been called
I'm
worse.
trying not to
Go on.
talk crap. I haven't got a whistle to hand. But I just want to say everyone's talking about a Miley Cyrus that doesn't even exist. The majority of people that are supposedly dying from this virus are past the age of life expectancy, they're past the age of 80, and they've all got at least 2 comorbidities. That is probably what's killing them. And on the back of that, the state are pulling out all the stops to promote these clot shots to children and mums to be. And they're not even necessary.
Yeah, absolutely
so you've got to
sickening.
ask yourself a question. If what I'm saying is not some tin hat theory, you've got to ask the question: why are they doing this? Why do they keep locking everyone down, destroying all the small businesses, as they try and introduce a social credit system, otherwise known as a health pass?
Yeah.
And the hate on the TV against those who don't take the poison.
One of these.
Off the scale.
Can you see your screen?
Off the scale. I see it. The untermention.
That's it.
I see it, brother. I see it.
Absolutely sickening.
What I want to say to people, I don't want to cause any hesitancy around the clock shot. I want to cause outright rebellion.
Yeah.
Because what is going on is absolutely disgraceful and diabolical, and it's not being done for health or anything like that. It's a license to print money, and it's a license to control people by nefarious means.
And I don't disagree with you at all.
Merry Christmas.
Just
Dan, what you inhaling there, that cigarette stick,
I know.
is a lot healthier than what they're sticking into children's arms right now.
It probably is.
I hate smoking. I really hate smoking. I think it's vile, but
I do.
You're a
Listen,
grown-up, you can choose your own
I don't like it. I don't like it. I've tried to give up a few times, but because I'm here on my own. Before I was spending all my time doing the videos, so I'm sat here in front of the computer for multiple hours a day.
All right, can I did it myself. I stumped myself down, yeah?
Yeah.
Can I just say to you, it's not as hard as you think. One of your previous callers was maybe talking about depression.
Yeah.
And about taking that first step, and he picked you up for taking a first step on something else. It was about half an hour ago. You might have forgot, I don't know.
No, I remember, yeah.
It might have been just acknowledging that you had some problems and you needed to deal with them, yeah?
Yeah.
It's the same with cigarettes. Once you make that first move, it's a 3-day detox. Well, sorry, it's a 3-day detox, but the 4th day is the worst, if that makes sense. So the first couple of days, you just feel a bit edgy and a bit... Because you're not going through your normal routine of having a smoke when you get up.
Yeah.
Or when you've had a bite to eat and you have a smoke or whatever, you stop doing that. But it's only the cravings only really kick in on day 4, and then they're really intense. But by day 5, they're nearly non-existent.
Well, the way I see it, and I've said this to people as well, is that it's like with drinking. Now, I gave up drinking completely after I got arrested for fighting, being drunk, and I nearly missed. If I'd have got locked up for that, I would have missed my first boy being born. And that was a big enough shock for me to go, right, enough's enough. Now, if I'd have had this stroke, in all fairness, if this stroke would have affected me more than it has, I mean, to be fair, I've got tiredness, I've got weakness, got a bit of brain fog. If it had affected me like most of or everybody else that went into that ward, and I've got to say, I am extremely lucky that I'm the only one that was in that ward over a week period who had literally no symptoms. Everybody else was in there. They had paralysis and stuff. If I'd have been in that situation, that probably would have been enough for me to say, fuck it, I'm definitely not risking this anymore. And I think, unfortunately, in a way, it's unfortunate, I wasn't in that situation, and which is why I'm still smoking. And I don't want to smoke. Don't get me wrong. It's just such a habit. I've tried giving up, and I've gone to the shop for normal stuff, and I've bought cigarettes while I'm there, and I've come out of the shop, and I thought to myself, fuck, I didn't even realise I bought them. It's just the habit of asking, and I do want to give up. I do. I'm not just saying it to.
No, what I'm saying to you is, I can relate to a lot of what you're saying about the cigarettes.
Yeah.
I wanted to give up when I was a kid, really, and I just didn't stop till I was an adult, and an old adult at that. What I'm trying to say to you as well, I don't know how you had your stroke. I don't know what brought that on, whether it just happened sort of.
Yeah, it was a random blood clot.
Right. So it wasn't from a jab, like a flu jab or anything?
No. I had nothing. No. I was actually in the hospital. Right, okay. I actually went into hospital. I actually went into hospital at the time. I was forced to go in because I had a swollen testicle, and they thought it was twisted. Right. So I was actually in the hospital at the time of the first stroke. Right. But that's
Did you say you had a twisted testicle?
No, it was just an infection.
Oh right, okay, all right. And that was the clotting, was it?
Sorry.
Was that as well as the clotting, or was it?
No, well, I had the issue with my balls, and excuse me for being so blunt. I had the issue with my balls. As I went to hospital, whilst I was there, a clot developed somehow, but it was nothing to do with why I was there in the first place.
I see. Okay.
So, but as I say, I wish, in a way, although this sounds really mental, I wish in a way that I had a more pronounced symptoms to having the stroke, because that would probably force me to give up, if that makes sense. Obviously, I don't want to have a stroke, and I don't want to be in that situation again.
But wake-up call, but realising that you should be giving up, but it wasn't a big enough wake-up call to make you give up.
Yeah.
But don't wait for that call to come, because that call can be a very horrible call.
Yes.
In the form of pneumonia or clotting in your lungs, or that kind of thing. Yeah.
Well, I'm more at risk. I'm 50% more likely to get another stroke now, anyway. So.
3-day detox.
Yeah.
To get off the ciggies. It's 3 days, and at least a third of that time you're going to be asleep.
Yeah, it's
So
true.
you can cut that. I think it's about 72 hours. So if you start cutting it down, you go through day one. Say you stop on Monday. Day one, you won't get too many cravings. You just you'll feel a bit of a loose end when you're not going through your normal cigarette routine.
Yeah.
Tuesday, you'll be thinking you'll have mixed feelings. You'll be thinking, hey, I've got through Monday, but you'll have the cravings as well. The third day, you'll have a bit more of the same, and then on the fourth day, that's when a lot of people fold because the cravings just get really intense.
Yeah.
The thing is, they're only thoughts. They're only thoughts saying, "Go on, pick up, have a cigarette, blah blah." Nicotine and all that. That's all it is. But by the Friday, if you start by Friday, if you don't have anything, by Friday, you feel like $1 million. You will be walking on air.
Yeah.
Fresh air, not cigarette air. You will be absolutely full of positivity, and you will be on cloud 9 for a long time afterwards.
It's a
real boost. It's a real antidepressant in itself. Stopping smoking.
I think one of my problems.
How much it'll do for you.
I think one of the problems, and maybe this is me making excuses. I don't know, but I think one of the problems is that I'm on my own. I've got nothing to do at the moment. It's difficult to do the videos. I still haven't got a clear enough mind at the moment to do my daily videos. So I've got nothing to take up my time. If I had some.
You have. No, let me tell you, Dan. You don't see what you've got, because you're sort of, well, it is you, but other people are watching you all the time, and for many people, in different ways, maybe not around smoking, but in many ways, you're inspirational because you're getting up, you're creative, you've just had a stroke, and and all that, and you come back, you bounce back from that, and you're pumping out the content once again, which is good. And a lot of people have never even got to that point of creating stuff and putting it on YouTube and and running a channel and all that. Yeah. And that is absolutely massive to a lot of people. Just to see someone else doing it, doing awe. Doing awe of people. Even if they don't really, there's loads of different channels on there. Some you might like, some you might not. But still, you've got to give respect to the people that are getting off their arse and putting it all together, and in that way, even the people whose content you might not want to or whatever, they are getting up and providing something, maybe other people who are knocking them are not,
Yeah.
And that is very respect, a lot of people really have high regard for that, and you should be able to pat yourself on the back for what you are doing and from where you've just come from, and you're getting back on your feet and doing it. And if you can just let go of this tobacco addiction, if you can just let go of that, and it's really not as hard as you might imagine.
Yeah.
Once you take that first step and you say, all right, come Monday, no matter how I'm feeling, no matter what's going on in the world, I'm not going to smoke. I'm not going to touch it, yeah? If you do that on a Monday, and then do it again, repeat it on a Tuesday, and then by Friday, you'll be free of it all.
Yeah.
And then if you never pick up again, there's no reason to. You'll be absolutely, I swear, you'll be on cloud 9 for months and months and months and months. You'll be absolutely buzzing.
I'll finish the last 5.
Moment, you might not think that's possible. It might seem like a million miles away.
I'll have to finish the last 5 packets I've got in there first.
Yeah, well, smoke 2 at once then. Smoke 2 or 3 at once. It's Christmas, so push the boat out. Smoke 2 or 3 at once. It's like my parents used to give me cigarettes when I was a kid.
Yeah.
He used to give me, because like when you're about 5, 6, 7, you watch your dad smoking and drinking, and you go, Dad, can I have a little bit of your beer and all that?
Yeah.
But my dad really didn't want me to smoke, so he tried, I don't know if it's aversion therapy or what, but he shouldn't have done it, but he gave me cigarettes, yeah?
Right.
He gave me, in their presence, smoke, yeah? Smoke more, it's not going to be sick. Oh, have another, get another blast. And to the point where he was reaching, he was just ripping your throat out, hard drive and all that, And, well, it did work. I mean, I didn't start smoking after that till I was about 9 or 10. So I got 5 years without cigarettes, thanks to my dad. But then I couldn't stop till I was about 40. So that's a long, long period of time smoking. And to be quite honest, it's absolutely horrible, isn't it?
Oh, it is. It makes everything stink. Yeah, of course it is. I mean, I've got air freshener in every room, a Glade automatic air freshener thing, and when it runs.
All that stuff is bad for your lungs as well.
Wow.
All that artificial air freshener is all bad for your lungs. So all that stuff. When you stop smoking, you won't need none of it. Your lungs will get a new lease of life.
Yeah.
And you'll be so happy. But I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. Great to see you back.
And you.
I've got to say, I don't want to put a downer on anything, but people better wake up to what's going on, because what's going on in this country is absolute, and not just this country, many countries.
Yeah.
With this new jibby-jab tyranny, you can't even go out your house now without having a poison in many countries,
Yeah.
They're holding people to ransom. That's the way to look at it. We're being held to ransom by a criminal organisation we call the government.
Of course, absolutely.
And the media are just shilling and doing all their bidding for them, for Big Pharma. People better wake up and start rejecting it all. Otherwise, we're going to be in a real mess in another year. We've got to rise up now and assert our rights.
Definitely.
Otherwise, it's game over. All the best, and all the best to your listeners. Have a great one.
And you, I hope you and your family have a great day.
Cheers, Dan.
Take care, my friend. Bye bye now. Bye. Also, look, everyone's talking about my balls in chat. What's going on? How did I get an infection in my bollocks? What sort of woman is Dan going with? No, do you know what the problem? I think the problem was, I think my sperm went off where it weren't getting used. Fucking things I talk about, I don't give a shit. Hello, good evening, and welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, good evening, and welcome. Hello.
Who am I talking? Can you turn the sound down in the background, please?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm trying to do. I just got cut off before. I was cut off before. This is the second time you've spoken to me. Let me just... I'm moving the toilet. Fuck me, I can't find the remote.
Is that... Did you try calling whilst me Skype was playing up?
No. See the last caller?
Yeah.
You actually answered the phone to me, and then it cut off and you started talking to him. It was really weird.
Oh, I don't know what happened there. My apologies.
No. You ain't got to fucking apologise about that, mate. Don't worry about that. You really have actually spoken before. Like back early in the early COVID days.
Right.
I doubt you remember me. But you might have seen my comments. I'm William Little.
Ah, William. Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm actually 6 or 5.
Do you know what I was going to say? You know when you see somebody's name, you picture them in your head. And now talking to you is a completely different picture to what I expected from your name.
Yeah, well, that's the way it is. I've had to fucking leave the room. I couldn't find my TV remote. Turn the fucking telly down. Poxy thing. But no, I'll see on the screen, call your names. Well, I'm going to call you some names.
Go on.
You're a fucking diamond geezer, mate. That's a name to call you.
Well, it was not what I was expecting.
No, I'm not an arsehole. But, yeah, I found something out recently, and I want to change the topic, so I'm sick of this COVID shit. I'm 6 or 5, with blood diseases.
Right.
That can't have a jab, can't wear a fucking mask, but they can't do shit to me, because I'm 6 or 5, and when I walk into a place and bark, they cower.
Yeah.
It's as similar as that. So COVID has not meant anything to me, the entire thing this has gone on. But the thing that I wanted to talk to you about is this is something I've had an idea about.
Go on.
And it's not just you, there's like rotten politics, there's a big bunch I'm going to contact about this.
Okay.
And it's over the fucking dickheads that are coming over from France.
Yeah.
couple of hundred homeless people, support them and help them, dump them all outside one of these fucking hotels and help them protest why the fuck they're not being housed when criminals are being put in 4-star hotels.
Do you know what, though? The problem with that, and although it's a good idea in principle, the problem with that, excuse me, is that the police and the government would see it as an organised, not a protest, but an organised disruption, should we say.
I know, but a protest is a protest. They can't fuck with that.
It is. It depends. You've got to be careful what you say out loud, so to speak.
No, that's why I want to talk to people that sort of know. Because me personally, I'm someone that will. I'll live on my feet before I die on my knees.
Right, too right and all. Absolutely.
I can't come up the stairs. The telly's on. Ah, shit.
Princess, sorry, let me just. Oh, I've lost you. I think the reason that you said you use homeless people, Princess Angela, is because the homeless people are still homeless, and yet there are people being, couriered into the country, taking up hotel space that's being paid for out of our taxes, whilst we have, God knows how many people. That live here, that have fought for us here. Oh, hello?
Hello.
Who's that?
Hi, it's Andrew, mate.
Hello, Andrew, you alright?
You alright, yeah. Good, thanks.
Good.
Sorry, I wish I had my number, mate, but I'm at work at the moment.
No worries.
Sorry?
No problem at all.
Alright. Yeah, I just, something quite interesting I saw a couple of days ago. The new Matrix movie's out. I don't know if you know about that.
Yeah, I watched it yesterday.
Good. Something I found quite interesting. A bit of a change in the film. I found a bit surprising.
Go on.
I don't know if you noticed, but it was a bit pro-AI than you think. Like, they were pro-machines. Remember that bit with the strawberries?
Yes.
And they were saying, like, we used to eat the slop that tasted like rust.
That's right.
And now we work with the machines, and we have these. And she showed a strawberry. I don't know if you remember that bit.
Yes.
And they're in like the replacement for Zion.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Well, I just thought it tied in a lot with what I've been seeing during COVID. It's like everything's like AI now. Have you noticed?
Well, they're going on about, in the film, and again, somebody's just said no spoilers, so I want to be careful what I say.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's all right.
I tried to avoid that. Actually, it's brand new for me. I'm not ruining the plot. By the way.
No. The plot is still there. Do you know what I mean? He's not. This is just a little something on the side. But there was.
It is a side issue. It doesn't reveal
there was a bit there. Is how, and I need to be careful what I say now. We'll just say the machines.
Yeah.
How they turned and started helping, shall we say, rather than destroying.
Detail, obviously it's part of the plot line of the film, but it's completely random.
Yeah.
There's no relation to the rest of the film, and it seems very politically motivated. Very, very strange. Very strange change to the whole story of the rest of the film. It seems out of place to me. It seems forced.
Yeah, but you're right. You're right in what you say about it's out of place. There was no reason for it at all. And to be fair, I know the bit you're talking about, but I didn't think at the time. I was just watching, and I wasn't sort of, how you just put something on and it's on, and you just sort of watch
funnily enough, I didn't register it when I was watching the film.
Yeah.
It was very brief. I thought about it later on, and I thought, hold on a minute, that's actually a massive change. It's a huge change, but it's not significant in the film. Like anybody that's heard what I've said, it's not a spoiler.
Yeah.
But it's a massive change in the direction of the film, and it's like advertising on TV. I don't watch TV, but if you watch advertising.
To be honest, I've not watched terrestrial television for a long time now. Prime and Netflix is all I watch.
Some adverts you know, if I'm passing a TV, and it's like everything's AI and robotics. It all seems to come at the same time as the pandemic. It's like they've crashed the economy, and it's like they're putting something else in place. I don't know, it just makes me think that the virus is just, you know, just maybe part of something a bit bigger that's going on in society. And then I see these films, and it's like the message of the films have been changed, and I just find it all really strange. It all seems interrelated to me, to be honest.
Yeah, and you're not the only person to think that the COVID is potentially, you know, interrelated with other things that's going on.
Well, it's crashed the economy, hasn't it? And obviously,
yeah.
I mean, you know, something it did as well is people couldn't work. They were locked down, or they tested positive and they couldn't work. And it sort of created the situation where, like, hold on a minute, what if we can't rely on people? It's sort of like, you logically conclude, maybe we'd be better off if machines were doing it. And it just sort of got me thinking, like, you know, is this all planned? You know, is this sort of like planned at the sort of economic level? I'll tell you something. Sorry, because I didn't really relate it to what you normally talk about, but just how it's all related is basically something that I found very strange. If you remember, I don't know if you've seen, like, there's other channels like Subject Access and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And they cover the protests against, you know, there was COVID restriction protests last year.
Yeah.
And the amount of force that the police used against people that were just gathering, they weren't violent, they weren't, you know, destroying things. They were just gathering, and the police were using extreme levels of force, and it was just like,
yeah, I picked up on some of that I picked up on some of that on this channel. You know, when they arrest somebody and they go in and they throw a knee into the ribs or whatever it might be, and you just think to yourself, hang on a minute. Again, when I was younger, the police were actually, you know, policemen were policemen. You know, you wouldn't fuck with them because you get a clip round the ear roll, but you wouldn't also, on the flip side, get 12 of them trying to pin you down, all throwing a fucking boot in, which is what you see these days.
Yeah, I mean, something I always remember from being younger. I mean, the police have always had their issues, but I don't remember them ever using force against peaceful protests either. That's something I've never seen before, and it seems like, I don't know, I mean, I guess they're just trained or they're just informed what to do, but what they seem to be told to do is anybody that gathers, you go in brute force.
There was a turning point.
Use maximum force on them.
There was a turning point. I remember it was something to do with Stonehenge. Many years ago, I can't remember what it was. Somebody in the comments might remember. Somebody that's older than me in the comments might remember. But there was an incident at Stonehenge. Loads of police, loads of people told not to go, and they all turned up, and the police went fucking mental, smashing people's windows in, dragging them out of the fucking windows of their cars and on their Volkswagen camper vans and stuff like that. And it seems to be that, you know, maybe a bit of a switching point, and sort of since then they've got worse.
Yeah, it seems like also like it seems like sometimes the amount of force used is politically motivated, because you got things like Insulate Britain where there's 5 people and they could just be dragged off.
Yeah.
And they're all stood there protecting them in a circle while they block the motorway.
Of course,
and then you've got like grandmas walking down the street protesting restrictions because they've not seen the families in a year, and they're getting the shit beaten out of them by young men.
Yeah.
It's really strange.
No, I agree. It is politically motivated. The police aren't impartial anymore. They're politically motivated. They have been for a long time, and it's to do with whoever's in power turns around to the police and says, right, we need to see figures that show you're doing something with regard to X, Y, Z. So the police then respond, on the political leaning of the government, what they want to see. So when they turn around and say, right, we need to see that you're doing something against hate crime, for example, which is why for so long we've seen so many people arrested for tweeting or for making a comment on Facebook, which is an opinion rather than a direct attack at somebody.
Well, I would imagine they must have some sort of police command, and I mean, the amount of force they're using, it must be directed from the top, and there's someone directing them, and it's like, this situation requires maximum force. So it's, I mean, to me, it's like, I mean, if you think about it, you get self-driving cars. What's
what's it called, facial recognition technology, self-service checkouts. I mean, everything's going automated, and it's like, I don't know. I just think it's all happening at a very convenient moment in time, and then you've got this amount of political force being used during protests.
Yeah.
And it just makes me wonder if there's some people at the top that are really desperate to get a certain situation across. And you know, the people that they're putting commanding the police basically are told this is how it's going to be, and that's why the lower levels of the police, they're just following orders. Obviously,
cannon fodder.
Going in with that level of force.
They're cannon fodder. The people at the bottom, they don't realise it, but they're cannon fodder. They're told to go and do something. They'll go and do it. Then when it goes wrong, they are the scapegoat. They're cannon fodder. People at the top are sitting pretty, giving the commands, knowing that they've never got to be out there anyway. So, you know, they're safe, sitting in their office, watching on the fucking TV monitor what's going on.
Yeah, different levels of washing the hands. It goes up and
Yeah.
up and up. It's like a pyramid, isn't it?
Of course,
the
of
people
course.
at the top are nowhere near the people at the bottom. Yeah, it's true.
Sickening.
And another thing, this film, you know, it makes me a bit suspicious. I mean, I'm not going to sort of go into any level of detail. Don't ruin it for people, because it's probably a lot of people who enjoy it. But I just find it very suspicious. This film comes out with these like strange messages that contradict. I mean, I probably wouldn't find the messages strange if it was a standalone film in its own right.
Yeah.
But the fact that it just contradicts the original film so much and doesn't explain itself in any way, and just sort of like, oh, this is how it is, and then it just walks off from that point. It's not like a major plot point. It's something they just kind of like mention and then leave it. But
Yeah.
it's so different to what was before. It makes me wonder, you know, like, there's all like different levels of control and manipulation. It's even in films, and it all seems very orchestrated when you start to think about it. It's weird.
It's everywhere. Anything that could have a significant effect on the rest of us is monitored. I don't know how they do it, but it's monitored. Whether it's a film franchise, for example, or whether it's a particular movement, anything that could have a significant effect on the population is monitored. It might get infiltrated. It might get taken over. When I say taken over, maybe you know, let's face it, we've seen films, and films aren't always too far from reality. Okay, so we've seen films how the government agencies have infiltrated or threatened or paid certain people or groups of people or particular industries to do something that suits the narrative.
I don't know. I feel like the first one was almost like, see the thing is, the reason I talk about it so much, the first one was actually my favourite film, and I feel like it was almost like an anomaly. Like there was an element of truth to it, you know. And I feel like the sequels were just trash, and they were like, I almost feel like it was like you say, like about infiltration, like they were infiltrated to be rubbish, to destroy the legacy of the first one. And I feel like this one goes just like one step further. And it makes you wonder if like maybe the people who make it, they're lent on, you know, like they get leaned on to do it a certain way, so it's a bit crap, because I just can't believe that how clever the first one was, sort of deteriorated into what it became. It seems, I find it hard to believe anyway.
Mind you, let's face it, most franchises, the first 2 or 3 are pretty good, but it gets worse as it goes along normally. Yeah. And we're now on, I mean, what's this, 4? Is it Matrix 4?
Yeah, 4 now, yeah.
So we're on 4.
If you count the Animatrix. The Animatrix was really good as well, but I count it as 4.
I mean, you look at Fast and Furious. Jesus, I mean that's I don't know how that's managed to hold on for so, you know, and squeeze out what it's squeezed out. It's just the same thing over and over again. And after you've watched a couple, you know, what else is there?
Yeah, like look at the Terminator films, like what they degraded into. Like James Cameron saying Genesis is like the best one since Terminator 2, and it was terrible. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of money involved. It's a business. It's quite easy to manipulate these things. It makes you wonder if they're really speaking for themselves.
Yeah. Oh my man.
Yeah.
Well, listen,
I think the way society's going, honestly, I think let's put it this way, mate. I think in like 2-3 years, you'll probably be talking about robot police. The way things are going.
Well, they've got these, haven't they got? They've got drones in some places, and they've got the like the dog things You know, the robot dog things that wander around in some places. All they've got to do is sit think of it this way: drone pilots in the army or in the navy, drone pilots, they sit hundreds of miles away, do what they've got to do. Got absolutely no fucking recourse on you know, reality what they do. Do you know what I mean?
A big fear that a lot of like anti sort of like weapons development people have is like AI drones, for instance. There's not even a human involved. It's just facial recognition, and they know the target, and boom, it's just a program.
Yeah,
So
I mean that
involved.
That will come. I've got no doubt about it. That will come. I mean, at the moment, you see, you know, you've got people sitting with their joystick hundreds of miles away, flying a drone. You know, they've got no connection to what's going on. It's like playing a video game. You don't give a shit if you kill people in a video game.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Well, it's very easy to dehumanise them or not see them as human when
exactly.
they're so far away from you. Yeah.
Perfect word to use.
Speaking of Terminator, actually, that's another one that went a bit pro AI as well. Like, it was, you know, like, obviously Terminator 1 was extremely scary. The concept of a robot following you endlessly, and you know, it was intelligent and it could plan things. And then, like, in the fourth or the fifth one, like, the Terminator's a florist. You know, he retires and becomes a florist.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, they want to soften that message, do you know what I mean? That we should be scared of technology, because the reality is it gives them so much power over our lives, you know. This technology gives them a lot of power, a lot more than a police officer can give them.
Yeah, of course. And there's no... what's the word I'm thinking of? There's no... What's the word? They're kind of taking themselves out of any repercussions. They're taking out a person, you know. So I can't think of the way. You have to excuse me. I've got this brain fog still since the stroke. So it can sometimes I try and think of a word. It's there, but I can't say it.
You mean, I know what you're saying.
Norfolk Iseni, I think that's how you pronounce it. Emotion, in a way, yeah. They take out the emotion, but they also take out any comeback on a person. But, you know, if it's an AI or if it's a robot and it kills somebody, what do? Oh, wasn't me. It's a bit of dodgy code, or it didn't a glitch or whatever. Exactly. So you've got accountability. Thank you. Absolute. That's the word, Norfolk. Thank you very much. They take out accountability, and that's scary as hell. Really is.
Well, instead of it being like ICP or whatever, you'll be like independent police complaints or whatever, is IPC.
Yeah.
There'll be some programmer checking some software what went wrong. You know, it's a lot easier to
manipulate.
You know, mess with stuff like that as well, isn't it, if you think about it.
Yeah, you just got right.
But when they show you in the films, it's all flowers, and in the Matrix it was strawberries. Like, oh look, the robots have helped us make strawberries. It's all flowers and strawberries. But, you know, like, the original concept behind those films was something like, look, this could be quite sinister. So it's just
Well, look, at the end of the day, it still works on code to start with, and code needs to be written by somebody. Yeah, so it needs somebody human to write the code in order for the code to be corrupted or whatever. Do you know what I mean? So,
I totally agree with you. I think that they were like, if when things go wrong, if they do ever use technology like that, it'll be a lot easier for them to sort of like remove responsibility for themselves.
Yeah.
You know, blame glitches, blame errors, blame, you know, some like, you know, just random incident that they can't account for. Happen like, you know, when a plane just falls out of the sky.
Yeah.
Something of that nature.
Yeah, as I say,
just thought it tied in, you know, just all this like florist and strawberries nonsense that you're seeing, and then you're seeing all this like aggressive police action. It's sort of like a bit of a weird call, I guess, but I just sort of saw it all interrelated, and then it sort of relates to COVID as well. You know, like the sort of COVID overreaction as well.
Yeah,
that seems to be going on. Just strange times we're living in. It seems like we're in a bit of a period of transition, maybe, where we're being sort of forced into a certain situation.
Most people are as easy to program, if not easier, than an algorithm, than AI. Obviously, do you know what I mean? We're easier to program. We've got the most complex machinery on the in the known universe up here in between our ears, but yet we are so easy.
Human, aren't they? So you can still appeal to the humanity of a police officer, can't you? Terminator, for instance, you know, so based on
you can, but again,
boom, that's it.
But again, that's police are. Thank you, Bob. By the way, much appreciated. The thing with the police is they are. You think of it as a cult. You join a cult and you're brainwashed into thinking a certain way, which is why they're able to get people to kill themselves, mass suicides. In the police, it's a similar situation, in my opinion. They turn around and they say, right, we've got to stick up for each other because of X, Y, Z. If you don't stick up for each other, if you turn against us, then you're going to be ostracised and we're going to fuck your life up and all the rest of it. And once you're told something enough times, you start believing it. That's just basic psychology.
And I mean, you get a lot of people leaving it, but then obviously also you'll get a lot of people developing that, cult mentality.
Yeah.
They're the worst ones, aren't they? They're the ones that behave the worst. They hate everybody. They see everybody else as the enemy.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them about.
But you get I think the worst ones are the people that know it's wrong but do it anyway.
Yeah, true.
You get people. You get some that will do it because they're sadistic and they're narcissistic, and maybe we can't blame them. That's just the way that they're wired. But the people that do it but know better, in my opinion, are the worst of the lot.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, if it gets even worse, say, because you got still to some extent. I mean, even though the brainwash, you got to appeal to the humanity to some extent. I mean, they've still got mothers, they've still got families. If you have something like me, you don't discriminate. If you see that sort of that social welfare technology that they have in China, where you've got a social rating, you could even have a situation where sort of automated systems treat people like you get treated differently if you've had a vaccine. You get treated differently depending on your social score. There's a lot of things being opened up by this technology that are quite scary. That I don't know, it concerns me. I do. Sometimes I have sleepless nights about it, to be honest, and I think about it too much.
You're not the only one that's concerned. I can assure you of that from looking at the comments there as well. There's definitely a few people in the comments that agree with you.
Yeah.
Jesus.
And I mean, we feel like we're coming out the back end of the pandemic, and you see these big films coming out. I've been waiting years for them, and I'm just sat there thinking, what is going on? What is this all about? These are so unexpected and brief, and I was like, what? I can't believe what I was watching. Mental. Anyway, better get going. Let you get another caller on. Thanks for taking the time to talk to me.
All right, mate,
shout out to Dr. Murphy.
More than welcome, mate. Thanks for calling. Genuinely appreciate your call. Guys, I've got to go for a piss. Crinkle, give me a minute. I need another piss. Call back in a minute, and I promise I will answer your call first. That's going to piss a few people off, but it's my fucking phone in, so I'll do what I want. Back in just a moment, folks. you guys stop talking about my manly parts? Drain the main vein. 4 minutes till Christmas, folks. Crinkle, get on a blower quickly, because we've got other people that want to get through. Too late, Crinkle. Hello?
I'm not Crinkle, but
no.
We did get cut off a minute ago.
Ah, sorry about that.
No, it's not a fucking problem, mate. I think it was my fault anyway, running around the house and trying to find the TV remote to mute the telly.
Give me 1 second. I just want to say thank you. I've just been told I've got a donation from John Anderson. John Anderson. It's Neo.
Well, John, good man.
Thank you, John.
You sent your money to the right place.
John Anderson, as in the Matrix Neo.
Yeah, I don't care who he is, mate. He sent you £1 note to help you out, mate. He's a good man.
So, go on, crack on anyway. I apologise we got cut off. Go on.
Yeah, no, that's not a problem. I think it was my fault anyway.
Alright, we'll blame you.
Like we were saying before, I was thinking, if we were to put 100 homeless outside one of these hotels, camping out and whatnot,
yeah,
the media won't be able to get away with, oh look, we house illegal criminals and leave our homeless to die during winter. I don't think the government will be able to get away with that. I think it's like one of the silly little pushes we need to do to make them do their fucking job.
We certainly need to do something, that's for sure. Because, you know, what we're doing at the moment doesn't seem to be having a huge effect. I mean, it might have an effect, but it's a slow one. And you know, we can't be doing this for another 10 years. You know, letting people into the country. You know, there was a thing I watched or read earlier about how. Oh no, it wasn't. It was on Facebook. It was a post on Facebook from Pretty fucking useless Patel, saying about them. You know, we're going to clamp down on people smugglers. So I commented. I said, oh, that's right. She said, you know, they're going to get lengthy jail cells. So I said, so it's goodbye to the fucking RNLI and the Navy then. Because at the end of the day, they're facilitating people's illegal entry into the country. So, you know, you can't just fucking do people that are charging them to get them over here. We've got to do everybody. And if the Navy and the RNLI are facilitating the illegal entry into the country, then they're complicit as well. Then they should get fucking seen to as well.
It's not just them. If you have a look at the most recent court shit that's going on, they just let a big bunch of these fucking traffickers free. They just let them be.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a fact. Yeah, our country, courts, just let a bunch of them fuck pigs go free.
I see you watch We've Got a Problem.
Got a problem.
Yeah.
I see them all.
I know that because you used the word fuck pig.
That's actually a word I use anyway.
Oh, is it?
That's fuck pig standard.
Fair enough.
Fair enough, but yeah, no, I do watch them. That's like I said to you earlier. Yeah, I think if we can help the homeless do the process, because they're going to need help to do it. They can't do this on their own. No fucking way.
Yeah.
We just need to help the homeless process that, you know, 5, 6 of these hotels, stick a couple of 100 homeless outside them. What are they going to do?
Yeah.
What can they say? Oh, we're housing illegal immigrants, we're giving them mobile phones, we're giving them money, but the homeless outside dying and freezing in the fucking cold, go fuck themselves.
But then what the government will do is they will twist that particular narrative, and they will say that the homeless people would get help if it wasn't for the rest of us telling them to go and protest. Do you see what I'm saying? They will find a way of twisting it to take the misdirection.
I get exactly what you mean, but you stick enough of them fucking there, yeah, they only need support. They only need some support. You can't make them do it. They've got to protest of their own accord.
Yeah, no, you're right. No, I agree. Yeah, I agree with you, and I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to be, I'm not trying to beat down on your idea. I'm just trying to be objective. I'm trying to suggest what they would use against, against your idea, if that makes sense. Can I just stop you there for one? Can I just stop you there for 1 second?
Once you've had the homeless sitting there for a fucking month, mate, they start losing their power.
Let me just stop you for 1 second.
They are now, with all this bullshit that the passes and all that, yeah, they're losing their power because once the people have been sitting there in their tents for a month, they got no excuses. Yeah. They can't win.
Well,
the homeless just need support doing it.
Well, maybe if the homeless, there's certain places the homeless will go and stay. I know in Manchester you've got canals and stuff, and they pitch up along the canals and all that kind of stuff. You're right. If they all went and pitched up outside hotels, and you've got 100 people outside every hotel, for example, that's taking in unlawful entry people. Dinghy divers or whatever you want to call them. If you've got 100 homeless people outside, and even if the mainstream media doesn't pick up on it, the alternative media will.
That's why I'm trying to get hold of the alternative media. Like I said, you, rotten politics, fucking all of them, fucking even down to the civil disobedience.
Yeah. I don't knock your idea. I think it's an idea that should be explored. I just think that it needs somebody needs to think about.
Some real thinking about it, and some people behind it. Like I said, I'm not intelligent. It's an idea that I think I could push.
Yeah.
I just need some people behind it that know what the fuck they're doing.
Well, I'm always happy to help where I can. Anything that again, providing nobody's breaking the law, I will back anybody. Do you know what I mean? If in that respect.
Breaking the fucking law, that's it. Exactly what I'm talking about. It's because I'll give you my situation. As you say, share your story. Yeah.
Go on.
Right. My mum has been in and out of hospital for the last 9 months. She started in St Thomas's when they literally saved her life. The surgeon saved her life. Fucking miracle worker. Before the surgery, the surgeon phoned out and goes, right, this is a 90% chance that she's not going to make it, but we're going to do what we can.
Right.
And he was like, right, do what you fucking can. Thank you very much. Yeah? Do what you can. They saved her life. They really did save her life. But she's got a stoma bag now and all that. She's also got the onset of Alzheimer's.
Right.
So she can't look after the stoma bag and whatnot. So now she's in intensive care right this day. This is 9 months later. We've had her home 4 or 5 times. And she's been sent back to intensive care within a week every time.
Right.
Where they've literally discharged her, not giving a shit, because she's an older lady. But now she's sitting up in intensive care in the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, yeah? And they're telling us they're going to send her home this week.
Right.
Yeah, she can't look after a stoma bag. I've had to move home and give up my tenancy. Yeah, they're trying to put her in a home, and in the social services are trying not to do that because they've got no social care anymore because they've just sacked everyone.
Yeah.
And next year they're about to sack all the doctors. So everyone's going to be fucked. And my mum's sitting there right now in intensive care during Christmas. It's disgusting.
I'm sorry to hear that, man.
My mum's in intensive care right now. She's 9 months down the fucking line. And, they've smashed her TV, they've smashed her phone, and my aunt's a police officer. They actually accused her of doing it. The fucking idiots.
Sick individuals.
This country is a fucking joke. That's just a little bit of my story.
Let me just not to disrespect what you're saying at all there. I just want to say it's 5 past midnight now, so I just want to wish everybody, including you, a very happy Christmas. Seeing as it's now Christmas Day. So
Christmas is the same as you, mate.
Happy Christmas to you all.
Mum's not well, Christmas be upside down for us.
I understand.
Not a good situation, but I wish everyone a good fucking Christmas. Enjoy your fucking family, mate, 'cause you never know when it's going to end.
Well, I'm here on my own. All my family are 250, 300 miles away. My kids I've not spoken to for about 2 years now for some reason. They've just stopped talking to me. We were talking quite regularly, but
I'm sorry to hear that, mate.
No. I'm not saying it. I mean, obviously your situation is far worse than mine. And I'm not saying it to make light of your situation at all or anything like that.
I know you're not. Absolutely.
Everybody's got to make the best of the situation that they've got.
That's absolutely. See, I've got a bonus in life. This is a weird one. Like I said, tell you a story. Yeah. When I was 8 years old, I fell for a roof.
Right.
It was actually a Marks and Spencer's roof in Woolwich. I jumped from one roof to another roof and went through. It was that corrugated shit.
Okay.
Got to about 60 foot. Ended up with epilepsy, multiple broken bones, and I died 3 times on life support. Yeah. On top of that, I ended up losing emotions through brain damage.
Right.
So I'm classed as I've got no empathy. They say I don't sort of care.
Right.
But I do care. I sort of care on the sense that morals are morals, and you live by a code, and you have to live by that code.
Yeah.
And I try to live by a code that looks after people. But they class me as sociopath. That's it.
Okay.
Sociopath. They class me as.
Well, I'll tell you something. I'll tell you something. With my mental health issue, my EUPD, it's a borderline personality disorder, which they say is also related to, sociopaths, and things like that. And now I don't think I am one. I try not to be.
No, I don't think I am either. Absolutely fucking not.
But
nothing like it. The only thing I see is, fair enough. I don't get upset at funerals. I don't cry when someone dies. I look here and think, right, that's life, that's how it is. Let's celebrate their life at the funeral and have a good time.
Yeah, do you know what? I'm the same.
That's the way I see it.
I've said,
they call me a sociopath.
No, I've said this before. I've said this before a lot on live stream. I was seeing a girl a good few years back, and she had a dog. Now the dog died. We had to take the dog to the PDSA, and they said, its back end gave up. We was in the PDSA, and they said, look, take the dog home, spend the last night with it, come back tomorrow. So we took the dog home and spent the night with it, and that went back the following day. Me, my girlfriend, and her best mate. My girlfriend and her best mate were crying their eyes out. I'm standing there, getting pissed off with them for getting upset. No, I didn't. I didn't want to be pissed off with them for getting upset, but I just was. I just kept thinking to myself, why the fuck are you upset? It's a dog, it's dead, such is life. And
no, I get it.
So I get where you're coming from.
My aunt died my nan died a decade ago. I wasn't upset about that because I see her in the hospital 3 days before she died.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, they offered her a triple bypass and all that, and maybe save her life, and she declined it. Competently, she made a decision and declined it.
Yeah.
I respected her decision, and that was that. She died 3 days later. Everyone expected me at the hospital to be there crying, acting like a baby, and I was like, no, I made a decision, and respect it. That's that.
Yeah.
But there's the other situation. My aunt died a few years before. Like, what happened to her was weird, really weird. It was a brain hemorrhage or something. She was just out shopping like any normal 40-year-old. She was in Bromley shopping centre doing her shopping, and she dropped some sort of brain fucking thing or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, 2 days later we had to turn the machine off. Yeah, and my life when I was younger, I spent a lot of time on the streets, homeless, prison and all that. Yeah, just trying to survive. When my mum told my friends to come and tell me, I found it hilarious.
Right.
I laughed in their fucking face over the death of my aunt. And I can't believe I've done that. It's just fucked up.
It is. I mean, look, everybody deals with stuff differently, don't they? And okay, to some people that might seem that you're being heartless or whatever, but sometimes that's the only way that we know how to deal with something. You know, everybody's different.
Okay, but people just don't fucking understand it.
No, I agree. They don't. And this is why I talk openly about my mental health issues on here, and why.
You have done. I commend you for that. I was actually very worried about you, man, because you disappeared off the scene.
Yeah.
And then you appeared all of a sudden when you was in the hospital and that. I can remember, I've seen a lot of your videos, mate. And we have spoken before.
Right.
But I remember seeing you saying about that and you was outside having a cigarette and all that, and then you disappeared again. And I was sitting there thinking, fucking hell, don't tell me I've got to send flowers to this man. Don't tell me I've got to send this man.
Don't fucking save your money.
You know, I'm so glad that you reappeared.
Fucking no, I know, man. It got.
I'm so glad.
It got me that when I'm really bad. So when my mental health is really bad, I shut off. I go dark. I shouldn't, but I do.
10 years, mate. I had to fuck my friends off. Right? And luckily, I grew up in an area where 90% of the people I knew were violent criminals.
Right.
It's just where I grew up. Yeah, I had to fuck them off 15 years ago before I ended up doing life in prison. You know?
Yeah.
But yeah, I get that. You have to mentally cut people off. You really do.
Sometimes you do, yeah. Sometimes you do.
If you're classed as someone like I am, because you get wrapped up in shit, and where you don't have feelings, you do shit that is out of the norm.
Yeah. No, I agree.
I'll die on my feet before I live on my knees.
As we all should.
Exactly, as we all should. You know, and I've had this situation. Like, I was in Tesco's one day, yeah? I think I actually spoke to you about this before. Walked in Tesco's, this is when the first lockdowns and all that come on, yeah? Now, I've got adenoid problems, which gives me breathing problems.
Okay.
And I've got a blood disorder that fucks me even more. I can't walk far at all. Imagine going into Tesco's. Now, if you go into one of these big Tesco's, they got a separate area for a pharmacy.
Yeah.
Yeah? With its own till and everything.
That's it, yeah.
I've gone up to one of these pharmacies to buy something, yeah, that only a pharmacy can sell. And they refused me because I wouldn't pay I could only pay in cash.
Right.
Yeah, I spoke to you about it. And then, you know, the manager come in and I went, look, mate, this ain't right. You're refusing the Queen's head. I need these medical things, blah, blah, blah. And then he's gone to these people and they said I was aggressive. I walked up to them aggressively.
Right.
And I literally was on goes,
you've got to remember that a lot. You've also.
Playing with a card, you're not getting nothing. I'm not playing with a card, I'm not getting nothing.
You need to remember.
The manager, and they come back saying I threatened them, I attacked them, and all sorts.
And you need to remember that's one of the easiest excuses. That's one of the easiest.
I'll leave. Yeah, I'm not going to bother with you. You're a bunch of scumbags. I'll just go to Sainsbury's and get what I want. Not a problem.
It sounds like it's one of the easiest excuses that they can use is to say that you was being aggressive. They don't need remember they don't need any evidence. They don't need evidence for a public order offence. All they need is for somebody to turn around and say that person upset me.
There's no police were called. Well, they probably were called, but I was on them by then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because what happened was, if you go to these Tesco's, it's actually the biggest Tesco's in Europe. It's their flagship store that they built in Woolwich. You know, they conned the council, bribed the council and got it built.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all fact. They literally built them a new fucking library and everything just to get these Tesco's built. It's like an airplane hangar. And to get into this Tesco's, you have to go up an escalator.
Right.
Yeah? So they told me to leave. I go, no, I'm fair enough, fuck you. I'll leave, but you just treated me like shit. And then the security guard started walking. I go, look, mate, I ain't done nothing fucking wrong. Stop following me and aggravating me. Got to the escalators, he stood in front of me at the escalators. So you got kicked down them.
Yeah.
I kicked him straight down them. Couldn't give a flying fuck. I was being abused so much by them that you got kicked down the fucking escalators. The security guards are disgusting. This is someone that can't wear a mask and was just trying to buy medical shit from a shop.
Yeah. But unfortunately, they're not taught how to. They're not taught how to deal with people properly. You know, it's a front-facing role. It's a public-facing role, working for security. But they are not taught any customer services skills.
This is what cracks me up. The Tesco's in Woolwich. You know, the security guards can't touch you if you're stealing a 50-inch telly out of there. They can't come near you.
Yeah.
But they can come near me when I've been asked to leave over them not taking cash because they're scared of the cash being contaminated with COVID. But I let a shoplifter walk out there, they can't put their fucking hands on them. They're trying to put their hands on me and he got kicked down the fucking escalators for it.
Well, if somebody puts their hands on you, you've got absolute right to defend yourself.
Well, I don't know about that. I got down the escalators, jumped in my car, drove off. Never heard nothing about it.
Right.
If they looked at the cameras and all that, they'd have had the car, they've had the number plate, so I must have been in the right and defending myself because I can't believe the police didn't come after me.
Well, that's what I was saying. If somebody puts their hands on you, you've got every right, especially if... So what you've got to remember as well is if somebody puts their hands on you and you wait 10 seconds, 15 seconds before you react, it means you've thought about what you're going to do. It's not a reaction. Okay, it's a planned response to what's happening. If somebody grabs you...
That's how self-defense works.
Yeah, so if somebody grabs you and you turn around and chin them, or in this case, kick them, you know, at the moment they grab you, it's a response. It's a reaction to what's happening. It's not a planned response, you know, that you've thought about. You just do it. And if somebody grabs you and they shouldn't be grabbing you, and you kick them or punch them or whatever it might be, you've got a great case for self-defense. And maybe they've looked at the video and seen, you know, maybe this guy. I don't know the situation in and out. I've not seen it.
I was leaving. I was walking out. This is the situation. Look at it this way, yeah. All right. I've had the argument with the manager saying, look, why am I going to go up to a man aggressively to buy a product? It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
I was never aggressive. I was just, why are you not taking my cash? He's the Queen's fucking head. I can't go to a normal shop and buy this because you are a pharmacy. And what I'm asking for is not sold outside of a pharmacy through law. Why are you not taking my money? And the manager, the manager come up to me, I told him I went to the manager, I went to the smoking desk at the edge of the store and asked for the manager, told him, why are they not taking my cash? I need some medical supplies. Give them to me. I'm paying for them. And he come back saying, I threatened them, I've done this. None of that ever happened. So when he said, right, I'm going to ask you to leave now, I went, fair enough, fuck you. I'm off. And I said to the security guard, as I'm leaving, because he's like fucking a foot behind me when he's supposed to be this, that and the other. Somebody goes to him and goes, don't even go there, mate. I'm not one of them people. You will not treat me like that. I am leaving.
Yeah.
Fuck off. When I got to the escalator down, he was like right on me. And somebody goes, get the fuck away from me. And he started, he gave me a little shove towards the escalator.
Right.
Nothing I'll give a shit about. But realistically, I should have taken his head off.
There's still common assault if he's pushed. It's still classed as a common assault.
And kicked him down the escalator. after he shoved me a couple of times, telling me do this, that and the other. And I got down the bottom of the escalator myself, with him at the bottom, and, you know, looked at him and went, don't ever touch me again. Walked in the car park, got in the car, drove off.
Yeah.
No, I know my car's under camera and everything, because my car's a registered PIP car. It's a disability car.
Right.
So they know exactly who I am. But they've done that to me regardless. And none of them were ever held to account. But we have got one bonus coming. Everyone that's listening today, there's a bonus. Boris Johnson and the government have just been taken to court for violating human rights and the Equality Act for the mandate of the passports and injections, which is totally illegal.
Well, we just need to make sure that a fucking a judge that's not paid and brought presides over the case.
It is in the hands of the courts. That is exactly right. It has now been put in the hands of the courts. Maya Tusi, if anyone knows Maya Tusi, look at his channel. He's the one that brought it to my attention, and he is, as far as I'm concerned, he's actually one of the most sensible people to give you the truth of what's going on.
Apart from me, you mean?
No, you don't deal in the same circles.
I know.
You're different people. He deals with politics and what's going on in politics only. You deal with the fucking scumbag police.
Yeah, I try and I let other people deal with politics far better than I could, so I leave them to it.
Yeah, like you got right on politics. He does a good job. He'll probably follow up with Martusi's shit. You know, they do well. That's why I was saying earlier on, I need to get you, not just you, a bunch of other people from YouTube, like Rotten Politics, we got a problem. We get enough people kicking up to help these homeless people get fucking housed over illegal immigrants being given phones, clothes and everything they want, and our homeless left on the street to die. Or if we get enough people involved, because they got the platform, I don't have that platform.
Yeah. Well, I know that I've got some people that watch this that would probably class themselves as homeless. Okay.
I am about to be honest. I was just giving up my tenancy. My mum is in intensive care. She's been in and out of hospital for the last 9 months. When she goes into care, the house will be taken away. I will be made homeless yet again because I don't qualify for their bullshit.
Right.
And I can't stay where I lived because I have to care for my mum.
Oh,
so my choice is homeless homeless and care for my mum, or not homeless and leave my mum to die. That's my choice. That's the choice I've got.
It's a fucking shitty choice to have, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, that's the choice I've got. Unless I move home and manage to keep my mum alive for the next year. Once a year's gone by, there's nothing they can fucking do.
Yeah.
But the sad thing is, yeah, and I'm gutted to say this, I don't know, I don't even know what to say about it. But my mum's at the end of her life. You know, we're literally fighting for nothing. Her kidneys are failing, her liver's failing, her body's failing, her mind's failing. You know, I just want to give her the best end of life I can.
Well, listen, man, listen to me. If you need, I mean, you've got my email address, yeah?
If it's on the thing there,
it's in the, it should be in the should be in the description. Should be in the description. If you ever need,
in the description, I've got it.
Right. Listen, if you ever need to talk,
now and all that.
Right.
Police abusing powers at Gmail or something.
That's it. Yeah. If you ever need to talk, even if you just want to bend somebody's ear, all right, email me. I'll send you my number, all right, and we'll have a chat.
Like I said, my emotions don't accept me to be bothered by all this shit, yeah? I just want to do better for other people. And I'm thinking helping these homeless people will be the best thing I can do.
All right, man. Well, listen, if you get in touch with some of the others, all right, let me...
I'm going to try. I tried to speak to Ron Policies. He done a live thing today, but I was chatting. I was looking at your fucking thing and missed him. He was only on with an hour with a fire.
Right.
The only person I used to respect was Alex Belfield.
Right.
As well. I was going to bring it to him as well, but he's a fucking BBC mouthpiece.
Listen, let me just say, and some of the stuff that he brings out is good. I won't knock him for that. Some of the stuff that he brings out is good.
But I lost my respect in him when he come out. He was doing some live show, and he done a stupid little piece before his live show, yeah. And he was screaming how a boy in America, he's a big fucking deal in America, but how a boy in America saved his own life by shooting racist, paedophile cunts that were white. And then Alex Belfield goes on fucking, makes a video saying, Carl Rittenhouse has killed 2 black people. Right. And so disrespected about the white, about this and all that. Yeah, and everyone rinsed him from fucking second. And the guy has never come back on and said, I'm sorry, I made a mistake.
Well, he done a piece. He done a piece last year when he was going on about people with mental health, and I'd done a video on it, and he was basically saying people with mental health need to fucking sort their heads out, get a job, and get on with fucking life, right? So I called it.
Yeah, I know about what you're talking about.
I called him out on that. Then he done a
certain point where people are using mental health to their benefit.
There is, yeah, you're absolutely right.
Real mental health.
There are people out there.
Like.
There are people out there that
there are a lot of people running around there. They say, "Oh, I've got this. I'm mental." You're not the fucking mental, mate. You ain't got a clue.
Yeah, there's definitely people out there playing the system, 100%.
That's what he was talking about. But you're right. He shouldn't have said a fucking word about it.
You know, the reason he said it was for a reaction. That's the problem. Now, I don't say things.
That's why he done it about the Carl Rittenhouse killing 2 black people, and the people were fucking white attacking him, shooting him, trying to shoot him, and screaming nigger, nigger, nigger.
Yeah. So I don't say things for a reaction. I say things because I believe what I say.
Kid was on the fucking floor before he fired his gun.
Yeah.
Personally, they'd have been fucking executed long before then if it was me holding the gun. Absolutely. No fucking way.
Alright.
Poor kid.
Listen, my man.
Alex Guildford lost my confidence that day. What the government, the BBC and the police have done to him is fucking horrendous.
Yeah.
I won't ever change my view on that. Yeah, what they've done to him was disgusting. But for him to make a mistake like that and then not turn around and say, fair enough, fella, I made a mistake, I was wrong, sorry.
Yeah.
You know, everyone else does it. Oh, I swear you've even done it.
I've done it before, yeah, of course I have.
Mistake, sorry. I know Rotten Politics has, I know a few of them have, a lot of the people have. They've made a mistake and they've recanted it and they've said, like, yep, we fucked up, sorry.
Yeah.
We made a mistake.
And that's what you
got. Come on, do that.
That's what you got to do.
He's not a wanking mob, but he's a BBC mouthpiece. They call him the voice of reason. I call him the voice of the BBC.
All right, my man. Listen, I'm going to have to cut this one short now, I'm afraid.
Do you know what I was about to say? The same fucking thing. I've chatted bollocks enough. Like I said, I've called your names. I've whistleblowed a bit. Told my story. I've chatted some bollocks. I think I've done about as much as needs to be done.
Yeah, you've got a full house.
That's what you asked for the top. I think I've met every part of it. Anyway.
Listen, I meant what I said. Yeah, if you get to a situation where you need to talk to somebody and you just want to bend someone's ear, email me. I'll send you my number. Give me a bell. We'll chat.
Know what? No, that's much appreciated, mate. It really is much appreciated. But we're not one of them people. We're strong-minded fucking mental, people.
It doesn't mean that we might be strong-minded. It doesn't mean that we don't need to talk sometimes. Right? It don't mean that we don't need to talk sometimes to get things off our chest, right?
Yeah, we don't do that where I am. That's why my mum's so fucked. Anyway, enjoy your Christmas.
You too, as best you can, anyway, my man.
Watching it, like 80 people there sitting there listening to my bullshit. Enjoy your Christmas, people. Have fun. Enjoy it.
Fella, take it easy.
You never know when it's the last. It might be my last for my mum. And I'm going to make that good tomorrow. I might have to do it. I've got to do it in the hospital. But she's getting her Bacardi. She's getting her Christmas dinner taken up.
Listen, at the end of the day, she's going to get to see you, right? And that's got to be better. That's got to be better than not seeing you, isn't it?
But everyone else, Merry Christmas, and I wish you all good night.
And you, man. Take it easy.
Thank you, fella. I'm sorry that I've bugged you for so long. We got cut off and whatnot.
It's fine.
I'm just a lunatic on the end of a fucking phone saying like a weirdo.
It's all good, man. It's all good, my friend.
Thank you for your time.
Take it easy.
Bye.
Ta-da. Thank you, Mickey Mouse. Much appreciated. And Bob Hunter. Much appreciated to you too, my friend. He's all right. He's all right. Crinkle, quick, before somebody else phones. Come on. Come on, Crinkle. I know you want to call in again. Well, have you fucked off already? Come on. Come on, Crinkle. Come on, boy. I've got another call, Crinkle. You're too late. Hello?
Hi.
Hello, who's this?
Okay, you alright?
Yeah, man, who's this? Who am I talking to?
Hang on, let me turn my computer down.
Hello?
Who am I talking to?
The what?
Who am I talking to?
You're talking to Dan. Police abusing powers you're talking to.
What? Hang on, mate. Is your fucking computer down?
You've been on the fucking owl tonight, have you?
Yeah, I have, yeah. Yeah, mate.
How you doing?
Shit. Hang on, I'm trying to turn my fucking computer down. I'm trying to turn the volume down. Hang on, mate. Hang on, right. Okay, right. Okay, let's turn my computer off. Okay.
Go on.
Hi, mate. Are you okay?
I'm alright, thank you. Are you alright?
Yeah, mate. I've watched your stuff and I've watched your brain. Sorry, mate. Deteriorate in real life. Yeah.
So don't be sorry. It's fucking. Do you know what I mean? It'll get better.
It was fucking horrible to watch you, and I watched your stuff. You know, your stuff was brilliant. Showing the police up because they're bastards. Yeah. And you showed your stuff, and it was brilliant to see what you put out. Your stuff was great, mate. It was great to see. And I watched you deteriorate in real life, and I felt so fucking sorry for you. You was fucking brilliant, and I watched that, and I felt fucking sick.
And I'll get back. Maybe not 100% as I was. I don't know. Maybe I will. But I will be back.
Well, I hope you do. Mate. You were fucking brilliant. What you put out. The police are bastards. I hate them. I spent a lot of time. In jail, and they moved me to a mental place. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to go on about it. Okay.
Right.
Screw you, and the fucking nurses were bastards and shit. But I can go on and on about that. I don't want to do what other people have done. I'll be aware for that.
Yeah.
I'll still that shit. Go on. But what you done, mate? What you done? What you done, mate? On your videos were brilliant to see what you done. expose them, mate. You expose them. You expose the police.
Well, I wish I could do more. I do what I did what I could. I do what I can. I wish I could do more.
Yeah, the police are bastards. Okay, they're horrible, horrible people.
Yeah, I'm not gonna argue with that.
Yeah, they're bastards. You know, not all of them. You know, there's probably what 10. I mean, probably 10%, maybe.
Well, do you know what they say? You've probably heard the police say this before. Don't tar us with the same brush as the bad police, but yet they do exactly that to us.
Yeah, they're mate, they're bastards. The police are bastards. Okay. But yeah, it's only 10%, but the 10% rule. Okay. The 90% is stay quiet. Okay. Hang on, mate. Yeah. The 90% stay quiet. Okay. 90% of the police they don't say nothing. So it looks like 10% are the ballers. They're not. Okay. 10% of the bastards of the police.
Yeah.
They're evil. Okay. They're but I don't know. It's like they have power. Do you know what I mean?
It goes to the head. Yeah.
Yeah, they have power. Okay, they've got power. We have got power. I mean,
No, they've only got power. They've only got power.
Okay.
Well, they've only got power.
They love it.
They've only got power as long as we allow them to have power. We can take, they abuse that power. Okay, they overstep their mark. They have a certain amount of power that they can use in certain situations. Other than that, they've got fuck all power at all. Okay, but many people don't understand that. So many people will allow the police to.
These police love it. They love it.
Yeah.
What you done? Okay. What you done early on was brilliant to see. Okay. To watch you do, expose these people was brilliant. We watched you have your brain melt down, and it was fucking horrible to watch. It would, see back now. Your brain, you got your brain back together, and you're back on our level. You know what I mean?
I'm getting back.
Yeah, mate, it's brilliant. It's brilliant to see.
I told people I wouldn't be gone for good, and I've got to. There's too much going on for me to go completely. Yeah. As I said, I wish I could do a lot more, and hopefully, as the channel grows, I'll be in a position to be able to do a lot more. I would love to do some proper stories.
Yeah, mate. Yeah. Mate. Weed on was brilliant, and it was lovely. We see all these what are they called? People go up with putting cameras in police's faces and prison officers, and that's the wrong way to do it. But what you done was brilliant.
Thank you.
You called them out, and you put up with stuff. Yeah, we as people that look at you and go, we can't go for every story, but you put it all together, which was brilliant. It was fantastic to see.
Well, there's a lot of things happen in small.
We know shit goes on. We know that.
There's a lot of stuff happens in small towns that only appears in local rags rather than national rags. Yeah. And personally, I think everybody should know some of this stuff that goes on. And that's why I do what I do. That's why I collate all the stories and put them in one place. But as I say,
it's brilliant. I've been through the system. I've been through the system. You must be to get through. But I got through it. I'm out of it now. I've been out for 20 years. And that's it. I don't want to do it. Please come to the door. I can't do it. They can pick up. They're there, but they're the part of the government. I don't want nothing to do with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which they are, which they weren't. When I was born in 1964, so the police weren't part of the system. Do you know what I mean? They were their own. They dealt with crimes. They didn't deal with crimes. Don't deal with crimes now. They deal with physical stuff.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, man. No, I get you. I totally get you.
They deal with don't deal with crime. Like,
well, that's what I was saying earlier. It's all to do with.
They're all 6 foot.
It's all to do with pleasing their political overlords.
Yeah. But Dan, what you done, mate? I watched your stuff and I was, amazed at how good you were.
And I appreciate that. Thank you, genuinely.
You were good, and you put the stuff you put out. You put it all together. We can't all go through stuff. You put it all into one place. Which we can see the police. I've seen them. I've been on the wrong side of them. Thank God I got out of that shit. And and I could see that, and I thought, there we go. They ain't changed. And you put it all together, and I think you got police watching you. I think you must have police watching you.
Oh, of course I do. Of course I do.
From your videos, they were fucking brilliant. And to watch you melt down, mate, and watch your brain go. We watched it in real time, and it was so sad.
Yeah. So
sad, mate. But now you're back. You're back. We can see you. I'm wishing. Well, I can see your face now, bald. There you go.
Listen, meltdowns happen.
That's like I bald. I got long hair. I'm lucky.
Meltdowns happen to us all, right? And the thing is, as I've said before, and I'll say it again. I said it in the last call. I don't hide anything about my mental health situation. I'm quite happy to talk about it. I hide when I feel shit. I'll cut myself off from everybody, but to hide what's wrong, to hide my mental health situation, teaches other people to hide theirs, and that's the last thing that I want. I want people to know that that they're not alone. I want people to know that there are people that who go through the similar sort of stuff, and I've actually had a couple of people who have told me if it wasn't for me, being as open as I am and talking to them, giving them a platform to speak, they probably wouldn't be here anymore. And you know what? And that is one of the best things that I could ever get out of this community. If somebody turned around and said to me, right, because of your video, a policeman was put inside, I'd feel really happy. But I feel better when somebody says, because of your video, somebody didn't end their life. That, to me, is fucking worth far more than putting away coppers.
Yeah, mate, that's great. What you said there was brilliant. We've got to save lives. I'm not going to call that men, but we're in trouble. Men are in trouble, and people are in trouble. We to watch you to go from what you was, to what you went to, and then come back and to see you, is inspiration to me. Other mental problems, a lot of people do, and you're an inspiration, Dan. You know what I mean, mate? I'm not saying it as like big up, I don't watch much on YouTube, but I watch you, mate. To see you come back is brilliant.
Thank you.
We can do it. We can all do it. Men can do it. A lot of men are gone. They're dead. They're hanged. Whatever. Sad. Very sad.
Yeah, because they don't want to talk.
Young men are gone. They're not here now, and it's fucking horrible, mate. Horrible.
Many.
And it's real life. But to see you go down in real life, and then come back, mate, it's brilliant. It's so fucking good to see, mate.
Oh, thank God.
On my screen now, you're on my screen. I'm watching, mate, and sad about the hair. I'm both about my hair. I've got a lot of it. It's black. So that's as bad luck for you, but you give me this hope, Dan. You know what I mean?
Well, that's a good thing.
What you done? Your videos, about the police were fucking brilliant. Yeah, they were amazing. Brought us all together to see what was going on and to see you go downhill and then come back. And I'm repeating myself, going back to the street, but there you go.
It's Christmas. Fuck it, it's Christmas.
Yeah, but it's Christmas. Yeah, it's messed up. Yeah, I don't know myself. But I get a lot of shit from ex-prison officers, stroke.
Yeah.
Mental stroke, forensic mental health officers. Like stuff about fucking, bringing drugs into the prison. Yeah. They don't like me. Fuck them. I don't care. You don't bring drugs into prison and give it to fucking nutters.
Yeah.
Okay. And make it worse. There you go.
All right, my man. Well, listen, I've got some more people trying to call through. I want to try and wrap this up soon anyway. But listen, I appreciate your call, man.
Well, it's just great. You've done well.
Thank you.
And you're very helpful.
I do what I can.
Watching you is Jesus, I'm gonna make you all something good. But watching you go through what you went through, in real life, it was insane to see you go downhill like that, and then come back. Inspiration, Dan, mate. I've got to go. Let people speak, mate.
All right, my friends. Listen, you
take care.
And you have as good.
Man, mate. Great man.
Have as good a day as you can tomorrow, my friend. And
I would. Yeah. All right, take care. Bye.
And you, but ciao, mate. Bye.
Bye.
Crinkle, I've got another call here. Where are you? Hello.
Hello, Dan. How you doing, Brian?
How you doing, Brian? You alright?
I'm okay, thanks.
Jolly good.
Yeah. I lost my brother, like I told you. Did I tell you, like?
I think the last time did you mention it the last time we spoke?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, it says on his from the autopsy.
Yeah.
And the death certificate. My sisters tell me what he died from was a ruptured embolism or something like that. I can't say the word embolism, is it?
Right.
In the stomach. But as I said, he said he hadn't been feeling well since he had them the jabs, like.
Right. Okay.
So I think the COVID, the COVID jabs.
Yeah.
They help, like.
Brian, just 1 second, Brian. I just somebody was saying goodbye there. So Josie, thank you for jumping on, my friend. Always a pleasure. I hope you enjoy your day tomorrow, you and your family. I hope you have the best day that you can under the circumstances. And I may be on live tomorrow. It depends if anybody comes around. Might do a live stream from the front room. But thanks for jumping on. Appreciate it. As always, respect and enjoy the rest of your evening and have a wonderful day tomorrow. Brian, sorry about that. Crack on.
It's okay.
It's like Crinkle, you're phoning again. I told you've got a phone when I hang up. Don't phone when I'm on the phone to somebody. God. Brian, carry on, my friend.
This says he died of a ruptured embolism in his stomach. But he said for weeks, since he had the jabs, about a month after, like when the first get the jabs out for the over 50.
Yeah.
He says he hasn't been feeling well. He hasn't been feeling well since he had the jabs, like. And my sister there has had the jabs, and she hadn't been feeling well neither.
Right. Which is the case for many people, I think. Again, in my opinion, it simply hasn't been tested long enough, or on enough people, and that's why we're still in trial phase. Until 2023. And it's disgusting that it's been allowed. It's okay for the government. We've seen many of the government, the world leaders and governments going, oh, look, I'm getting a jab, but yet there's no fucking needle or the cap's on. Well, there's absolutely no proof that any of them, in my opinion, have had any of the jab that they're giving us.
Yeah.
You know, and yet there's people, normal people, everyday people, the people that are important to this country, not the government, they're not fucking important as far as I'm concerned. We are the important ones in this country, because if it wasn't for us, then the government wouldn't have a fucking job anyway. So we are the ones that are going through the loss and the pain and anguish of becoming ill due to something that, as I say, in my opinion, hasn't been tested properly.
Yeah, there was a coroner on the internet did a video, and he says, but there's a lot of people been in his funeral home who have had the jabs, who had put down died of COVID, but they've had the jabs, and it's made them, and it's killed them.
Yeah, you're talking about the guy from Kent. Yeah. John Looney or something like that. His name is, if I remember rightly. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. You know, it's. I mean, we go over this every time we have a phone, and we're going over it every day with people. It's a sickening situation that we're in. I mean, I was talking earlier. I was in a taxi driver turned around and goes, "Oh, I can't understand why people just don't get the jab." He actually turned around and said to me after that, he goes, "Oh, I picked up a nurse the other day, works in A&E or something, and she said that that they've had nobody in with Optimus Prime variant, but 99% of the people that are in the hospital are unjabbed." Bollocks, absolute bollocks.
It done brainwashed by the government.
Absolute bollocks. There has to be more people in hospital that have had the jab than without the jab, because out of the population, more people have had the jab than have not had the jab. Do you know what I'm saying? So there has to be, if you think about it, you know, like mathematically, there has to be more people going into hospital that, you know, for not just for COVID, I'm talking for any reason, that have had the jab. Plus, they're not going to, you know, they won't. A lot of places aren't seeing people if they haven't had the jab. So you have to have the jabs in order to get into some places in the hospital.
Yeah.
So it's all bollocks.
Oh no.
Sorry, YouTube. Fuck you, YouTube.
Even Nigel Farage says this. I was in a video of Nigel Farage, and he says that this new variant, the government are making it out to be worse than what it is, and he said it's very mild.
Absolutely. And while many of us aren't epidemiologists or virologists or anything like that, it's obvious. It's obvious from the silence that we're hearing from the mainstream media over certain things. It's obvious from the hospitals. It's obvious from the information that's coming out from, you know, NHS and private medical staff as well, that are saying to the public, hang on a minute, you know, this is bollocks. Now they've got a lot to lose. Why would they say such a thing if it wasn't true? They've got so much to lose. It makes more sense that the people that work for the NHS, that want to keep their job, that want to keep getting paid, that want to keep paying their mortgage, it makes sense for them to agree with the narrative. I would put my trust in somebody who has a lot to lose more than somebody that doesn't want to lose it.
Do you mind just hanging on a second while I turn the gas out?
Oh, fucking, I don't know about that. Yeah, go on.
Okay. Okay, and I was cooking some sweet corn. I don't really want to burn the house down.
No worries, no worries.
Yeah.
What are you having, sweet? It's a bit late for dinner, isn't it?
I Just eat bits here and there. I went to the pub tonight in Dudley, Rock Pub, and nobody had the masks on, so I don't think anybody up there believes in it.
I hope they was all social distanced.
Nah. They give a shit. I don't think they're just.
Look, I might spend a lot of time indoors on my own, right? And I do. I spend a lot of time in, but I also, when I go out, I'm around people. I go to the shop. I go, when I go to the, I went to the supermarket today. Aldi, I had to go go and pick up some stuff, and I'm around people. But I've been like that for the whole almost 2 years, and the only dodgy throat thing that I've had is because I've been smoking some dodgy smokes.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So why the fuck am I, who would be classed as vulnerable because of my health issues, not the ones that everybody knows about, but I've got my lungs are fucked, and I've got other shit as well, but I'm classed as a vulnerable person. Why the fuck haven't I had anything?
Yeah.
Or have I been lucky? Oh, has every fucker that's not wearing a mask been lucky? And people that wear a mask been unlucky? No, of course they haven't. There's something else going. Oh fuck me, there's something going on. We all know it. Yeah. We all know it, but we're all being prevented from talking about it.
Yeah. What's it? My sister said, I was ill from after I had the jabs. But I said it felt better the past 2 weeks last week. But I said I've been ill this past week because I've been coughing and that. But that bit might be down to the cigarettes. So, but I reckon might be fit. I said the other week I might be fit. I'm getting better over it.
Yeah.
After having the jabs when he made a real But I said I'm having another booster And I says to her, I don't want to lose you as well as my brother, because I've only got my sister, really.
Yeah.
I've got my cousin, but I ain't close to my cousin, I see her, at the auction and that, and go round occasionally, but, it's like my brother and my sister, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I understand. I understand that. It's a horrible situation for anybody to be in.
The other thing I wanted to ask you was, I've got an appointment to see the neurologist. I don't know what it means, for the pain, in my right test. Well, I've been now pain today. It changes places, but the pain in my right testicle and my groin, and in my left side. Sorry, my right side, not my left. And from what I gather, from the feeling I get, it's up my groin and my left testicle. And I was wondering, could it be, the same as what you had, twisted testicle? Could that be what it is? When you had it, when you went to hospital, did you have pains in your left side, as well,
no,
down below?
No, I'll be honest. I'm going to stand up and do this. So excuse me for. I'm not going to show my knob or nothing like that. I had the pain. I don't know if you can see because of the banners in the way, but I had a pain coming up from my groin up. Where if you got a ripped body, you have that bit down by your groin that point goes down into your groin area either side.
Yeah,
the pain sort of radiated up there.
It's a bit I'm been getting it a bit higher up on my left side as well,
Right.
But as I say, today and last night it eased off, but I've had it before, and it's come back again. But the neurologist, he's I don't know what he'll do, but the doctor, he says because I had a blood test. He said the results from the blood test don't show any sign of cancer,
Right.
So he said, in his opinion, it's unlikely, but it's testicle cancer.
Right, it's unlikely. It's unlikely to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, I mean, I'm not a doctor, but I know it could be a number of things. I mean, as I say, for me, somebody's just said in the comments, "Fuck me, what's happened to the channel? You're talking about aging bodies." It's not just about talking about aging body. You know, apart from talking about the police and stuff like that. We talk about mental health and stuff as well, and this kind of stuff can affect your mental health. So we talk about this because some people sit there and go over it in their head. Nobody to talk to. If they can talk to somebody and get it out of their system, they feel better, and that's that's part of the service we provide here. But as you said, for me, as I say, I mean my right testicle. Excuse me for talking about my balls, but my right testicle's like a fucking rugby ball compared to my left testicle, and they thought that it had been, as I say, they thought it had been twisted, which is classed as a medical emergency. I had to go into hospital straight away. If they've not said to you about going into hospital straight away to have it, looked at by a surgeon, then the chances of it being something.
On the 9th, I've got to go. Sorry, the 29th.
Right, so it's something that they feel is not, life threatening, life changing, or anything like that. It's something that they feel that they can put off. Although saying that, and I don't mean to be, to be scaremongering or anything like that, because that's the last thing I want to do. Obviously, we know that some things are being put off because of this COVID thing. Okay, but I would suggest, in my experience and my opinion, and again I could be wrong, but my experience, my opinion, I suggest that they're looking at it as something that's not particularly a threat to you at the moment, and something that they can look into and deal with later. As I say, if it was twisted, you'd
it's always a worry when you don't know what's going on.
Yeah, well, you would definitely know about it if it was twisted. Trust me, you would. I mean, I don't know if you've had appendicitis. You've got appendicitis when you've got appendicitis. You know you've got twisted bollock when you've got twisted bollock. How am I doing?
How are you doing anyway?
I'm
feeling better.
I might not seem it, but I'm tired. I still ache. I mean, I'm okay. I feel, which is why I'm drinking tonight. Is I feel in a better place. I feel happy-ish. I mean, I could be happier. I could be around my kids. Could be around my family. Could have a nice girlfriend. Could all sorts of things that make me happier. But I'm not feeling down. And Christmas is a tough time for me because of the kids. Knowing that. Trying to have contact with the kids and all that kind of stuff over the years has been a head fuck for me. When I started talking to them, I was over the moon. The last couple of years, they've not spoken to me. I've tried to contact them, and they've just, they've ignored me, which is their right to do. Don't get me wrong. They're entirely entitled to do what they see fit. For me, it's been hard. At the moment, I'm feeling good. Okay, I'm upset that I'm not spending Christmas with my family or my kids, but I'm not in a position that I have been in over the past few years where I wanted a drink and take a week's worth of tablets. That's the truth. And I'm not in that position. So for that reason, I'm feeling much better. I do, obviously, the effects of the stroke I'm still feeling. But mentally, the mental health side of things at the moment, I feel okay. I feel pretty good at the moment. Thank you for asking.
It's good to see him back, and it's good to see him coping, and feeling better,
Well, hopefully things will continue to improve, and give it maybe even in a few weeks' time. Maybe I'll be sticking some videos out you know, on a maybe a bi-weekly basis. I might not throw them out daily to start with. Maybe I'll stick out maybe 2 days a week, and throw out a few of the main stories, and try and get back to as much to normality as I can. But you know, I feel like I'm making excuses all the time, and I hate it. This is one of the things. This is the mental health thing kicking in. I feel, you know, it's almost like making excuses, and I feel shitty for it. But I can't promise that I can get back to that situation quickly. I will try, and I'll do what I can, because this for me means a lot to me. You know, the channel, the community, it means a lot. And I know some people will be thinking, what the fuck's he talking about? You know, I this channel, unlike some people who make a lot of money from their videos, you know, they can monetize 90% of their videos and they make a lot of money, and they're doing well out of it. I don't. It's not about that for me. Okay. For me, it's as I've said a million times. For me, it's about the community. You know, and a lot of people with mental health issues have issues with the police, and so the two sort of go hand in hand. So, which is why I talk about the both situations. And I wish I could do more. I think that there's some channels out there that could do better than what they do, but they're more interested in income than they are about anything else. For me, if I was in a position, I would get somebody to do my script writing for me. I'd get somebody to do the research for me, and I would do, you know, I'd do the video, and maybe the edit, and that would free up several hours a day for me. But it doesn't. But I don't. You know, I didn't stop because of that. I carried on because it's, you know, because I want to do what I do. I want to continue doing what I do. As I've said tonight a few times, it would be nice to do more than I do. There's some stories that I would like to do that that would take quite a while to put together. You know, like almost not documentary, but, you know, maybe a 40-minute video on a certain subject. But again, I'm not in a position to be able to do stuff like that at the moment. I hope as time goes on, I'll be able to and be able to offer people a better experience on the channel. But again, for me, it's about the community. Just doing this with, you know, we've got less than 100 people on, but you know what? I've really enjoyed myself this evening. I hope everybody else in the chat has as well. I know a lot of people in the chat aren't even listening to me; they're talking to each other, and they use this as a community group. But that's great. I don't mind that, as long as everybody's getting on, as long as everybody's having fun, as long as nobody feels alone.
You know, find the channel interesting and enjoy the channel, but we'll I think all of them, especially me, we enjoy your company on the channel, and it's, you know, it's like, you know, you're very understanding, and I think we think more of you as a friend rather than just someone on the channel.
Well, that's kind of you. In fact, I met somebody. I didn't get his name. I did say to him that I was coming on live today when I was at the Audi earlier in Bootle. Just down the road from me. I was waiting for a taxi, and a guy walked past and said, "You all right?" I looked up and I went, "All right, mate." And he goes, "I know you from YouTube." I was like, "Oh, fucking hell, okay." You know, we didn't talk for, we literally talked for about 20 seconds before we went off. But you know, stuff like that, knowing that people, how can I put it? I don't want to upset people. I will tell people how it is. I'll say what I think, and that might upset people, but I'll never belittle people I'll never talk to people the way that I don't want to be spoken to. I'll always be respectful. Do you know what I mean? Even if I don't agree. But I had, you know, this guy turned around, you know, and said hello, and it's a really fucking amazing feeling when somebody does that. I've never had anybody in real life turn around and go, I know you, you're that prick off of fucking YouTube. I've never had anybody say that. Everybody's always turned around and been really positive, and you know, and I think by now the amount of live streams that I've done, it's very difficult to keep a lie up. If I wasn't who I am, you know, you'd know by now that I'm a liar, or I'm fucking pulling the wool over your eyes or whatever. And it's one of the reasons I like doing the live stream, because I can be who I am. And I have a drink, and when you have a drink, your true self comes out, doesn't it? So, you know, everybody's still here after last week's live stream, and I got twatted on that. So I couldn't, you know, I'm either completely truthful and I am who I am, or I'm a very good fucking, I don't know, government operative.
I think you've done, you know, very well, like coming back, like, you know, and I'm very proud of you, like, you know, and
thank you.
You know, I'm glad, you know, but you've come back, you know, because when, you know, when you was offline, you know, I miss seeing you and I miss speaking to you, and I was very worried about you as well.
You know, I don't think, I genuinely cannot think or remember a time when somebody said that they're proud of me. So, do you know what? I really appreciate that comment. Genuinely appreciate that comment. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, seeing you on YouTube and having to chat to you, you know, it you know, makes me feel a lot better, like, within myself as well. Like, yeah.
So, well, I've got Horace trying to call in apparently.
Okay.
I don't know if this is him trying to call now, but Horace, if it's you, don't hang up. I'm going to answer your call. Listen, I appreciate your call as always. Thank you very much. I hope you have.
Thanks for, you know, for the, you know, giving me your support as that as well.
You're absolutely welcome. Absolutely.
I wish you all the best.
And you have as good a day as possible tomorrow. Well, today. And if I do a live stream later, be sure just to jump on, even if it's to say hello.
Okay.
All right, my friends.
You take care, Dan.
You too. Take it easy.
Bye.
Bye now. Bye bye. Bob Hunter, thank you very much. Much appreciated. Hello.
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 Hello, Dan. How you doing?
I'm not so bad. Is that Horace?
Indeed, so it is. It is me. I'll put my phone. Hey, that's probably better.
Horace.
How you?
Yeah, I'm alright, mate. You alright?
Yeah, I've not been too bad. It's just kind of one of those sort of quick calls, I suppose, in regards to the
listen, nothing's ever.
On my own situation.
Nothing's ever. Horace, nothing's ever quick on this channel. Nothing's ever quick on this channel, mate. Go on, carry on.
I was going to say, you know, you were the first person to know about my situation, and ultimately, I'll put it back on loudspeaker, so I can actually hear you better on loudspeaker. You know, you were the first person for me to inform about my situation on these streams. This is kind of why I got into these streams. But just a quick update to people who may not know. You know, I was arrested. This is on the 17th of October last year, with regards to wearing a rather ludicrous costume. You know, and basically, I got arrested for that. You know, again, went through the court process, got to the end of it, which was on the 11th of June this year, and I was acquitted, thankfully. And as it currently stands at the moment, I'm suing my local police force for 4 separate things, which in this case is malicious prosecution, unlawful imprisonment, unlawful arrest, and also assault, because again they slapped the handcuffs on me, which in the police report they didn't state they did.
Okay.
Which I solicitor in the civil sense, he's the guy who actually handled the Liverpool, whatever it's called, can't remember the exact name of it, but he dealt with the
Hillsborough.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, he dealt with that, and he's basically stated, they would want £3,000 from me, but he said to me, I said I was shopping around at the time, and his secretary was like, we need £3,000 or so for that, and I got a call a day later saying, the director of this company has decided to take it on pro bono, and I'm just like, even better then.
Okay.
It means I've got a point to make, so yeah, it's kind of gone in a positive direction.
I told you it would. I said that from the beginning. I said you got nothing to worry about. I said that.
Yeah, I remember that. And I mean, to be fair, given what you said at the beginning, it was a very big uplifting sort of.
Listen, it's frightening. It's frightening for anybody to get arrested. Okay, that's the thing. If you've not been arrested before, or if you've only dealt with the police in very minor situations, and then all of a sudden you deal with the police in a situation where they're coming after you, it's frightening. Okay, genuinely, and I understand that. As well as anybody.
Absolutely.
So I don't. This is why the way when I tried to explain to you what I thought and how I think that they'd fucked up and the way that I think you should go, the direction I think you should go, and how I think it would turn out. I will always be respectful in that way. Again, because I know it might seem silly to some people. It might seem silly to me, but it's not silly to you. So I will always be respectful in that way, because I know that it's important to you, and it could have frightened you. But
and ultimately as well, I mean, it was you who ultimately put me on the right path, in a sense, to obviously seek the justice that I required.
Right.
And going on from that as well, I decided to study the law, which again I wouldn't have done otherwise. But I'm going on a law degree, which I'm on at the moment.
Well, fair play to you. Absolutely. Listen, fair play to you. Absolutely. I've got respect for you for that. For me, I couldn't. Unfortunately, I couldn't go back to a learning environment. My brain, even before the stroke, it wouldn't cope in that situation. I have to learn on the fly. If I was going to learn law, for me, I would have to go and shadow a brief. I would have to go and shadow a solicitor and learn it that way. Going and writing fucking essays and all that bollocks, it's not me.
One thing I'd like to say to you as well, though, by the way, given what you just said, is, again, there has been a lot of sort of, I don't know how to describe it, misconceptions or, conspiracies going on behind the back, with regards to yourself.
Okay.
And I would just like to say, though, I am more than happy to see that you are in good health. And that is my own personal opinion, given that you saw me said I was moving to Russia about 2 months ago, but that was an age joke for yourself. It's good to see you in good health, and and that's all any human ultimately wants at the end of the day: good health,
of course,
a good life, and to live a happy and respectful, future. That's ultimately what everybody wants.
Of course, look, if we don't agree with somebody, if we think they're a dick, it doesn't mean that we should wish bad on somebody. So I appreciate what you're saying. Again, there's people that I talk to on a regular basis that I think are an absolute fucking wanker. Nobody in the chat, by the way. Let me make that clear. Nobody in this chat. But there are people that I speak to that I dislike, but I would never see anything bad done to them, and I would always be respectful to them. It just means that I won't share things with them like I do with other people.
Indeed. No, I completely agree with that. And again, one point that I want to make, which may potentially help the channel, is a comment that the police investigatory officer made to me on my arrest. Well, upon my arrest, which was, and he stated very clearly, the police officer did not necessarily need to detain you or arrest you. He could have just sent you home, but he made the decision to arrest you, which basically meant that I had not actually committed any crime, and he could have just sent me home on my own merry way, but he decided to arrest me anyway. But the police didn't admit to that.
Of course.
They were not obviously, say that he was wrong. They were defending his actions. It could have been either way, as you say. And it's quite funny to look at that in a in a perspective, because, well, they're kind of going against what they did, really. You know, he could have arrested you. You know, he could have just been sent home there. You know, it could have been one of the other.
Absolutely. I mean, referring back to my situation, there was, you know, I got arrested for being an annoyance. Okay, that's actually they used Section 50 of the Police Reform Act because I was being annoying. Okay, so apparently, you know, based on that, being annoying is against the law. They knew I wasn't going to give my details. I failed to give my details. They arrested me on that basis. As soon as I gave my details, they should have let me go. This, you know, in your situation, as I said to you, it was a fancy dress. You weren't going out there, you know, frog marching, zig heiling to everybody you saw. You know, and therefore, it was completely unethical. Is probably not the right word, but unethical for the copper to arrest you for what was it, breach of the peace? Wasn't not breach of the peace? Public order offence, causing alarm and harassment.
Basically what happened, I'm not sure if I mentioned this to you previously, they initially arrested me under a Section 4A, and later on down the line, when I got the initial request to attend court, they requested I go under a Section 5.
Yeah,
however,
Section 4A, if I remember rightly, just to clarify, Section 4A, if I remember rightly, is when you do something with the intent of upsetting somebody.
Basically, and however though, they initially reduced it to a Section 5, but about 2 minutes before I actually entered court, the solicitor of the day decided to increase it to a Section 5 racially aggravated offence. Which, to be fair, is a bit ridiculous. I mean, if you want me to, I can read out my solicitor's submission to the state to basically, you know, claim against them. If you want me to do that.
Well, you can do. But before you do, I'll just say that there's. Have you got something on in the background? Some sounds.
No, I don't think. It's just me.
Getting a bit.
I've turned all the sounds off.
I'm getting.
Can you hear stuff behind me? Can you?
Just getting a bit of feedback. That's all.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I can still hear you, and I think everyone can hear me, so it's not too much of an issue. I heard a story recently. In fact, I think it was on GB News. An ex-police constable who put something on his Twitter about transsexuals, transvestites, whatever you want to call them. Ended up taking it to the High Court, and the High Court turned round and dismissed him basically, and said, right, absolutely, you did fuck all wrong, absolutely nothing wrong at all. You've got the right to have an opinion on that. And fucking hell, do you know what? This really annoys me when I'm talking about something and then my brain fog fucking comes down.
It's always the case.
Oh, Jesus, it will come to me in a minute. I'm sorry, people. I start talking about something sometimes and the brain fog overtakes and I completely forget. It will come to me in a minute. Sorry, go on, Horace. Carry on. Read your thing.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm just going to get the actual submission to the... I'm not going to give all the details, because I mean, that would kind of potentially affect the civil case if anybody's listening.
Yeah, obviously be careful, yeah.
I'll kind of give these skeleton arguments, in a sense. Just trying to get it up at the moment. Oh Christ, where's this gone actually? Ooh, I'll get up my phone. I've saved up my phone. Put this down. OneDrive. Should be on here somewhere. I'm trying to find it right now. It's saying Drive. Yep, Drive.
Well, I remember. Hang on, I remember what I was saying now. So this. Well, I think it was what I was saying. So this ex-copper who was talking about trans people was ultimately told that he wasn't breaking any laws, but the police turned up at his house and said, you know, we've been told to come and speak to you. And he said, well, am I under arrest? And he went, well, no, but we've just been told to come and speak to you about your thinking, about your way of thinking. And, you know, again, in your situation, I mean, this your situation came up before this. So I couldn't obviously use that as a analogy, if you like. But with your situation, as I said to you at the beginning, you didn't go out there with any intent to do anything other than to dress up and go and have a laugh and have a drink and and whatnot. It was Halloween.
Well, that's the thing.
Halloween, wasn't it?
That's what it was. I mean, when I went into court, and again, I went on trial. I was cross-examined by the Crown Prosecution Service and also my own very, very, and I would say very good solicitor. And the Crown Prosecution Court that with me at the time as well. And they said very directly to me, were you not aware that Prince Harry got berated in the press for what he wore? And I said to them, basically, yes, I'm aware of that. However, he was not dragged before your worships, referring to the magistrates, for what he did. And the Crown Prosecutor basically turned away and sat back in his seat and he shut up.
That's right, absolutely.
It's kind of like, I've kind of dismantled your own argument in one simple word. Yes, he was berated by the press, but he was not dragged before his grandmother's Crown Prosecution Service.
And I might be wrong. I might be wrong. Again, things that are hazy from before the stroke. But if I remember rightly, he did a Nazi salute at some point. I might be wrong, but.
Oh, exactly. I mean, I didn't actually do it. Somebody in the supposed witness said that I did. Again, I didn't do it. But again, either way, even though I was presented in court, I got acquitted either way. Even though I didn't actually do the salute, but either way.
Horace,
was probably a bit ambitious in his own attempt to get me before the court.
It's just come to me. It's just come to me. Let me say it before I forget it. The copper. Sorry, I'm sorry for interrupting you, but it's come back to me, so I need to say it before I forget again. The ex-copper that got dragged up in front of the court for speaking, what his opinion on trans people. He actually got done for a non-crime hate crime. Non-crime hate crime. Can you imagine that? A non-crime hate crime. What the fuck does that even mean? It's a complete contradiction of itself. But they just...
It's not a crime. How can it be a crime?
They make this shit up. But it means that even though it's a non-crime, which means he gets no punishment for it, no reprimand for it, no nothing, it means that it goes on his record and it's disclosable to any potential employees or employers. I mean, how fucked up is that? It's the same as your situation. I mean, you could potentially, and you want to speak to your brief about this and ask them to mention this, because this could have affected your future career in a major way. And the police love to go on probabilities. So I would suggest that the probability of your arrest and subsequent, being charged could have affected your potential career. Therefore, you should be entitled to some recompense for that as well.
Well, exactly. I mean, ultimately, a crime is something that should be tried in a court, and the police do not have, in my personal opinion, any sort of statutory right to state that what they've done is a non-crime hate crime.
Yeah.
Because ultimately, if you are to be convicted of something, which will, let's say, show up in a DBS check, that should be confirmed by the courts, not the police. Because, I mean, the police, yes, a lot of them are good guys, but again, there are quite a lot of scoundrels in there. My father being one of them. Don't get me wrong.
The words you use. Come on now, you call them scoundrels. Let's be honest, they're wankers.
Well, I was going to say my father was an ex-police officer.
Yeah.
And I'll tell my story of what happened between him and my mother, if you want me to.
I think you've mentioned this before, but to be honest, I cannot remember fully. So.
Well, I'll tell the exact story then, because it is quite, I'd say, important in the sense of open-minded justice. That, and again, it's my father, by the way. He died about 12 years ago, but either way, we still need to know the facts. And my father basically was in a divorce proceeding with my mother. And he stated to my mother that, she could take a couple of computers from his house, their house, to take to her new house, so me brother could study on said computers. My mother went down to the house with her key, which obviously she had because she lived there for about 10, 12 years. And she went inside, took the computers, put them in the car, and she was about to leave when, guess what, when my father, a sergeant, and also an inspector, bravely went around the corner and said, "Open your boot." So my mother obligingly opened the boot. She'd had the verbal confirmation from my father, by the way, by message. So she opened the boot, showed them what she had. This was all obviously confirmed.
Yeah.
And basically the inspector, well, my mother said to the inspector at the time, he's told me I can take these, there's no issue with that, he sent me a message. And my father's like, no, she didn't, she's lying, and all this sort of stuff. And he was only a constable, by the way.
Right.
But yes, guess what? The police took my father's side, even though my mother had the legitimate evidence in her bloody back pocket. And guess what? They threatened to arrest my mother. And you know what my father did next? He walked around the side, because it's kind of like around the side of a bus, which is kind of like a driveway. You walk, if you reverse up the driveway, kind of on the main road, and then outside of that, there's like a bus, kind of in between the house and the main road.
Right.
My father kind of walked around that, and she removed everything from the car because she just didn't want the hassle. Even though she had the legitimate reason to do so, because the police officer was just giving her crap. And my mother's, I would say, she's a very respectable lady. Don't get me wrong. But she just removed it. It's like, okay, we'll deal with this in court then. As you do. And me and my brother, and obviously my mother got in the car. We were reversing, and my father was standing around the bus, sniggering and pointing at my mother, saying, I was right. You should get back with me. And my mother literally got out of the car and started throttling him in the street. Like, you're an absolute arsehole. And the police, the other guys, the sergeant and the inspector, ran around and started bloody, grabbed my mother like, we're going to arrest you for carrying doing this. And my mother's like, this guy's bloody, impeding my own rights and all this. And they let her go ultimately. But it just shows, even if that was my father, which it was, he was an absolute fucking cunt.
Yeah.
He was an absolute corrupt bastard. And again, that's one point which I want to say, which is very much in respect to the current police administration, which applies to most officers. They are, they don't care about people's own opinions. They don't care about the public. If it benefits themselves, they'll do it. For example, even though he said to my mother, legitimately, she can take these computers for my education and my brother's, we can do so. But he went and told his, I don't know, his mates back at work that, they can't do that, and she's gone and illegally broke into the house or whatever. He's done that to just cause hassle. Yeah, 2 months later, he's begging my mother to, go back with him again. And it's just like, well, mate, he's just been an absolute twat. How can you expect my mother to go back with you? You're an absolute cunt.
That narcissism is a horrible illness.
That's the thing. He was an absolute cunt. Ultimately, an absolute corrupt bastard. But either way, he was never prosecuted or anything for that because he died before he could be. But I want to make the position known on my part. He was a corrupt bastard, and it makes me disagree. Maybe the government may disagree, but trust me, being his son, looking at how he acted, trust me, he was a corrupt fucking bastard.
Yeah, I want to say, Horace, and I'm gonna have to cut this off because I need another piss. But I want to say that I'm glad that your situation is being resolved, shall we say, and I'm glad that you've been acquitted of the allegation. As I said at the beginning, I'm not always right, but in certain situations it's blatantly obvious. And I said to you at the beginning that it shouldn't be going to court, and that there's absolutely a way out of it for you. I'm glad that you know, some people would just accept it and go, do you know what? Okay, fuck it, and they'll take the punishment. I'm glad that you've decided to fight it, and now to try and do something about that. Now, don't expect an apology, obviously, but even if the police turn around and pay up, let's face it, it's an admission of guilt. It's an admission of guilt without saying, okay, we were wrong. Okay, otherwise they wouldn't pay. Otherwise they wouldn't fucking pay out. So I genuinely hope, and I'm pretty sure that you've got a damn good chance of winning your case. The fact that
I'm pretty certain it will, to be fair. I mean, again, I know you need to go for this. I'll be quick. I'll be as quick as possible in explaining this. Again, that is the primary reason why I've decided to take a university degree out in law to try and practice law myself, so I can protect people from what's happened to me happening again.
Well, let me. You've got the voice. You've got the voice of a lawyer.
Well, I want to be a barrister.
Well, you certainly.
I'll give it a good try.
I believe you've got a double-barreled surname as well, haven't you?
It's only one barrel surname.
Oh.
Just Humphrey.
Okay. Well, I thought it was a double barrel.
Daily Mail. I was a quitter, but either way.
but on genuinely, the fact that you're following it through and that you have, you've made that decision to do something about it, which is to go and study law. I genuinely respect that 100%. Gail Hadfield Granger. She was the partner of Anthony Granger, who got shot by Manchester police quite a few years ago. She went to court. She didn't understand what she was hearing, and she felt that she was getting fucking had over what had happened. So she went to university and she studied law, and she passed all of her qualifications with flying colours, and she's now got a company, dealing with helping people in legal situations and that. And you know what? People like that, people like her, people like you in this respect, completely respect you for doing that, 100%. But take that as me being completely serious, hand on heart.
No, I appreciate that.
I genuinely admire people for doing that.
What I'd like to say to you as well, by the way, is if, let's say, I become, I don't know, Queen's Counsel or something like that later down the line, I'd be more than happy to come on your channel and, I don't know, advise people pro bono. Again, that's ultimately what I'm about, pro bono.
Do you know what I want to do? This is one of the things I want to do, Horace, and I'll be honest before I say goodbye, because I'm literally about to tie a knot in it. One of the things I want to do, genuinely, is I want to be able for people to send me their videos, okay, and I will look at those videos and I will go through those videos. But if I've also got somebody else who is legally trained to pick up on the things that I miss, to go through those videos and do what I do, okay, and break a video down and say this shouldn't have happened, or that person should have done this, that person shouldn't have done that. If I can get to that situation, would for me would be ideal for this channel. Okay, it's what I was doing at the beginning. But again, I'm not legally trained, so I have to give my opinion on the law rather than what the courts think of the law. And I've never lied about that. I've always been open about that. It's always my opinion. But to have, if I could get somebody on board that would support me in what I do, for example, and help people, which is why I do what I do, then that's always got to be a good thing. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely. I mean, people who are committing actual crimes like murder, rape, things like that, then yes, they should be prosecuted. But
right too. Yeah.
We're trying to get the point across. So people who are being, let's say, prosecuted for a offence that they have not done, that's what I'd be more than happy to stand up against.
It's all about all about accountability. It's all about accountability, being accountable for your actions, whether you're the one committing the crime as a civilian or whether you're committing a crime as somebody who's supposed to be enforcing the law.
Exactly. So, that's ultimately what it is about at the end of the day. liberties in the system and country that they live in.
Yeah.
But I guess I suppose on that note, I better let you go to the toilet.
Yeah, well, I've got an empty bottle over there, but I'm pretty sure you don't want to hear that.
I'm rolling off there.
All right, listen, Horace, have a great day today. Enjoy it as much as you possibly can. I've got a feeling we're going to be locked down before the new year. That's my feeling. So have, have as much.
It's been a pleasure, honestly. Everybody in the chat as well. Merry Christmas. Have a fantastic New Year. Hopefully, it's a better year than it was last year. But same to you, Pap, Dan, everybody else. And stay safe. Have a fantastic New Year and Merry Christmas as well. And I wish you all the best. Excellent.
Take it easy, my friend.
Stay safe, you too, my friend.
Sign out.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Do you know what? What I'm going to do while I go for a piss. Oh, I've got sore arse sitting down for so long. Just while I go for a piddle. Let's hang on. Give you something to look at, shall we? Oh, wrong way. Hang about. There you go. Have a look at Smudge while I go for a piss. Thank you, Bob. Much appreciated. All right, let's get you back on me now. Don't want to give Smudge too much of the fucking limelight, do I? There we go. Right down a little bit. That'll do. Lovely job. What have I missed? Smudge is a shit host. Well, there's no fucking Jonathan Ross, that's for sure. Oh, we've got another call coming in. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
Dan, I've been trying for ages and I give up, and I thought I'll try back.
How
you doing, brother? You alright?
Yeah, not so bad, thank you. Who's this?
It's Raymond from Northern England.
Raymond?
Aye.
Yeah, how you doing, mate? You alright? Do you prefer Ray or Raymond?
Any of them bothered.
Alright.
I've spoken to you before. You should tell by my voice, but I have spoken to you before.
To be honest,
and you know what it is? I was actually shocked.
I do recognise some voices, but names to voices is difficult for me, unfortunately. So I do apologise.
No, you had a stroke. I didn't even know. I was actually shocked.
Really?
But I'm glad you're on the mend.
Oh, it's one of them things, isn't it? You know, it's probably a combination of a shitty lifestyle and fucking God knows what else. Let me just.
I know. Tell us about it, brother. Tell us about it.
But yeah, you know, it's one of them things, my friend.
I heard you mention that you were thinking about backing and smoking. I never tried a vape because I was a heavy smoker, you know, Dan, for years. And obviously I've vaped on and off for years and smoked.
I've got two.
And tobacco.
I've got two vapes.
I think it was at the end. Sorry.
I've got two vapes. I've got one, a little shitty one, which you don't press any buttons. You just breathe in, and another one where you.
I've got two of them.
And I've got one where you press a button, a big one where you press a button and it heats up the coil and whatnot. But to be honest, although I try to use that, or I have tried to use that.
Well, you know what you should do. You should, because like I was saying, I think it was the end of right at the end of 2017 or beginning of 2018.
Yeah.
That was it with tobacco for me. I went full time, right, bashing it out. And I used to be on 18 milligrams because obviously it's just there's no tar or the evil chemicals. It's just like the flavouring, colouring. I think it's like glycerin and stuff like that, and the nicotine, which nicotine doesn't kill you in any way, just highly addictive.
Yeah.
It's the same like cigarettes. I went on that full time. I was on 18 milligram, which is high strength. Then I reduced to 12 milligram, and I've never had a cigarette since, like I said, I think it's the end of 27 or right at the beginning, first week in January 2018, it might be that, or right at the end of 2017. I've never had a cigarette since.
Well, do you know, maybe that's my problem. I've got the liquid and I've got the separate nicotine. So I put the liquid in, and I put the nicotine in. But I'm on a 12 milligram, so maybe I need a higher nicotine dose to start with.
Obviously, you can get 3 milligram, which is very low, extremely low.
Yeah.
6 milligram, which is low. I think it's 12 milligram, which is medium, which it is. And you've got 18 milligram, which is high strength. Well, I started from the high, then I actually reduced to the 12.
Yeah.
Do you know what it is? I don't look back because it does what it's supposed to do, like. You know, if I was smoking a real cigarette, it does exactly the same. It takes the cravings away. Obviously, when you've got depression and that, it's a lot harder. But when the depression disappears, and you know what I mean? But I've never looked back. I would never have a cigarette again.
Yeah.
All that horrible tobacco.
I think maybe I need to look into that then, into a higher strength. I didn't realise, to be honest, it was an 18 milligram. I was told from the place where I get it from near me, I was told that 12 milligrams was the high one.
No, 100. Well, that means they've lied to you, brother. No.
Right.
The highest, as far as I'm aware, is 18. I mean, if you've heard of... Wait a minute, not tell you, but a minute. Can I still tell you? Yes, I can.
Yeah, go on.
I've got it here. So, can you hear it?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, right. I order from, I'll tell you, One Light, like one, O-N-E, and Light, L-I-T-E, all one word. I order from One Light, either Savers, them do them, Savers Superstore.
Right.
And I order from Vape Superstore. If you type that into Google Vape, then make a space in Superstore, right? You get some quality stuff from Vape Superstore.
Okay.
I always have mental, always.
I've literally just written that down so I can check it out.
Yeah. Well, I order from. I tried Vape Superstore a few weeks ago, right? And I ordered the second time. I mean, they are $2.95 for a 10 milligram, if whatever flavour you want. Or you can get the tobacco flavour if you prefer that. But you can get 4 for a tenner. And I thought myself, it's still quite expensive because some of them you can get for a pound, you know.
To be honest, I'll be honest with you. Some of the stuff that I've got in the other room is I got from a subscriber. Actually owns a vape store down south somewhere, and he actually sent me some free of charge. Just sent me some to try out. And I've still got that in there. I have used it. I've still got it in there though. What's left? I can't remember what I got from him though. But as I say, I do know that the place where I go locally that I get my vape stuff from, my liquids and stuff, I specifically remember them saying, because I said to them, you know, what's the highest, like nicotine, because I smoke quite a lot in fairness, and you know, I think to start on a higher nicotine content to get, you know, to get started and then wean myself down, I think is the best thing to do. And they said to me that that 12 was the highest, and that's what I've got.
18's the highest, brother.
Right.
18. You can check it out yourself. Go on to Saver.
Oh, I've got no reason to disbelieve you.
I'm saying you could go on to Saver, type in the search box. I'll tell you what I have: ice cool mental or ice mental. And I'll tell you what, the ice cool or the ice mental, it actually, you know, when you're vaping, it actually unblocks your nose, you know.
Yeah, I've had that.
You know, like Vic, what you rub on your Vic.
Yeah, I've had some of that before. Yeah.
It unblocks your nose.
Yeah, I've got some of that in the past. Do you know what? Just let me interrupt you for a moment there. Somebody asked me on my last live stream, the health certificate, the Nazi health certificate that I've got. If you can see that on the screen, that what I've got in my window at the moment. Somebody asked me if I could do a download link for it. I've got that download link now. Okay, I've just remembered it. I just want to do it before I forget. So forgive me for interrupting you. I do apologise. If I don't say it now, I'll completely forget again. So what I'm going to do, if anybody wants to download this health certificate, it is 2 pages. I've had to tape it together at the back. Okay, so it is 2 pages. When you print it, you need to print it in You need to go to landscape and do it on a 1:2 scale, and it will print the 2 pages. You tape it together at the back, or you can print it on an A4. It will fit. But the link for that is in the comments now. I've just chucked that in the comments. So if you want to download that, please feel free. I'm sorry for interrupting you there. Genuinely, if I don't say it when it's in my head.
No, don't apologise. You only were showing us that certificate. I thought you were talking to me, you know.
I will completely forget if I don't say it when it's in my head. Give it another 30 seconds and it will go. So sorry about that.
I'm saying, when you were showing us that certificate, I thought you were talking to me.
So that's for everybody. It's because somebody asked me for it on my last live stream. But that's it. That's a genuine copy. Well, it's a genuine copy apart from what I've filled in myself in the name, address, and all that stuff. But other than that, it's a genuine Nazi health certificate copy of.
Oh, right. And anyway, have you got a pen and a bit of paper, Dan? Or unless if you can still have access to the internet while I'm speaking to you.
I've got a red, a blue.
Give you a name of a person on YouTube.
I've got a red, a blue, 2 blacks, and I've got some paper. Go for it.
Right, well, there's a person on YouTube called Rose, then make a space, then Hannah, which is, where is she?
Can you spell that?
H-A-N-N.
Spell that first bit.
Rose Hannah.
Rose. Oh, Rose.
Rose.
Rose space Hannah.
I'll do it in the phonetic alphabet, then you can understand, because you know, like different parts of the country.
Yeah, go on.
Right, it's Romeo, Oscar, Sierra,
Echo. Yeah.
And it's Hotel Alpha, November, Alpha, Hotel.
Yep, got it.
Right. Now, her name, that's the first channel, but our second channel is a surname, Hannah.
Yeah.
And it's hyphen.
Yeah.
Then it's India, Hotel,
yeah.
Alpha Tango, Echo, Bravo, Uniform, Golf, Sierra, 777, which relates to Hannah hyphen, I hate book 777, that's her second channel.
Right.
I'll tell you what, she uses gematria, right? She's very in tune with Almighty, and she unlocks codes, like, you've got like secret societies and all these evil wicked elites across the planet.
Right.
And what they're doing, they're telling me in codes like, how can I put it? Satanic symbolism.
Right.
But they do it with their mouth, they do it with their hands and fingers, right? Bible. The one nearest is the King James, right? There's codes within codes within codes in the Bible, and she unlocks it all. She gets visions all the time from Almighty, right? And it's fantastic.
I've heard of
2 minutes and 37 seconds, Dan.
Yeah.
Go to that channel, right? And when you click on that channel and go into the video section, it's the second video down. It was only uploaded. What's it now? So it's early Saturday morning. It was uploaded Thursday evening. Honestly, you'll probably be blown away, but everything she says, is all coming to pass. She doesn't lie. You know what I mean? She does not lie whatsoever. I've watched lots and lots of her videos. She's fantastic. She unlocks all the codes and everything.
Okay.
She's been given that by Almighty for to do His work, and she is fantastic.
Well, I will certainly check that out and have a look. 100%.
Yeah, that was the main reason why I was to find out how you were, and that was the main reason why I was bringing just regarding Rosanna, because she is fantastic. She's not a phony, she's not a fake.
I've heard of her before, to be honest. I'm not sure where, but I have heard of her before. Just to confirm, This is the same one. If I go to her videos, and the last video was like 8 hours ago about Obama, Abyss, 1300 Days to Notre Dame, Fire.
Wait a minute. Rosanna. Wait a minute. Rosanna. Click on Rosanna on the video. It's not the first video in the video section.
Yeah.
It's 4 minutes 58 seconds. It's the one under.
That's right.
52 minutes 37 seconds. That's the one you want to watch and listen.
Got ya.
Honestly, mate, is fantastic. She really is.
Got ya. I will watch that. I will check that out, my friends. No problem at all.
And I just had to share that with you, because it is good. And all our videos in the past, everything is coming to pass. I mean, Revelations is jumping off pages in the Bible.
Yeah.
It warp speed. Everything's coming to pass.
I mean, I've said this before. I don't hide this fact, and I don't knock people that do believe. For me, I'm not a big believer in God and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
You know, and again, I won't knock people that do believe, because we all have to believe in something. But I will watch it with an open mind. That I promise you, I'll watch it with an open mind.
Yeah, watch it with an open mind, brother. But it's fantastic, and she never lies.
Right.
True to our word. And regarding Almighty, yeah, everyone's got free will. Regarding Almighty, was it last year, 2020, the beginning of 2020, over the first 3 months, I think it was, or first 2.5 months, I was in heaven roughly about 4 or 5 times, yeah?
Right.
And my vision, just sitting where I am now talking to you, there's a vision come over as I was in heaven, in my spirit, yeah? I was actually standing in front of Almighty. I've seen hell, I've seen the lake of fire, I know exactly what's coming to this planet. But yeah, I've been in front of Almighty.
Okay. Well,
yeah, and he's more real than every man, woman or child on this planet put together. He's more real, brother. But there again, everyone's got their own. Everyone's got their own opinion, so each to their own.
As I say, for me, you know, I'm not suggesting there isn't such a thing. I'm suggesting, you know, I just haven't myself seen any proof that would suggest that there is, personally. But again, I will never knock somebody for their opinion, just like with the whole COVID thing. So everybody's allowed an opinion, and we should respect their opinions, even if we don't agree with it. We can have a debate. We can have an adult debate without slagging people off, without turning to war.
Exactly, brother. When's the next time you're going live?
Maybe tomorrow. It depends.
Right. Well, if you get a chance, try and quickly look at it, because obviously she goes and she slows the video down and takes it back, and because what they're doing, they're dropping codes all the time, and she is a very, very clever woman. She really is very clever.
Right. Okay, my friend. Well, I will. As I say, I will definitely.
So have a nice time over the festive holidays.
I will.
Don't get too
I'll do my best. I'll do my best. But listen, I appreciate you calling in as always. You know, next time I'm on, feel free. If you've got anything to talk about, even if you just want to chat shit, it makes no difference to me. It's what I'm here for. So enjoy the day. I don't know who you're spending it with or what you're intending to do, but I hope that it is a great day for you and everybody that's around you.
And you, brother, and you.
All right, my friend.
Well, when you've seen it with an open mind, I'll ring back in and you can tell us what you think.
Right.
But you can always go through our other videos and like other times in your own private time, but it is fantastic.
No worries. Well, I've honestly, if I could show you now, I've got her page open now. Okay, and it's just a case of clicking on a video and watching it. So.
Oh no, I believe you, because when you mentioned it the first time, I believe you.
So I will definitely watch that. Not tonight. It's 2:00 now. But I will check that out probably tomorrow.
Right.
And yeah, we'll have a chat. We'll have a chat.
No bother, brother.
All right, my friends.
Have a lovely time.
You too.
God bless.
Take care. Thanks for calling.
Bye now.
Bye now.
Bye.
Right. Oh, got another call. I'm going to have to wrap this up soon, folks, I'm afraid. Being 2:00 in the morning. If I don't get to bed, Santa's not going to come in my face.
Hello.
Oh, I mean, hello.
How you doing?
Not so bad. Who's this?
I phoned you last week.
Okay.
I wouldn't give my name.
Right, okay, fair enough.
So, basically, now it's not the same call I had last week, funny enough. I've been watching, and I found myself quite enraged, actually.
With who?
Well, about your little health certificate on your window.
Right, okay.
Now, I mean, I understand where it's coming from. I do. But anything comparing this to a group of people that killed 13 million people, I think is actually fucking horrific.
Do you know, I posted something on my Facebook the other day, which is the 10 steps to genocide. Okay. Now, honestly, I know this sounds like a big jump, okay, but please do me a favour, and I'm not knocking you, okay. The phone lines are open for people to call up and talk about what they want. Please check out the 10 steps to genocide. Okay, it is an actual like a psychological thing that psychologists will look at. The copper I was talking about earlier, I don't know if you heard me talking about him, that got done for talking about trans person on his Twitter. Took it to the High Court, got it overthrown. He mentioned that somebody during his trial or something said it is a step towards genocide by having an opinion about trans people. All right. Now, if you look at that 10 steps and you think about it very carefully, what it says, you will notice that we have covered many of those steps already. And I'm not knocking you. Please don't think I'm knocking you. I'm just being honest. I'll be as honest as the day is long with you. Have a look at that 10 steps to genocide. You will see that we are multiple steps along the line towards genocide.
Steps through it for me. Nothing like that's happened yet. Nothing like that has ever happened apart from that one night. And to have that on your window is the most heartless thing for someone that goes on YouTube, that's meant to care about other people, that care about other people's feelings and what goes on about them, to have something on your wall that promoted Jewish people dying a horrible, significant death in gas chambers.
It's not about.
It's fucking horrible, and everyone in your chat laughing, and you can say not about that, but the thing is, it is linked.
It is the situation. It's not the people that are involved. That's nothing to do with it. Okay, it is the act itself. It's the act itself. Is what I am.
It's a Nazi symbol.
It is. Yes, it is.
What does a Nazi symbol mean?
And it for me, it's what our government might as well have as an emblem.
No, it's not what it means to you. The Nazis were made as a group. It was a group. It's not something you can personally choose what it means. It was a group of people.
The Nazi symbol. Let's take this back. Let's strip this back. The Nazi symbol is actually a symbol of peace. It's actually I think it might not be Hindu, but it's something like that. It's actually originally a symbol of peace.
Listen, it's like saying the N-word used to be a word for hello. It got changed into something racist. The thing is that you wouldn't use that word as a white person. How can you turn around as a white Western man and use a Nazi symbol when everyone else would have struggled? Wake up, caller. Honestly.
Because
I had a lot of respect.
Look, and I'll respect your opinion. Absolutely, I'll respect your opinion. You know, for me, as I say, I you may or may not believe this, but for me, it's not about the symbolism of the party, the person that done it. It's about the actual act itself. For me, it's nobody else, and I'm sorry if showing this upsets you. I apologise. But nobody else really has made people carry a health certificate, okay? Apart from the Nazis, and now apart from most governments across the world. And to me...
I agree, but I don't think your symbol, I don't think you should openly put the symbol on there to stick it on your wall. There's people that was affected, there was people that were hurt, there was people that still are scarred by what happened, and you just flash it on your window. I mean, how would you feel if someone was buying a fucking Nazi sign down the street with a load of fucking Nazi people walking down the street? You would think that's just fucking crazy. It's the same thing showing off the flag. I don't see how you think that's okay. Okay, and again, I appreciate where you're coming from. I personally, what they done, what they did, you know. You must know what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I get it. I absolutely get it. Otherwise, I'd do an Alex Belfield and I'd cut you off. Okay.
Fair enough. I understand that.
No, I'm not going to cut you off. I said I would, if I'd do an Alex Belfield and cut you off.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, I understand what you mean.
You know, again, for me, it's not about. It's the same as when I talk about a situation that the mainstream media might talk about. The mainstream media will go, oh, and so he said the N-word. Now, most people know what that means. I don't see a problem. If you're reporting something, I don't see a problem with saying what was said. If you're in court, okay, if you're in court in front of a judge, and the judge says, tell me exactly what was said, you would have to say exactly what was said, word for word. You wouldn't be able to say, oh, the N-word. The judge would go, and what word's that? So you have to be honest. You have to say exactly, what's what. And for me, hiding something because it might upset a few people who may not understand the angle I'm coming from, okay, which is why I will always try and explain myself to people, and which is why I'll give you the opportunity to question me about it. As I say, for me, it is the act itself of the Nazis is, in my opinion, very similar to what is happening at the moment. People are being taken to internment camps in the Australian area, New Zealand or Australia. I've seen videos of people being dragged out of their homes, taken to places away from their families because they refuse to take the vaccine or because they've tested positive. And things like this can't be allowed to happen because it takes us back to that. If showing that symbol reminds people how bad things were and how bad things could get now, that's not a bad thing.
How bad things were, it kind of it throws it in the face of the people that are ruled under these people. Like, you think about Afghanistan right now, who's ruled under the Taliban, where people are literally too scared to thieve because, and I know thieving's bad, but some people can't eat in Afghanistan. It's horrible anywhere else, everywhere you could be. We think our country, the homeless people are poor. Fucking go to Afghanistan, bro. The thing is that we don't live under that ruling. We don't live under there, and we're acting like we do. This is ridiculous. The whole Nazi symbol is so extreme. It's unbelievable. We don't live under these people. We don't live under these
You're right. We don't. But again, it's not necessarily it's the frame of mind. It's what they did. Okay, it's what they did. Okay, they managed to persuade people. Okay, if you look at the 10 steps of genocide, they managed to persuade the general public that a certain group of people were unclean, dangerous, should be avoided, shouldn't be allowed the rights that other people have, and that is exactly what's happening at the moment. And sometimes we need a shock in order to realise things. And again, I'm not suggesting and I'm not promoting the Nazi Party at all. Okay, I'm not promoting it whatsoever. My point is if we're not careful, we are heading down a very slippery slope to complete totalitarian rule. Okay, and for people, maybe your neighbours who will grass you up at the click of fingers, okay, because they think they're doing the right thing, when what they're actually doing is they're contributing to the segregation and the diversion of society. That's what they're doing, and that's what people are being told to do.
People are getting sick. The thing is, we had ages ago the Spanish flu. We had ages ago the plague. And then, at that time, people say there's not been a lockdown. There's not been this, there's not been that. There has. Years ago, we put an X on people's doors to stop the people on the plague infecting other people. That was a lockdown that we imposed as a country, as a civilian.
Right, and again, I don't disagree. I do not disagree. Some people,
but that wasn't the end. That wasn't the start of the Nazi regime. That wasn't the start of people being corrupted and bullied. And you might say now we've got a vaccine, but you took your flu vaccine. I guarantee it. You took your tetanus. If you have a trip and cut your finger, you'll be saying, "Fuck, you've got a tetanus jab." Trust me.
The difference is
there's no difference.
There is a difference. There is a difference though. Nobody's forced to take a tetanus jab. Nobody is ostracised for not taking a tetanus jab. We take it because we know that it works. We know that it's been tested properly over many years, and we know that it does the job that it's supposed to do. A vaccine that's produced in months rather than years and given out to the public within a year is not tested properly. Therefore, we do not know the long-term effects. A tetanus jab, we do.
So would you rather have a lockdown then? No vaccine, we just have a lockdown.
No, I think people should use their common sense. When I go out, I'm not vaccinated and I don't wear a mask, okay? Excuse me. When I go out and I see somebody with a mask on, I will, out of my own volition, swerve them, give them a wide berth, because I don't want them to feel uncomfortable, because I respect the fact that they're wearing a mask. I respect it, okay? But I expect people to respect my choice as well. Okay, at the moment, the government and the narrative is to not allow people to have a choice. It is about forcing people to do something that they may not want to do. And in a society that is as advanced as ours, and let's face it, we are far more advanced than Nazi Germany was, okay? How far are we? 70, 80 years away, in the past, whatever it is? We are far more advanced than they were back then in our way of thinking, okay? We are more supposed to be more progressive, more accepting of people. But
a vaccine would have been made by one or two countries and would have been tested by many countries over a span of 10 years, how they would buy it, send it out, and everything else. This vaccine would have been worked on by every country that has the pandemic. We wasn't the only ones that had it. We weren't the only ones that made a vaccine. There's others that made a vaccine better. Like the Pfizer vaccine is better than we made.
But most...
So, let me ask you quickly, as the caller said last week about the birds being drones, what if how can each one of these? So if you have a Pfizer and then you have a British vaccine, how can you have two different microchips in you, or how can you have two different things that keep you controlled? It's completely impossible.
Well, I don't personally. I don't believe in the microchipping. That's my opinion. I don't believe in the microchipping. Okay, but again, I do believe that the vaccine, vaccines made by different companies, okay, that are made using different methods and different ingredients, do the same job. For a virus that has literally only just appeared, if you think of the grand scheme of things, it's only just appeared, and yet all of a sudden 3, 4, maybe more places have got a virus that has been created, a vaccine that's been created differently, independently of each other. How have they got so many vaccines for a single virus that's made of different materials in different ways, and suddenly it's supposed to work? We don't know that.
When Coca-Cola came out, 3 weeks later you had Pepsi. 5 weeks later you had Asda Cola. 6 weeks later you had Tesco's Cola. You get my point?
But no, that's completely different. It's completely different. I'm afraid. I don't mean to be rude, but it's not even on the same scale.
It is. You can take a pencil of something, see what's in it, and manipulate it, and you can recreate something with just a drop. Think about blood. When the people that have to deal with murders, they get a pinch of blood and they find out everything.
But they're not. But they're not recreating. They're creating something. They're creating their own. As I say, it's a completely different vaccine. It's made from different materials. It's made in a different manner. Some of them have to be stored at -70 degrees. Some of them can be stored at room temperature. How can there be such vast differences between the vaccines that deal with the same virus?
I don't have an answer. I'm not a scientist.
Do you see what I mean, though? You can't say, right, in order to make food last longer, it has to go in a freezer, and you have to freeze it at -18 degrees, and it will last for, I don't know, fucking say 6 months. But then somebody comes out and says, but you can store it in your fridge at 5 degrees if you, I don't know, if you put some apple sauce on it, right?
They have done that,
for example.
Milk. They made powdered milk, normal milk.
Yeah, but again, they're complete.
Like milk that needs to be refrigerated doesn't need to be refrigerated at all.
But again, powdered milk is dehydrated milk. It's milk that's been. I can't remember the exact word, but it's had all the moisture taken out of it. It's milk. It's still milk. It's just had all the moisture taken out of it, and it's been dried. That's all it is. It's the same as food. It's how you make food flavouring. You get your food, you put it in the or whatever it's called, in the thing that takes all the moisture out. It turns it into a dry substance, which you can then break up into powder and use it as flavouring. So it's exactly the same thing. It's just been done in a different way. But this vaccine has been made of different materials by different companies. They've not turned around and said, right, this is the blueprint to the vaccine. Here you go, everybody take it. Okay, they've all come up with different ways of fighting this virus. Apparently, different vaccines, but yet all the vaccines you can take a Pfizer one, and then you can take one that's made of completely different stuff and in a completely different way. How does that work? I don't see how it can. And again, I'm not knocking you. I'm glad you phoned in.
Different vaccines exist because there's different ways to combat a virus. Different components made one for COVID, and in order to try and test different components made one for COVID, and in order to test its effectiveness, Pfizer's come on top. So it's happened.
All right. Well, I mean, going back to the poster again. My apologies if it upsets you or anybody else that's watching. My goal is not to upset people, but what my goal is to be honest with myself, and I I'm quite happy to explain my actions, and I always will if I get questioned. Again, for me, the symbol is not irrelevant, but it's not as relevant as the actual certificate itself. Okay.
Then you think you should take it off?
If I took that symbol off and people saw that, okay, they wouldn't know what the fuck it was. They'd just go, what's all that about? Yes, they might see from the writing that it's German, but they wouldn't understand the symbolism of the actual piece of paper itself.
Yeah, but people that don't watch your channel and don't understand all of that will just look at it and think you're a Nazi scared cunt.
Okay, and that's their opinion. I have people that tell me I'm all sorts of
I'm
things.
not trying to offend you,
No. I understand.
How I would see if I was walking down the street by myself, on my own, never seen you before, never heard of you, and I walked past your house, I thought, oh, Nazi cunt lives there.
And again, again, that's absolutely fine. People's opinion of me,
it's not of you. It's not of you.
To be honest,
I'm just saying.
No. I understand.
I didn't know you.
If somebody was walking past, they didn't know me, it would be an opinion of me that they would come to a conclusion.
My apologies.
So
don't think I'm trying to offend you, though.
No. Listen, if I thought you was offending me, I'd let you know. People's opinion of me doesn't matter as long as I am true to myself. Okay, I know that I'm not a racist, for example. I might use the nigger word, for example, if I'm explaining something. If I'm reporting something and a copper had said it, I will be honest with you, and I will say word for word what was said, and I won't sugarcoat it. Okay, I get demonetised for that. That's my bad. I take a hit for being honest with people, but I will be honest with people nonetheless. With regards to that, I genuinely feel in my heart of hearts, okay, from the pit of my stomach, I feel that if we are not careful, we will be in a situation where people are being taken from their homes, put into, and I say internment camps, they're already building what they call super prisons, which there's no reason for them to build super prisons unless they're expecting a massive influx in people that are going to get arrested and locked up.
Where are they building super prisons, please?
Right, hang on a second. HMP Wymert in Leyland, HMP Wellingborough.
And what's different to these prisons?
They are
they just bigger?
They're being made massive prisons. They're called super prisons. They're being made massive. They're coming with their own crematorium as well. To
what? Why?
I don't know. You tell me.
How many people are expecting them to die in that prison?
They're building their own crematoriums in these places as well. You can look this up. You can go to Google and look this up. This is stuff that is out there. Okay. So again, please, if people say to me, go and check something out, I'll go and check it out. I'm saying to you, type into Google super prisons, and it will come up, and you'll get a list of super prisons, and you go and do your research into them. It will tell you that some of these places are coming with crematoriums as well.
Okay.
Which has got to make you, as you've just rightly said, why are they doing that? And
they're privately run.
And that's got to make you wonder. Again, I'm not knocking anything you say. I'm quite glad that you've called in. I'm quite happy to have these conversations.
In all fairness, and I've been to prison, and to be fair, I'm looking at some of them. I'm looking at the Metro right now, inside the UK's new privately run mega prison.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm looking at it, and in all fairness to you, they are one room. It looks cleaner. It looks bigger. It looks like prisons have more space. In anything, it looks like it improves quality of life in prisons.
Okay.
I don't see anything bad about these.
Maybe, call me a conspiracy theorist. This is not what I believe, but this is a maybe. Maybe it's being made that way because people aren't necessarily breaking the law, but they need to be taken out of society for some reason. So they're going to give them a bigger room. They're going to give them some more luxuries, shall we say?
We have enough space for that in our prisons.
Rather than putting them in a 10 by 6 room with literally nothing. Maybe that, you know, the people that actually have broken the law and deserve to be punished, fine, stick them in a little room, take away all their privileges, but they don't, obviously, but take away all their privileges. Maybe the super prisons, again, this is just throwing it out there, maybe a super prison is for people that haven't actually broken the law but need to be taken out of society, or somebody feels the need to take them out of society.
The only thing that bothers me with them is that it's a HMP prisons, right? And a lot of this is saying they're privately run.
Yeah.
Now, how can Her Majesty's prisons be privately run?
Absolutely.
When HMPs should 100% be state run.
And I agree with you, 100 million % I agree with you. But they're not.
I don't know how true it is necessarily because of that reason. HMPs, and they're run by a private company.
Almost every HMP at the moment is privately run. Privately run is privately run. They
shouldn't be.
No, absolutely right. They shouldn't be. But
they're not under private companies.
The problem is
prisons should be state run. We have prisons that are made by private companies that aren't HMP.
Yeah, but all the HMPs, they hire in Group 4 or one of the other security services to run the prisons for them. Again, this can all be found out online, so please check it out. That they bring them in, and again, this is an argument that we've had in the past, is that they're now, because they're not genuine HMPs, now they are for-profit organisations, which means they want people in there because they make money while people are in there. So the incentive to rehabilitate people has gone out of the window, because they want, you know, it sounds bad, but if you want people back, you don't give them the rehabilitation. You know they're going to come back. You know you've got almost a lifelong subscription to this person coming in and out of prison, and you're making thousands or hundreds of thousands of pounds a year off of them from the government.
No, I understand. Listen, I've got to go though because I need to go to sleep.
All right, my man. Listen. I do appreciate you phoning in. If I've offended you, I apologise. But again, I'll be true to myself and my beliefs. But I will.
We're freedom of speech for a reason.
I'm happy to explain my train of thought to anybody. All right. So I appreciate you calling in.
You have your right to say whatever you want, believe and see, and do whatever you want. It's freedom of speech. Free country.
Oh, my man, but listen,
I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. I'm just going to debate you.
And that, again, that's absolutely fine, mate. That's why I put myself out there for that reason. So, listen, you enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, mate. You too. No dramas at all. I'll see you next week.
All right, my man. Take it easy.
You too, Brett.
Cheers, bud. Bye. Well, I know some of you in the comments were saying that, you know, you didn't agree with that caller, but let's be honest, we all have our own opinions on things. If we didn't, it would be a very boring world. It would be a very scary world because everybody would believe the same thing. And you know, if we all believed what the majority believes, we would be fucked, especially now. So yeah. Anyway, calls like that, I don't mind. Again, I'll always, you know, I'll never hide from anybody that wants to ask me difficult questions or anything like that. Quite happy to, you know, put myself out there and be upfront with people. Designed to hit a nerve. Yes, yeah. Everything is, you know, this is how control is done. It's done through emotion. When you sell anything, whether it's a product or an idea, okay, you have to get people emotionally attached to that idea or that product. I worked in sales for a few years. I had my own company doing sales, knocking on people's doors. Yes, I know you fucking hate us. But, you know, you knock on people's doors and you have to get them emotionally involved in what you say. Now, I'm not going to answer any calls for a second, but if anybody phones, by the way. Now, I used to work for a charity. It was a dogs charity, an animal charity, in the sales spectrum. And we used to get people to sponsor animals. So we'd knock on the door and, you know, it would be, "Hi there, I'm from such and such, just in the area today looking for animal lovers. I take it you like animals yourself." Okay. Now, if you say to someone, "I take it you like animals yourself," most people are going to go, "Yeah, of course I do," because they don't want to look an arsehole. They're not going to go, "No, I fucking hate them," unless they are an arsehole. So most people will go, "Yeah, of course I'm an animal lover." And you go, "Right, well, did you know there's 16,000 dogs, for example, every single year that are being destroyed? Their lives are cut short because people don't want them, because people buy them as a present and get bored with them and kick them out and tie them up to a fence or whatever." And all of this language is used to emotionally involve somebody in what you're doing. Okay, so charities are great because you can do that really, really well. And, you know, apologies if I'm giving away any secrets, if there's any salespeople in here. But you know, you would get somebody emotionally, but you would get them feeling sad about the situation. Problem, solution. Yeah? Or, you know, the 3-step. What is it? It's problem. What is it? Come on, guys, tell me. You invent a problem, you give the solution, and then you have the whatever. I can't remember. It's three steps. My brain's going. You know what I mean, though. I know someone out there knows what I mean. Is it problem react? No, it's not problem reaction solution, is it? You know what I mean. And I'm sure you know what I mean. But that's what you would do. You would explain the problem and problem reaction solution. If that's what it is, then that's what it is. It doesn't sound right to me, but it could be. It might just be me thinking weirdly. But you know, you get somebody emotionally involved, and look at what's happened with this whole COVID thing. People are emotionally involved. We was force fed every single day, numbers of people that potentially have died from COVID or within 28 days of a positive test. Thank you, Bob. Appreciate that. Reverend Lord Simon Sideways, great channel. So for almost a year, we was force-fed fear, a situation that got us emotionally involved. Okay. Then the government turned round and have gone, but we can fix that problem for you. We can take that fear away by giving you this, our newly developed, you know, highly advanced, rapidly put together vaccine. Gimme. And it's sales. That's what it is. The government need to sell you the idea that the vaccine is going to help you. Now, it may do. From what I've not seen anything personally. I can't say that I've seen anything that gives 100% or even 90% that this vaccine is making a massive difference. But, you know, I'm not an epidemiologist. I'm not a virologist. Maybe I'm wrong. Again, I can only base what I say on my opinion. But I've not seen anything that would suggest that. But yet they've put so much fear into you and got you so emotionally involved for nearly 12 months or longer than 12 months that people are literally biting their arm off for the vaccine. You know, so I understand what they're doing, and maybe that's why I'm not taken in by it as such. Maybe I'm being stupid. Some people probably think I am being stupid, but again, it's a case of there is a problem. I believe there is a problem. I believe COVID is a thing. I believe it is a strain of flu that is as yet, or as of that point, unseen. Therefore, bodies are going to react differently to it. It needs to refine itself. Yes, some people are going to die. Any strain of flu, I can guarantee you, I guarantee my left bollock, because I know that one's good, I guarantee my left ball bag that any strain of flu can kill people. Okay, any new strain of normal, regular influenza can kill people who may have an immune deficiency, who may have a gene deficiency. Okay, and it's the same with this. But because we were force-fed the numbers, I think that panicked people into going, oh shit, I need to do this. Okay, and then when the government turned round and said, we are your saviours, you can love us now because we have saved you with a vaccine, we just won't tell everybody that it's not been tested properly, and everyone will take it. Fuck it. And by the time people hear or know or find out that it's not been tested properly, it'll be too fucking late, you know. Petrol head. I don't think the common cold has been fucked with in an attempt to weaponise it, because I would suggest if it has, then the normal common cold wouldn't exist anymore. I would say almost practically everybody on the planet by now should have contracted this virus at some point. Okay. Even me, and I hardly go out, but I would suggest that everybody on the planet, based on, you know, if you do a prediction of things doubling and fucking all the rest of it, everybody on the planet should have had it within fucking a week or two. All right, so it's like when this Omicron come out and they said, oh, it's doubling every day. Well, if you double every day, after about 10 days you get to 20 billion people, and there's not even that many people on the fucking planet. Yeah, so everybody must have had contact with this so-called virus at some stage, in my opinion. Even with this Omicron, it's been, what, for a few weeks now, everybody should have come into contact with it by now. So generally, the people that are going to die would have died. Okay, yes, there's going to be some that haven't yet caught it, but generally speaking, the people that are going to be affected by it would have been affected by it. But fucking hell, do you know what? Sometimes I look at the comments and then I fucking forget this is how easy it is for me to forget where I am. And I'm talking about something important and it's fucking gone. Just goes. Yeah, with regards to the normal common cold. So there are still people that have got the cold, that have got a cold. You know, they're told to go and take some fucking Lemsip or whatever. But do you know what? I appreciate that. When I phoned NHS Direct about my balls, excuse me, when I was on hold, there was a recorded message saying, if you think you've got COVID, get some fucking Lemsip, take some paracetamol, get in the bed. That was their advice. Okay, that was their advice. Because the reason that's their advice is because 99% of people would only need that to get over it. And a small percentage of people, unfortunately, it would affect more severely. And it's the same as any influenza strain. Some people, it will affect more people. It will affect more than others, as with anything. It's unfortunate, but it is life. It is a fact of life. It is evolution. It is natural selection, whatever you want to call it. It's been going on since the dawn of time, and it will go on for the rest of the life cycle of this planet. And there ain't no way we're getting away from it. I've said that from the beginning, Petrol Head. It seems as though it is a way of disposing, and you know, there's a very unfortunate word to use, but it seems a way of disposing people, a way of disposing people who are a strain to the government, who are a strain on society. I'm one of them. I'm on PIP because of the stroke and because of my mental health. Okay, so I'm a drain on society, but I haven't caught it yet. But again, elderly was sent home or sent back to the old people's home after testing positive to infect all the others. As far as I'm concerned, might be wrong, but that's the way I see it. People that have got cancer haven't been able to get seen to, so they've not been able to get the preventative measures or the measures that would help them treat their cancer. Therefore, lots of people are going to die. Mental health, people haven't been able to receive the help that they need. Therefore, lots of people are going to end up doing themselves in. Okay, there's a lot here that could there's a lot of stuff out there that points into a direction that certain people need eliminating. But again, there's no actual evidence as such of that happening. We've only got in many cases hearsay and whatnot. So Petrol Head, I do think history will judge us harshly for letting people die while we have tried to cure the common cold. Again, look, in my opinion, it is a bit more than a common cold. You know, you've got the cold and you've got flu. I believe it is a flu, an influenza. Again, I don't, you know, I'm not knocking your opinion or anybody else's. For me personally, it is an influenza strain that, because it's a mutated version that our bodies have not seen before, in some cases people's bodies are going to react adversely to the flu, the same as some people bodies are acting adversely to the vaccine. Anything you put in your body, one person would be fine with it, somebody else might be their body might completely reject it. Okay, it is a fact of life. It is natural. It is evolution. So, yeah. You know, somebody might have a new lung, for example, might have a kidney transplant or whatever it might be. That kidney in one person might get rejected, but in another person it would be accepted. See what I'm saying? It completely depends on the makeup, the genetic makeup of an individual. And therefore some people, unfortunately, are going to succumb to it. You know, again, I don't say what I think you want me to say. I couldn't give a fuck, to be honest, what you think you want me to say. I believe what I believe, and I will defend my belief. But I will also respect anybody else's belief, which is why I'm more than happy to talk to people. Yeah, the WTF? There is evidence out there, but again, it's for me personally. I'm not a medical professional. Okay, so reading certain stuff to me just goes straight over the top. That's why I've got a bald patch. It's because of all the stuff that goes over my head. You know, I personally cannot prove one way or the other if somebody's telling the truth about something about this, because I don't understand epidemiology, virology, you know, social fucking health or whatever. But I still have an opinion, and I'm allowed an opinion, and I'll share that opinion. Hi Nikki, how you doing? William, yes, I am still on, but I will be going shortly. Santa Claus is waiting to come and empty his sack whilst I'm asleep. Dirty old bastard. Thank you, Bob. Remember, there is a plan, an agenda, I agree, to depopulate the planet by the eugenic globalists. There is evidence, again, I can't verify or deny it, you know, disprove that evidence, but there is stuff out there that would suggest that could be a potential path that they want to take. We've heard people talking about it. We know that Bill Gates is a big supporter of population reduction. That's it. Fuck it, I've just mentioned him, haven't I? So if this was monetized, it won't be anymore. So again, there's stuff out there, but because I'm not an expert in that particular field, I can't say one way or another whether it's true or not as such. But it's the same as UFOs. There's evidence out there that suggests that we have UFOs, aliens and shit. I can't, because I'm not a scientist, I don't deal with that shit, I can't prove one way or the other unless I see a fucking alien or see a UFO for myself. I can't prove one way or the other. But I have to base my opinion on the evidence. I have to weigh up what I've read, what I've seen, what I've been told. And at the moment, what I've been told points to the fact that the vax is not what it's supposed to be, and nor is the virus. So, but again, I have to base that on my own interpretation of things. Carmen Smith, yeah, absolutely. Feel free to email me. I've got a really numb arsehole right now, sitting on this chair. Paid a lot of money for this chair, and it is really uncomfortable. Yeah, do you know what, Lynn? And for people that do their research, fair play. Again, for me, and again, I can only speak for myself. It's not really the area that I cover normally through this channel, so I don't necessarily spend as much time researching stuff that's nothing to do with the channel, if that makes sense. Yes, I've had to look into stuff because it's become part of the channel because of the way that the police and the government have treated people. So I do have to keep an eye on what's going on, but I haven't had the time that I know some people have to go really in depth into it. I wish I had the time to do it, but I simply haven't. So again, although some people who have had the time, who have come to a conclusion based on far more evidence than I have, may disagree with me. They may have a different view of what's going on and whatnot. But again, I can only be honest with what I know myself and what that has led me to believe. But for other people and people like you that do research and put it out there, for example, I look at that stuff, and that's what helps me to come to a conclusion. But I may not have seen enough in order to come to the same conclusion as some people. So, but again, I'm not going to lie to people. I'm not going to say what I think people want me to say. I say what I fucking mean, and I mean what I fucking say. I know, Lucifer, 5.5 hours. I've got to fuck off soon. I'm going to give it 10 minutes. Promise you, 10 minutes. I'm going to have to go. I've got some emails I've got to look at as well, because I need to see if anybody has emailed me about coming over today for dinner. And I need to get back to them. Livid, give us a ring then. I don't know if this is you or not, but someone's calling. Hello.
Hey Dan, how you doing?
Hello, who's that?
It's Livid.
It is Livid. How you doing, mate?
Yeah, I'm doing okay. We spoke before.
Right.
The last time you called me John May.
Oh,
that's fine.
Sorry.
No, that's what I said. You took up on the joke, so it was all good. Yeah, just you've said a couple of things about COVID, and I did come in like part way through what you were saying. Right. It's like it is a problem. Like no doubt, it is an infectious disease.
Yeah.
No, I don't think anybody can deny that. But there's so much stuff going on around it that's just a bit queer. It's like...
Careful what words you use, I'll get demonetised.
Sorry. You know what I mean.
I know. I'm only joking.
Sorry?
If I was going to get demonetised, I'd be demonetised for this video by now, from what I've been saying, so crack on.
Yeah, okay. No, I didn't mean anything derogative to anybody about that.
I know.
It's just a bit of a strange situation because, all of our government is pretty much, to some degree, in bed with all of these large pharmaceuticals.
Yep. Agreed.
And you look at the stock prices of these companies, apart from AstraZeneca, which is massively down in comparison to like Pfizer and Moderna. Maybe that's something because like people were like afraid of the old style of vaccine, the style of vaccine that we've used for over 100 years. But
I think I didn't know that. I didn't know that their stock was down. It's not something I look at. But since you've said it, let me just say, maybe that's because the issues that are arising seem to be on the mainstay Pfizer related. I very rarely hear of Moderna or Johnson and Johnson or whatever it is, whoever's creating it, it's almost always Pfizer. Maybe that's why their stocks have gone down.
Well, so like Moderna, for example, is going to come out with a form of treatment that you can take at home, I believe.
Right, the tablet.
I think that's one of the reasons why. Sorry, I'm just switching audio here.
That's all right.
I hope you can hear me a bit better.
Do you mean the tablet?
Sorry?
Are you talking about the tablet?
Yeah, there is a tablet, yeah. I don't know if it's Moderna or not who does the tablet, because there's a few different types of tech with regards to vaccine that are coming out. There's a company in either New Zealand or Australia, which is like some kind of patch that you put in your skin, and that's some kind of vaccine. My point is,
can you imagine? Can you imagine that we're having to wear a patch at the moment? The way things are going at the moment, it'd be like a giving up smoking patch. You'd have to wear it every fucking day for the rest of your life.
Yeah. I'm not for that. It's like I'm trying to give up smoking myself. I'm currently doing it right now while I'm on the phone to you.
Right, fair play.
You know.
I'm not helping, am I? Sitting here puffing away.
Well, no, it's not you. It's like I mean, actually, to a degree, all of this kind of thing with regards to tobacco, alcohol, it all kind of ties into the stuff with regards to COVID. But that isn't really why I was calling. It's just, and you can tell me to bugger off, by the way, because I did hear you say 10 minutes.
That's all right. Let me. I just need to say thank you, Bob. Much appreciated. Merry Christmas to you. Good night, my friend. If I am on tomorrow, I hope to see you about. So enjoy your day anyway. Thank you. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, so I was saying that AstraZeneca, it's like if you look at AstraZeneca, they got a big spike around the time about 2 years ago that kind of COVID started hitting. But more recently, it's kind of been, it's gone down in comparison to where it was. But whereas Pfizer, Moderna, all of these companies that are using the mRNA technology, which hasn't been put into like a large kind of deployment as it has been recently, it's never seen that type of deployment. Whereas the stuff that AstraZeneca came up with, I mean, that's existed for basically 100 years, maybe even more. To a degree, it's quite, when you look into how it works, any kind of layman can understand how that works. It's just like giving you part of the virus. Whereas the mRNA, that's a new type of technology. And I say new, it's not new. It has like been known for like 30, 40 years. It's been known for a while, but it's never been put into this type of deployment. And why are all of these companies that use this technology, why do they say, well, you can't sue us for anything.
Yeah.
You can't hold us accountable for anything. We're not going, in the US recently, it's like 60, 70 years, I don't know the exact number, but it's massive. It's like I'll be dead before they release the information about the vaccine.
They're going to start releasing.
And it's like, if they're so sure about it, they should be able to release it now.
Start releasing it in 50 years, and it will take from 50 to 70 years to release everything.
So if they have gone about mass sterilise people, I don't think they have. I'm not trying to suggest they have, but let's just say that they have. It's like the entire population would be screwed by the time that we figure out what has actually happened.
We'd all be dead. Everybody, most of the people that are alive now, that know what that is fighting what's going on, will be dead. Yeah. And it doesn't take long for things to get forgotten. Yes, there are people that remember stuff, and yes, there will be people that that their parents will tell them about what's going on. There will be young people today who in 50 to 70 years, they might be 80 years old, but they'll remember. Do you know what I mean? But most people will be dead by the time this all comes out. But again, all you've got to do is eliminate it from almost eliminate something from one generation for it to get forgotten. And
well, I mean, the fact that they're kind of indoctrinating kids at school by implying that, you know, if they don't have the vaccine, they're gonna be seen as bad. You know, there's all of these kind of things that are basically just suggested in our society, and it's like, well, if you do this, you're bad. It's like, okay, I've gone into the supermarket and I see somebody without a mask, and I see them as bad. That's the type of situation that we've ended up in, and it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. I mean, like, honestly, I wear a mask when I go into the supermarket, but that is because I don't have the balls to not walk in with a mask, because I have some anxiety issues, and I'd rather not wear a mask or wear glasses. I can't see bugger all while I'm wearing the glasses and the mask. And it's just like, I want to walk around without a mask. I can't pick up half of the stuff that people are saying without being able to see their lips. It's just crackers. But like, anybody who does have the balls to walk around without a mask, it's just they're just looked at like Jews. It's just crackers, almost.
You know, for me, you know, I don't know what it's like for other people that are in the chat at the moment, but for me personally, when I go out, I don't wear a mask. Okay, I don't like it on my face.
Good for you, Dan.
But it's not just because I don't want to. It's for me, it's uncomfortable. Okay, so I just don't wear it at all. I never wear a scarf around my face or anything like that. I do have a, you know what motorcyclists wear that go over the nose and the mouth, bit of Velcro around the back. But I generally, when I put that on, I put it around my neck. I don't pull it up. I've never been into a shop with it up. I've always, you know, it always comes down. I only ever wear it if I'm walking down the street and it is fucking bitterly cold. But if I go into a shop, it comes down. But for me, I find with my anxiety, I find if my mind is taken up on something else, I forget. So if somebody approaches me, I go into my defensive mode, okay, with my camera and all of that stuff. So my mind starts thinking about all of that stuff that I need to think about to protect myself. So I don't, although I get anxious in spaces with lots of people, when I'm, you know, if somebody comes to me and starts going, "Why aren't you wearing a mask?" I automatically go into a mode where on my coat I've got I brought something a few weeks back with a magnetic thing for my body cam. I don't go anywhere without it in case somebody questions me. Nobody has yet. Absolutely nobody has questioned me about a mask. Once in a taxi. Other than that, since this whole thing started, not a single person has questioned me about a face mask. I just, for me, my anxiety, I forget about it when I'm dealing with one person, and my entire attention is on that person, not anybody that's around me. But if I go to a shop normally and I'm walking around doing my shopping, there's lots of people around, I start panicking. You know, so go on.
Well, that's interesting because we're kind of opposite to a degree. I mean, you're happy to walk around and then get confronted, and then you focus all of what you're thinking on that one person, and then after that's kind of done, you kind of go off and deal with your day. Maybe I've misheard what you've just said. I think that's kind of what you said. Whereas I don't want to be approached. I don't want to be confronted, because I know that if I am confronted, I'm probably going to do something that I don't want to do. I'm not going to say I'm going to punch somebody. In fact, I'm probably not going to punch somebody. But I'm just going to, it would just wind me up to such a point, because I know that by the legislation, you shouldn't even ask.
Right.
It's
Absolutely.
The thing is, it's like every time you walk into a store, there's a sign, and it says, put on a mask.
Yeah.
There isn't a sign that says, well, put on a mask, but if you see somebody without a mask, have some consideration for them and the reasons why they don't want to wear a mask.
100%.
And then there should be no confrontation by security, police, any member of the public. It should just be a mind my own bullshit. It's like, I am my own person, I've got my own problems, you've got your own problems, we can all be civil, and let's just get on with it.
And I could not agree with you more.
About something where we touch people and we kill them, or there's a crowd of 10 people and 50% of them die. We're not talking about an actual virus, a disease that is, to be quite fair, that serious. It's like there's people who have to take care and take mind of themselves and take the vaccines and, do that. But then there's other people who are a lot younger and they don't have those problems and they are fit and healthy. And we shouldn't be trying to tarnish everybody with the same brush. It should be all individually based.
If we had
talking about that serious of a problem.
If we had something like the Spanish flu again, I would understand completely. I could understand the government at the very beginning turning around and saying, right, we need to lock everyone down for 2 weeks. We need to eliminate this straight away. But they didn't, because
it's got to be proportional.
They didn't. They said they knew it was fucking dangerous from the beginning, but yet they fucked about. They didn't turn around at the very beginning and say, right, guys, we're going to lock. If they'd have turned around and said at the very beginning, right, we need to lock down for 4 weeks, even if they said 4 weeks, okay, we need to lock down for 4 weeks. We need to be very careful. We need to isolate this. We need to stop it from spreading. And we was locked down for 4 weeks, and and it was dealt with. Then I don't think anybody would have an issue. But the fact,
the thing is that we could have taken that kind of Australian approach, which they have ultimately taken over the last 2 years, of being really harsh on the lockdowns and not letting anybody go out or cross borders of states or counties or whatever they are in Australia. But let's just imagine that coronavirus came out 2 years ago, right? We had all of these whispers from China, which we did have. It was all in the news of like this thing in China, and we had fucking bus drivers not wearing masks, bringing in people who were infected from China through the country. And it was like, well, if it's so infectious, why isn't the bus driver wearing a mask? And lo and behold, the bus driver ended up getting infected. But if just like when all of this happened, if everybody had said, like, fuck it, let's just take 3 months out, nobody go anywhere, it would have killed it.
And I think people would have managed that. People, from the beginning, and I say this still, if the government had turned around or if every government had turned around at the very beginning and said, right, everybody is locking down. If you are on holiday let's just say, if you was in Spain at the time, our government would say, right, you have to stay there. Okay, we will pay the Spanish government for you to stay there, the same as the Spanish government will pay our government to keep their people. All right, and everybody, no matter where you are, you lock down, you stay where you are, you don't go fucking anywhere, and deal with it. Okay, I think if the government had done that right at the beginning,
this is the logical thing to do. However, it didn't happen
No,
why
absolutely.
didn't it happen? It's because, we're not a world government. I don't advocate that we should be a world government, but we're not. It's like everybody has their own kind of agenda.
No, so I don't think it happened. I don't think it happened. Not for that reason. I don't think it happened because they knew it wasn't as bad. I think that's the truth of it, in my opinion. If it was, if we're talking about the Spanish flu, okay, which killed fucking millions of people, right, or tens of millions of people, maybe hundreds of millions of people. I can't remember my history, but if it was something like the Spanish flu, which is ultimately what they've made out from the beginning, it's really deadly. Then everybody, no matter where you are in the world, all the governments would have said, right, we have a serious problem here. We cannot allow this to take hold. So everybody stays where the fuck they are. Don't care where you are, you stay there, okay? Don't care whether or not you have to miss work for a month, all right? Your job's safe when you come back. Nobody's allowed to sack you. Everybody stays where the fuck they are, all right? Nobody crosses.
Household arrest for everybody.
Nobody crosses. Nobody crosses borders. None of that shit. Everybody stay where the fuck you are. All right. Look at it a bit like that fucking Squid Games. The Squid Games. Have you seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Right. That particular game where they've got they're not allowed, where they've got to move and then they've got to stop when it turns around. Otherwise they get shot. Right. So everybody stay where the fuck. Red light, green light. That's the one. You stay where you are. Nobody fucking move. End of. You stay there for, I don't know, let's say 1 month. Okay, you stay there for a month. We will fucking eliminate this. We won't give it a chance to fucking spread. Okay, if you get it, you get it. You can't pass it to other people because you're in lockdown. Simple as. It might pass around your family, but you're building immunity to it. Those people, unfortunately, and I have to say that unfortunately, when you're talking about a nation's population, some people are going to die. You can't get out of that. Some people, you don't want them to, but fuck it, you can't stop it. It is going to happen.
I agree with everything that you're saying there. We're completely on the same wavelength. If we just said, stop, right, it could have been stopped, but there's a lot of reasons as to why that could have never have happened.
Yeah.
Which is a bit sad, but just nobody will ever agree. There is no overall global government. Maybe there is a big conspiracy of pumping up the big pharma companies or whatever. But if they were trying to do that, I mean, they kind of went around it a bad way. They could have been a lot quicker in what they did if they were actually organised in what they were doing to a degree. It's like most of the countries are looking at each other and going, well, what are they doing? And we want to replicate something similar to that. But there's been very few countries or states, because it has happened in parts of America, that have gone, well, no, we're going to go a different way.
But that just proves, in my opinion, that proves that nobody really thought this was as bad, or thinks this is as bad as it is. Even if they fucked up initially and said, do you know what, we should have locked everyone down, we didn't, it spread more than we wanted it to, so now we're going to say, right, fuck it, full restrict. I don't care if they turned around and said full restrictions, you're not allowed to leave your house. Even if they said that for 1 month, not allowed to leave your house. Only people allowed to leave the house are key workers. Okay, so everybody gets their stuff delivered. All right, nobody leaves the house. Everybody gets the stuff delivered, even for just 1 month. If they'd have done that, I think that everybody pretty much would have been able to manage that, quite easily. Yes, they're going to be.
You could probably kill off a lot of things other than coronavirus in doing that complete 1 month lockdown.
Yeah, and I know some people would be pissed off with it, but ultimately, I think the majority of people
would, to be fair, but
they would. But if they'd have done it at the beginning, I don't think that people necessarily would have been. I think the reason that people are pissed off
no, I don't think it would have
is
been
because
it would have been a month.
Yeah, I think what they've done is because they've allowed it to go on, then they've said lockdown, then they've allowed some restrictions at back, and then they've taken lockdown again. Then they've allowed some. That's what's pissing people off. If they'd have done it from the beginning and said, right, fuck you, I don't, you know, if I was in government, I would literally have turned around and gone, look, I don't care what you think of me, okay? Everybody is locked down. If you're in another country on holiday, you fucking stay there, right? Enjoy your holiday. You're gonna get another 4 weeks on your balcony getting a suntan. I don't care, right? That's where you stay. And excuse me. And I think that would, as you say, I think that would have dealt with the issue, and maybe some other issues as well, perhaps. But because it was done in that one block, I think people would have got over it quite easily and cracked on with their life. But because they've fucked about and they've gone, oh, you know, it's really dangerous, but go on, fucking go out and have a drink, eat out to help out, even though there's a deadly virus. Oh, you shouldn't have gone out to eat because now you're fucking part of the problem. Don't blame us, you bunch of pricks.
I think part of the problem is probably going to be, and we probably won't know this for 10, 20, 30 years, but like eventually we'll all know the truth of this.
Yeah.
Especially the younger of us.
Yeah.
Like my kids, for example, you know, they'll know exactly what this virus, as they call it, was actually about and why they couldn't go out and do the things that they were used to doing and visiting the places that they were used to visiting. You know, they'll eventually find out why that was the case, and they'll learn that it was probably a whole load of bollocks.
Yeah.
It's like we all knew. It's like it was kind of known throughout the professionals. I'm going to say professionals with air quotes here, but like the people who thought, you know, actually looked at the history of this stuff and virology and what had happened. It's like they knew that something was going to happen at some point, and there was going to be a worldwide epidemic, and there would have been people tasked to trying to figure out, well, if this happens, what on earth will we do? Like, what are the basic outlines of what we have to do? You don't have to, like, go into all the details, but what's the gist of what we need to do? And people would have done that for governments time again. For our government, the Americans, the Australians, fucking the Turkish, everybody would have done this, right? But they would have been modelling on that extreme case where we are talking about that shit. Everybody just has to lock down for 1 month, 3 months, hell, 3 months, you know. But the thing is, again, it's like nobody is going to agree. Everybody's going to have a different agenda that's going on. Everybody's going to want to wait to see what everybody else does. Few people are going to want to be the first actors. In fact, I would argue that it's very difficult to look into this coronavirus stuff in historical terms and find out who acted first in particular areas. Like, who decided, right, we're going to start looking down? Who decided, right, we're going to start focusing on a vaccine? Who decided whatever? But I've gone on a bit of a rant. It's like in years to come, it's like we'll find out what has happened, and we'll probably find that people overreacted. They thought that they put in money and time into estimating like what would be the disaster recovery plans of these particular situations, but because everybody was kind of like playing poker against every other country in the world, it's like we all just disagreed with probably what was written down on a piece of paper, and it's like probably every government had the same goddamn advice, and it's like, well, if the deaths aren't over this much, then just fucking let it ride, let everybody get immunity, and it'll be natural, it'll be the best type of immunity, and if it ends up being worse than that, then we have to like actively act upon it.
I think
we have to start developing vaccines. start locking people down and restricting people's privileges and rights, and maybe it would have got to that case, but I think time will tell that coronavirus probably didn't require any of that. We've suffered globally because of it. But I'll stop.
That's all right. Listen, man, it's all good. It's all good. Look, what was I going to say? I need to keep a pen and paper here because I need to write things down when I think of them, so I don't fucking forget them. This is getting really annoying. I've got to be honest. This,
I do the same.
This, you know, this is to do with me. This is to do with my stroke and the brain fog. I'll think of something.
I would say that if anybody goes off on a rant and you allow them, then fair do, and I thank you for it. But if I say a lot of things, you need to write it down. It's got nothing to do with the stroke, dude. It's just got to do with me talking shit.
Well, normally I'd remember. If I think of something, I'll be able to keep it in mind. But more recently, I can't, and I need to get in the habit of doing that. So I need to buy myself a fucking notepad and leave it here. But listen, I genuinely appreciate your call. It's been really interesting talking to you. I'm going to have to wrap this up because I've got to finish my drink and get off to bed myself. I need to check my emails.
I appreciate your time, Dan. I appreciate you taking my call.
Mate, always welcome. Always welcome. Again, you know, if somebody's respectful to me, even if they don't agree with, I know you've not disagreed with me, but if somebody wants to talk to me and they're respectful to me, and I'll be respectful to them, we'll talk for 20 minutes, half hour, quite happily. If it's an interesting conversation, which it has been. If it's not quite so interesting, I'll try and get rid of you sooner. So if you're on here for half an hour, you know that I've appreciated your call.
No, not a problem, Dan. Thank you for having me. You wrap it up and take care of yourself, fella, and have a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. I'll
do my best. Hopefully I'll be on tomorrow for, I say a short while. I'll be on for another 6 hours tomorrow. No, I won't be. I'm absolutely fucking knackered now, but I will probably jump on to Henry Crinkle's trying to call, but I will probably jump on tomorrow for a short while. So if you're about, be nice to see you.
Okay, goodbye.
All right, my friend. Good night. Crinkle. Fucking hell. Where are you? Hang on. Don't hang up yet. Don't hang up. Oh, you've fucking hung up, haven't you? I'll ring you. Crinkle, I'm trying to ring you. I don't know what you're doing, but it's not going through. Right, let me try again. Right, what's going on? It's not connecting, Crinkle. Right, you ring me, because it ain't fucking connecting when I ring you. Are you... What's going on? Are you... Fucking hell's going on here? I don't know what you're playing at, Crinkle. What's going on? I keep getting notification on the computer that somebody is calling. I've got missed call, about fucking 40 of them, but it's not doing that. It's not even showing on my phone. Stop hanging up. Shout out to Nicole. She's put her iPad down and is avidly watching. Hello, Nicole, mate. Come on, DJ Sonic. Right, Crinkle, try again, mate. I don't know what's going on. Try again. I've got to answer you on my phone for some reason. It's fucking not having none of it. No idea what's going on. No, I don't know what's going on. Listen, Crinkle, if you want to talk, you best get on there quick, mate, because I am fucking off very shortly. Livid, that's very kind, mate. Thank you. I appreciate it. Listen, you enjoy your day tomorrow. You and your family or whoever you're spending it with. Have a fabulous day, my friend. Crinkle, what the fuck are you doing? Come on, hurry up. Because if somebody calls before you, I'm answering that. And then if I finish that drink before the end of that call, at the end of that call, I'm off. So... Cheers, Livid. As I say, appreciate it. Thank you for the call. Let's have another chat again sometime. Lynn, what are you trying to call, Lynn? Nothing's coming up on my phone. Well, I'm on blood thinners, petrol head, and you're right. Booze does water your blood down, which is why you're not supposed to have a tattoo afterwards because you can bleed a lot. Right, why is it this? Oh, here it is. It's called it. Come on, what the fuck? Right, let's try this. Hello. Hello. What's going on? Hello.
Hello. You want to call your anxieties?
Who's this? Hello, you alright?
I am calling your anxieties.
My anxieties?
Yeah.
I can't hear you properly.
Yeah, I'm calling you out with your anxieties.
You're calling me out?
Yeah.
Why?
Why? Because we both got anxieties. Yeah.
Look, you've got such a strong accent. I'm struggling to understand. I do apologise.
I'm from Leeds.
You broke up there.
I'm from Leeds.
You're from Leeds. You've got such a strong accent. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude, but you have got such a strong accent.
We've got feedback as well as it goes.
Ah, could be. So how you doing? How you doing, Lynn? You alright?
I am fine, thank you. Yeah.
Good.
Oh, you do.
The what?
You've done. You have took me right out of my comfort zone.
Why?
Because you have. I need to speak to Pop. I need to speak to Pop.
This is Pap. You're talking to me.
Yeah, I know it now. I know now. I'm gonna look the biggest cunt going.
Why? Oh, don't be silly. Don't be soft. Don't be soft. If anyone looks a cunt on my channel, it's me. So don't worry about it.
Hey, it's just me. Hello, Dan. Hello, Dan, are you okay?
I am.
Yeah, man. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, man. Wow. Hey, I sit here and I talk to myself so fucking much with what you talk there.
I think a lot of us find, even when we're talking to other people, we find ourselves talking to ourselves, because they're just shut off from it. They don't want to hear it. So
you're on a wavelength.
Well, I don't know. Look, at the end of the day, Lynn, I say what I believe, and I back what I say. I say what I say, and I mean it. You know what I mean?
I say what I mean, and I mean what I say.
And I say it all the time. I don't say what I think people want me to say. If I did that, I'd make fuck ups. So and I'd get caught out. There's enough people watching this to catch me out if I lie about something. So I have to be honest with people. If I say stuff that resonates with people, then great. Sometimes I don't. My health certificate here, it didn't resonate with everybody, and I get that. Of course it won't, but I stand by my decision, and I stand by my opinion. And
you are.
And I won't change that. Do you know what I mean? If I do, I'm weak. I'm weak. If I give up because I would be weak if I changed my opinion to please other people. I would be weak.
Yeah, but we're allowed to change his mind.
We are, but not to please other people.
No.
That's what I'm saying. So if I changed my opinion just to please people, then I would be weak. You know what I mean? But I won't.
Yeah. Stand by your true self.
Exactly.
Yeah. I know that shit. Yeah, I know. Oh, this is madness, you know. This is more I'm talking to Pop. How much of my fears I'm fighting in a minute. My anxieties.
I'm just the same as anybody else. Just you call anybody, and I'm just the same as that. Do you know what I mean? I'm
Dan, do you know why I phoned? Truthfully, right? Trust me.
Go on.
For you to believe in, no matter what goes on in your life, you have got the power to be who you are. Yeah. Do you know your anxieties?
Yeah.
You do me head in. And I mean that in the beautifulest, kindest everywhere. Yeah. Because you have got everything in front of you. You have got everything to put out there to everybody. You are here for a purpose. You know that? Trust me. You are here for a purpose.
I don't know what to say.
You don't do the spiritual fucking wise, right? Trust me, I'm telling you now, from me, about my heart, top my head, he's a very spiritual fucking person.
If I turned round and agreed with you, I would be like Alex Belfield, and
And Belfield tells a lot of fucking truth.
He does. He does. And I've said this before. Some of the stuff he puts out is spot on, and I'm glad that he puts the stuff out that he does. But he can be he can be a prick, personally.
Yeah, I go that. Yeah, he can. Yeah. Opinions ain't facts. Take them and let them go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chipmunk. That's where I got that from my head. Yeah. Opinions ain't facts. We take them in and let them go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trust me, Belfield is not far fucking wrong from what he's saying. There's a majority out there, that ain't open-minded. We're now going from a 3D to 4D, maybe 5D.
Yeah.
The pineal gland has been opened. It's called spirituality.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a very spiritual person. And I just seen that from the day I started watching you. And ask Stacey Lou.
Right.
She used to be a moderator for you.
Where?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's my niece. That's my niece.
Is she?
Yeah,
where's she been? I haven't seen her pop up in a chat for ages.
Say that again.
I've not seen that name pop up in the chat for ages.
Yes, they said, oh, yeah, see, when Matt and Blackbird said, always saying to me, Lynn, have you been in touch with Pap?
Right.
Yeah, so that's me from being in touch with Pap. Yeah. Yes, she does. Is Pap okay? Because she knows, yeah. Wow. I remember saying, look, a cunt here, mate. I don't know, but do you know what it is? I do not give a flying fuck. Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you know when I first got through you? Was the live you did, Pop, yeah? And you broke down because you were mental health.
Right, yeah, I remember that, yeah.
That absolutely just stole my heart. Yeah? Because that is a genuine fucking nail. Yeah? A genuine nail in my eyes, yeah? The harshest and worst thing you can ever see is watching a grown man cry. Which is the most beautifully liberating thing is to see a grown man cry.
Yeah.
It shows he's got a fucking heart. You know what I mean? He's normal, he's human.
Well, you know, as I say, Lynn, I can only be me.
Yeah.
And you know,
all you should ever be is you.
There's a lot of people that are on YouTube who are, how can I put it, who they put on a persona.
Yes. Well, wear false fucking masks.
And for me, for me personally, the only way that I can get across to people, the only way I can get people to trust, you know, I'm not trying to get you to trust me, I'm just being me, but the only way I can get people to accept me is by being as honest as I can be, and by being me, and that's what I try to be all the time, you know.
Well, you're not going wrong, are you?
You know, I've not always been like this.
You're not going wrong, Pop.
I've not always been like this, Lynn.
Some of the most amazing followers.
Some good ones, yeah.
Outside.
Definitely some good followers, yeah, 100%.
You have your fucking trolls, you have your shitters, you have your dickheads. You're not daft. You'll filter the fucking lot out, won't you? Yeah, you will. All I'm doing it is me.
And
this is who I am.
And that's what we've got to be. We've got to be ourselves, and we've got to take our own paths, and we've got to think our own thoughts. Otherwise we become part of something that is forced, that is false.
Yeah, fucking brick in the wall. Oh, teacher, leave that kid alone. Yeah, he gets a ruler over his knuckles because he was taking that fucking little bit out of, and he was doing poetry.
Yeah.
Not fucking about it. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah? And you watch it again, and they are marching same fucking way down the same. Wow. The same fucking. What do they call them? Put in supermarket. Same fucking trolley thing. Yeah? You go in the same direction. Where do they fall off into? Watch the fucking video. Probably. Watch the video. Where do them kids fall into? Before you see them fall into something, look at the mask.
Yeah.
They've got the face. There's eyes. There's nose. There's no expression.
It's been a while since I've seen it, to be honest. It's been a while since I've watched it. I listened to it, but it's been a while since I've watched it.
Trust me. Yeah. Trust me. I've done my research like that, yeah. I got taught by my teacher at school 2 tunes. Bohemian Rhapsody and Space Oddity. Yeah.
Both good songs.
I looked at my teacher asking why the fuck he learned us. It took 2 years for us to sing it perfectly. But why them 2 tunes? Why them 2 tunes? Now I do actually know now about Bohemian Rhapsody.
Yeah.
Yeah? Exactly what that was about. Did you have a Space Odyssey? That's all about drugs. There's no meaning to Space Odyssey apart from a drug point of view.
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah? And then there's Bohemian Rhapsody. He has totally, basically, sold his soul to the devil. Yeah, he has. He's fucking told his soul to the devil.
Yeah.
No, I just killed a man. I now know why my teacher taught us them 2 tunes. 2 years it took him to do it. But if I could did it, why?
Well, occasionally we get a teacher who isn't completely indoctrinated by the system that they're trying to force on us. And they'll be they'll be true to us. They'll be honest to us. But unfortunately, 99% of the teachers, the same as social workers, the same as police, they're indoctrinated into a system that they are forced to believe. Robots. Yeah, exactly.
Robots. They are robots. Go back to 1984. Everything stemmed and started in 1984. Yeah. Go back to Back to the Future. Look at the clock on the fucking car. Yeah. I can't remember if it's 24th or 25th or 26th of the 10th each time.
Yeah.
Now go back and ask yourself what the fuck went on that day in 85. Because someone did. It's a specific time. Go back to Terminator. I said, you're going on the bridge. You got 9/11.
Yeah.
What happened in 9/11?
Well.
Do you know what I'm saying? 1984 is the stem and the start of everything. The Iron Lady manufacture. Okay.
I mean, as I was saying to a caller a minute ago, I think I unfortunately for me, I don't have the time to look into it as much stuff as I'd like to, so I leave other people to do that, and then I listen to them or I watch them. Do you know what I mean, on YouTube or whatever it might be.
Did you follow the links that I sent you?
Which
Science Direct.
Did you
send
send?
Wuhan 400 and all that about on your COVID sheet?
Where did you send it?
On Facebook.
Oh. When did
Science Direct. I'll tell you everything about your COVID bollocks.
When did you send it?
Before you were pouring it, yeah. Got me.
I'll have to look through.
Way before you were pouring, but I understand you got a lot of shit coming through, and well, you know what I mean? Yeah. Look at your Science Direct and Google. Just look into your messages. Just me.
Right.
All about your start from get-go to end-go.
Do me a favour, Lynn. Can you send another message to me? Because I think what's happened is because I get so many messages on there. Sometimes messages get pushed right far down, and I can miss them. So apologies for that. But if you can send me another message, even if you just say hi, it's Lynn, then it will bring your message to the top again, and I'll be able to find it.
Just look at him. It's unreal, man.
Right.
On the life, I come from the Wuhan 400. It's taken in USA and USA between them and fucking China.
Yeah.
Then they took it back out of China and mutated it. Wuhan 400. 400 strains come out of Wuhan website. Yeah.
Right.
So I say about all the animals they've gone through. They've gone through fucking biggest till they've got to the back. The bat fucks your lungs. Just like the avian, the bird flu. Yeah, bird flu. Back in the days, your own pigeons, it was called pigeon lung.
Right.
Yeah? Right. So it attacked the lungs, obviously. What were in them pigeons, that pigeon shit or whatever, the pigeon feathers, whatever, attacked your lungs.
Okay.
So they put that in there, yeah. They're all fucking now, mate. They know exactly what they're doing. They're attacking the lungs. Is the only thing that will keep somebody living is the fucking lung.
Yeah. So Lynn, just 1 second. Just 1 second, Lynn. Kent Patriot. If you're talking to me, no problem. I've just stuck another file on that link as well, which is the unvaccinated star, the yellow star. So if you want to download that as well, I've popped that in a folder. Sorry, Lynn, go on.
I know I'm going to fuck it up, everything what I'm saying, but you know what it is, Dan?
Go on.
I don't give a fuck no more. Yeah? People need to realise they need to do the research, yeah, on what the fuck is going on.
Yeah.
They really, really do. I followed this site from the get-go, yeah? And it starts with the... Do you know the mad cow disease? You know, swine flu and all that bollocks?
Yeah.
They was test on to see how it would affect a human.
Yeah.
You did. It was. Yeah. And then they got to the bird flu. I had to go. I was in my bed. Christmas, this time now, Christmas, yeah? For 4 fucking days, I could not get out of my bed. I could not move. I couldn't lift up my kids. I had to open the Christmas presents on the fucking road. You know what I mean? Yeah? But my ex-partner had to go all the way over to Seacroft Hospital. After registering my name and my NHS number at lot, yeah? Right, so the turn around and said, right then, yeah, we've got whatever waiting for you over at Seacroft Hospital, which is in Leeds.
Yeah.
So we went over, and it was called Tamiflu. There was yellow and white tablets.
Right.
I took 3 of them. No, it sounded a 10-month fucking nut. It just went boo. It's like it never happened. That's not what happens with the flu, is it? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's
of
take
course.
weeks of, do you know what I mean? Nah. Trust me. I'm like, I've been doing it all out, yeah, and we go to the bat. All shit and disease the bat has will do same to your lungs as what a bird will do.
Right, yeah.
It's out now again. It's Avery, the fucking bird flu's back out. Yeah? So it's now getting mixed with the bat flu.
Right.
It's happening. It's fucking happening. I've done my research. I've seen it. I've done it.
It's frightening
I do
stuff.
not know anybody that's actually gone through it this time of the year, but I went through that bird flu, and that put me on my shitter.
You know, I think that a lot of people are frightened to look into things because they're frightened what they're going to find out, and it would destroy their reality if they saw what what you and I and what many people that watch this channel see. It would completely destroy their reality and their beliefs, and I think people are scared to do that.
But that's also going to destroy them by not looking into what the fuck's going on.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, you think about it. I mean, my parents, for example, my dad is a very critical thinker, okay? He used to stand in the kitchen. When he was thinking about something, he'd stand in the kitchen. He'd look like he was asleep standing up. He'd be there for 20 minutes, half an hour, 40 minutes, an hour sometimes, with his eyes closed in the kitchen, thinking about things. But... and I would suggest that's what a lot of people were like, years ago, 20, 30, 40 years ago. Maybe not 20 years ago. But now, people don't think critically. People find it so much easier to accept what they're told.
Yeah, there's too many fuck-ups.
You think, you think about the government. How many times has the government fucked up? Too many accounts.
Since fucking day we were born, mate, and we signed that fucking birth certificate.
Of course, but again, the problem that we have is if somebody was in government and they fucked up, and they turned round and they said, do you know what? I made a mistake. I'm sorry. I am going to do what I can to rectify it. I think people would respect that a hell of a lot more than the lying and covering up.
The truth hurts, but lies worse.
Yeah, of course, absolutely.
Yeah, it is.
Absolutely.
100% truth hurts, but lies worse. But there's nobody out there that's going to put their hands up and challenge the shit that's going on today.
I mean, if I was in charge of this fucking country, I wouldn't want to be. But if I was in charge of this country, and let's talk about we'll use COVID as an example. At the beginning, I've said this from the start. I think they should have turned around right at the beginning and said, right, there is a virus that is causing people to go into hospital and killing some people. So in order to fix it, everybody needs to lock down for a month. Okay, now I would have done that. If that was the wrong thing to do, I would apologise afterwards. Now,
put your hands up when you go.
With the current government, they're so interested in keeping their income. They don't give a fuck about. They don't give a fuck about us. They care about the wage that they're getting. Okay.
Don't choose me, man. It's what choose me out. Man, don't give a flying fuck about any of us.
No, of course they don't. What they care about being in that position where they can get the brown envelopes under the table, and they're on their £100,000 a year or whatever it is, and can get on with their fucking life doing what they want. That's what they care about. Now, if
do you know what the question is, do you?
Go on.
What the fuck do we do?
What do we do?
Yeah, what the fuck do we do about it?
Well, unfortunately, there isn't a great deal that we can do apart from vote for somebody that you know that.
They're all tired of saying fucking shite.
I know, and that's the problem that we've got. That unfortunately, we have to choose the, what do they call it? The thing of two evils, the best of two evils. You know what? I can't think of the exact phrase, but and that's what we have to choose from, unfortunately. You know, people that, you know, independent people that come in and say, right, I've set up a political party, I'm an independent. You know, they get drowned out by the four main political parties, and again, because people are so used to voting or hearing about the four main parties, they see a new party come along and they go, oh, you know, this person don't know what they're talking about. I've never heard of them. They're not a political party. You know, these guys, Tories, Conservatives, whatever, have been around for fucking donkey's years. These guys know how to run a country, but yet every time we choose one of them, they fuck up. I think we need to find an independent who can come in and, you know, if they come in and they fuck up, then tell them as it fucking is. I mean, if they come in and they balls up and they don't apologise and they don't make things right, then fine. We never vote for them again. But if somebody comes in, if Boris had, you know, and I keep saying this, if Boris had from the start of this,
it was a puppet. It was there for everybody to laugh at.
But yeah, but you're right, absolutely. And I think personally, this partly is to do lesser of two evils. Thank you, Petrolhead. I think that part of it is to do with the fact that they are brought up, they are indoctrinated from an early age to, you know, into politics. They are taught how to lie from an early age. Right?
My MPs lived 2 doors away from me.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I was growing up. Yeah. And it's Judith Blake from Arlington's Leeds Kent. Yeah.
Okay.
He has now been appointed up into the higher rank. He fucking sold us out.
Yeah. And again, you know, some people are saying the same thing about Farage. You know, some people initially said, yeah, he'd be good, and now they've changed their mind because they see a different side to it. Now, I'm not a political person. You know, I don't follow politicians unless they're doing something wrong. So I don't claim to understand politics at all. But I think that sometimes you need somebody that is not brought up as a politician to step into that role. You need somebody who knows what it's like to be on the fucking bones of their arse.
I do.
Right.
The only people that should be ruling our country is the ones that's been there with fucking nothing.
Yeah, and I totally agree. People, you know, Boris and all the rest of them, they're brought up, they go to private school, they've all come from money, they've never had to fucking struggle, never had to struggle in their fucking lives. And then all of a sudden, they're running a country where most of us are struggling. And they've got no fucking idea.
They've got no clue, they haven't got a clue, no, they haven't, they don't know what a clue what it is to be on the street.
No, absolutely.
I mean,
I've been on the street. Since I've lived in Liverpool, I've been homeless 2-3 times. At one point...
But how many people in the government have been there?
Exactly. I mean, at one point, I was sleeping in the doorway of a fucking post office. And I had my arm hooked through a suitcase, so nobody nicked it from me. Do you know what I mean? But
in my mind, you put a stamp on yourself.
You know, I'm not for a moment suggesting, you know, that I know how to run a country, but
you're from reality.
And that's what people need. I think people need somebody who has been there and struggled and understands what it's like to be, you know, where the majority of society is.
This is how I know that this world is corrupt. Because they don't give a flying fuck about what's going on the actual street.
Yeah.
They just want to know what's going in their pocket.
Oh, of course. Again,
and they live on the same fucking street as us.
Political correctness and all that bollocks. Do you know what I mean?
It's not selling your soul to the fucking devil.
Yeah. I mean, I don't care, right? I mean, if you follow me on Facebook, you see that some of my posts, and you know, I called somebody out the other day, a trans person, who had this is definitely going to get the channel demonetised. There was a trans person. I posted this on Facebook the other day. A trans person, a bloke who identifies as a woman, had sex with an Alsatian. Okay. And filmed it. Okay, now this person is going to get put in a woman's prison. Okay, this is somebody with a penis who shagged an Alsatian. Excuse me, YouTube, if you're checking this out. Sorry, but it's, you know, this is a fact. And they're going to get put into a woman's prison because they identify as a female. No, fuck you. You've got a penis. You go in a bloke's prison and you go in isolation. End of.
Yeah, 100%. They are changing everybody's thoughts. Why? Because that's what they want. Because the elite are the dirtiest, wrongest, fucking demonic, horriblest bastards you can ever encounter in this world. And I will say on my fucking stream, they are wrong.
Well, I say it. I don't. You know what I mean, I don't. I won't. You know, sometimes, depending on the video that I'm doing, sometimes I do mince my words and I try and think of a different way of saying stuff. But I will always be honest. I won't tell you what I don't believe. I will always tell you what I believe. Sometimes I'll choose my words carefully. But again,
always believe in yourself.
You know, it depends on what kind of video I'm doing. This is a live stream. I will be completely fucking blunt and honest with you, and I'll say what I think.
Yeah, me too.
But somebody who does that to an animal, just because they turn out, but I identify as a woman. I've got no breasts, I've got no ovaries, and I've got a penis. But I identify as a woman. Can you put me in a woman's prison? No, fuck you. You go in a man's prison because you got a dick. You go in there with the rest of them. Okay.
I brought my granddaughter up, for 2 years.
Yeah.
And for whatever reasons, I wanted to see my granddaughter. The next thing I knew about my granddaughter, it was a grandson.
So Ben in the comments has just said the Mirror conspicuously avoided even mentioning that she was trans. Now, I'll be honest. Let me see if I can find it here. On Facebook, I pointed out the other day how somebody didn't use the word. Used the word she. I think it was that particular incident with a woman. Here it is. No, it's not that one. I saw something on. Fuck me, where is it? I know I've got it here somewhere. 10 stages. No, that. Woman abusing kids.
Wow.
Court of Appeal. It was a GB News. It was a GBN article, and they made a point about somebody saying that they were trans, you know, for whatever reason, but yet they even called it she, which completely contradicts the tone of the fucking comment. You know, the comment was, look, you're a bloke, you've got fucking, you know, XY genes, you're a bloke, end of. But they still called the person a she. Now, you know, I won't do that. That's one thing I won't do. You know, I call them, you know, in my posts, and, you know, I call them it.
I call them itchy.
You know, I say it shouldn't have done this, or it shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
You know, I don't say she or he. If it doesn't identify as a bloke, then good luck to you. But you're definitely not a fucking woman. So as far as I'm concerned, you're an it.
Yeah, I'm with you 100%. Yep.
You know, and that's how I'll be. But I can't find fucking the post. So my apologies for not being able to find exactly what I said. In fact, it might even be on me.
You're of my age, Dan, yeah?
Yeah.
Right? No, you're not, but because you're younger. Yeah, but you're on my wavelength. Do you start loving it? What the fuck has gone on?
I wish I knew.
What the fuck has gone wrong?
Genuinely wish I knew. If I could answer that, I think I'd be a millionaire if I could answer that.
Because you'll be able to answer a million people's questions, you know that, didn't you? But there's something gone wrong, aren't there?
100%. Absolutely, 100%. 100%.
It's like DNA. Your DNA. This is what this COVID is about. It's about ripping and taking away your DNA. And yet again, I'm going to tell you, right, your spirituality.
Right.
Yeah, there's a big fucking spiritual shift going on. Yeah? I can't tell you how I know at the minute, 100 million %, yeah, Dan, but I will. Right? The shit that's going on in my fucking life, that is spiritual.
Sorry, Lynn, just
in the fucking lot.
1 second, Lynn. Lucifer, yes. If a male if somebody turns around to a court and says identify as a woman, and they've got no reason to disbelieve that person, which they should disbelieve it in every case, but if they've got no reason to disbelieve that person, then yes, they can go to a female prison. They were at some point, a year and a half ago or so, there was some stories about some prisons specifically for trans people. Okay. Yeah. However, I think that's been shelved because it's been classed as fucking discriminatory.
I don't know yet.
So at the moment, you won't find a woman. You'll never ever find a woman that goes, I identify as a man, put me in a men's prison. You'll never find that, but you'll find men that go, I identify as a woman, put me in a woman's prison.
Yeah.
Now that has to be that would raise flags for me.
Of course it does. There's only percentages for me as well as to why would you say that?
Yeah. Statistically, you would have women that say the same thing, that say I identify as a man, statistically. But you don't. It's always men that go, I identify as a woman. I wonder why. Yeah. You know, you shag fucking Alsatians, now you want to go to a women's prison. Yeah. Fuck you, mate. You're going to a men's nick, and they're going in dry. Fuck you.
This is why I love you, man. You
There'll be a mandate that nobody's allowed to use spit. Sorry, that's really disgusting of me. I apologise, but fuck it.
You know that? Put my hands up on me, you're fucking mad. I'm talking
fucking hell.
That's some fucking leads.
It's madness, isn't it?
You're mad. You're mad. Hey. You can have a good Christmas, yeah?
You too, Lynn. I appreciate you calling. Thank you. I'm going to wrap this up now anyway. I'm going to end my stream. It's 4 o'clock now. I need to get some fucking kip. But listen, thanks for calling.
You made me night, you made me fucking year, you know that, don't you?
Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate you saying that.
Thank you for my Christmas present. Give me Christmas present, Dan.
Well,
Thank you.
I don't know what to say. You know, compliments I don't take well. So
yeah, and accept it. Stick it on your fucking shoulders, man. You're a good bloke.
Oh, thank you.
You've got many followers that fucking love you, Dan, because you are down to earth, as it is. Yeah.
Well, as I say,
genuine ones are by your side, my dear.
Like I say, I try to be honest with everybody in my dealings. Some people don't think I am, but
stop trying.
You know.
Be you. Stop trying.
Well, look. At the end of, as I said this earlier. I don't know if you was on at the beginning of the stream. Yes, I have a drink. I'm having a drink. I had a drink the other day, on Sunday. And the thing about having a drink is you can't think about lying as much when you've had a drink. So if I wasn't the way that I am, people would have seen that on Sunday.
I can't believe you're even questioning that shite.
Thankfully, nobody's messaged and gone, "Well, you cunt, why have you?" So I've been.
I can't believe you're questioning that shite. Even after that thing's still in your brain.
Why do you can't believe I've questioned it?
Who you are.
It's a mental health thing. That's why I question it.
I know it. I've got mental health my fucking self. My daughter is a fucking borderline personality. My son is bipolar, and my other son, well, I haven't got a fucking clue at the minute, but there you go. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? It's just as it is. As you are. Yeah.
And I am.
You make us fucking smile. You bring some good shit out to us, you know what I mean? Be you. Yeah. Stop fucking asking too much of yourself.
Right.
Because that's when you fuck up. Yeah.
I'll try.
To be you. Yeah, you need chuckles and you're a little smarter. You put it out there for me, Dan. Yeah. Not trying to weirdo or a fucking whatever, yeah. You really do brighten up my day. Just by seeing your smile, yeah, and knowing what you've been through and what you're going through, you're still smiling and you're still sat there and you're giving us everything that you possibly can. You.
It's because it stops me thinking about my own fucking problems. That's why.
All right. Exactly. Yeah. That's all I've done all my fucking life. So everybody else, I don't have to face my fears. Well, do you know tonight?
Yeah.
You've helped me face one of my fucking fears. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, top of my head. Thank you.
You're welcome, and thank you for calling. Appreciate it. It's nice to chat to you as a first time caller. So, you know, obviously now you phoned in once, we've burst your cherry. So.
I love you, Lord. You know that, don't you? I really do. Yeah, go fucking block.
All right, Lynn. Well, listen, Lynn, do me a favour. Do me a favour, as I say, just before you go to bed yourself, just send me a message on Facebook so it goes to the top, so I can. As I say, just put "Hi Dan, it's Lynn," and it will go to the top.
Give me a badge. I don't know where the fucking badge is gone.
Oh, I don't know.
Did you give me a badge? Yeah, you did. Yeah. So I'm stalking you, you know that shit, don't you?
But if I think that's an automatic thing from Facebook. But just give us a message. Just say hi, it's Lynn. That's all you need to say. It'll put your message to the very top, and then tomorrow or Boxing Day, I can go through it and I can find what you'd sent me, just to make sure that I've seen it. I may have seen it and forgotten, but I can't be 100% sure.
Yeah. I understand that. Yeah.
No worries.
Thank you for putting me at the top, Lynn.
Sorry.
Thank you for putting me at the top.
No worries.
Yeah.
All right, Lynn. You enjoy your day, and we'll speak again soon.
All right.
Take care.
Bye
bye now.
Bye.
Right. Crinkle, you've missed your chance. I'm calling it a day now, unfortunately. Listen. Oh my God, I've got such a fucking numb arse sitting on this chair. Guys, for the 46 of you that are still watching, genuinely appreciate you sticking around for almost 7 hours. Fucking hell, 7. Let me bring this up here. Nearly 7 hours. Can you believe that fucking shit? What am I doing? But yeah, I genuinely appreciate it, you know, for those of you that have stuck about till the end. You know, from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate every single one of you. I will try at some point today and jump on, even if it's just for a short live. A short live. You know, maybe we'll get some people round. I need to check my emails before I go to sleep and respond to people. But if we get some people round, maybe we'll do a live and say hello to everybody. But other than that, I'm going to bid you a good night or a good morning. If I don't speak to you later, please make sure that you all have a fantastic Christmas day, as best day as you possibly can, with the people that you can. So I know some people can't be with certain people in their life because some people won't let them, for example. So please have as good a day as you possibly can. Thanks to all my supporters. You know, the channel would be nothing without you. I'd be a very sad old man sitting here talking to nobody. So without you, I would be very... I'd be an embarrassment. So yeah, go and get some sleep. Otherwise, Santa's not going to come round and empty his sack for you. For you, not in you. Okay, let's make that clear. Yeah. So I am off. Good night and God bless. Take care of each other. And remember, if you've got people round and the police turn up, because you're not supposed to have people round, for example, or for any reason at all, if the police turn up, get your phone out and record it. Okay? It's not illegal. You can record. You can get somebody else to record. But make sure anybody comes around to spoil your day, you get your camera out and you film it. You send it to me. All right? So other than that, take care. And I hope to speak to you at some point later today. Good night, all. Thanks again, and I'm out of here.